Zhou Chen's creepy expression instantly angered Han Shuya. She put her hands on her waist and shouted, "What are you looking at? Shouldn't you let go of that female soldier? You broke my friend's arm, shouldn't you take responsibility for that?" Zhou Chen smiled coldly. Although he liked beautiful girls, he definitely wouldn't allow them to stand over him. "What do you want me to do?" Han Shuya suddenly smiled while playing with her fingers without a care in the world. When she came here, her elder cousin brother said that if she were to be in trouble, she shouldn't make it difficult for herself. She was told she could do anything and make a scene, and there would naturally be someone there to clean it up for her. Han Shuya knew this was their boss's orders. If she had boss's protection, even if she was to break through the heavens, she would still be fine. Luo Lang was also told that by her elder brother, Luo Lang, thus she was only watching Han Shuya work her magic with a calm smile on her face. She didn't have any thoughts of stopping her. In Luo Chao's mind, Boss Lan would help them out if they were stuck in a sticky situation. It seems these two girls aren't terrified at all. Zhou Chen, who had always had his way in base 013, had immediate change in his expression. "It seems you don't know who I am." Han Shuya sighed softly. Why do these antagonists always say the same thing? She clenched her fist, cracking her knuckles. "Then tell me, who are you?" Once all the pointless chatter ends, she would finally be able to start fighting again. Seeing Han Shuya's movements, Zhou Chen understood her intentions. "She actually dares to put up a strong front in front of me." His expression showed a hint of anger and he waved his hand. Seeing that hand movement, a dozen of his friends who was just spectating the tense atmosphere, instantly came forward. "You actually dare to not respect us and dare to attack the 8th Battalion? Do you not know the significance of the 8th Battalion? You're really looking for a death wish." Their families deliberately put them into a base that had any connections with a division. They wanted to give these young people real military merits, so that it will be easier for them to climb up the ranks. Their families really did a lot for them. "Oh, the 8th Battalion. Okay, but what does that have anything to do with me? Yes, I am not respecting you. What can you do to me?" Han Shuya laughed. Her bravado made other officers frown slightly as they were all used to female soldiers being submissive. They definitely weren't used to such an arrogant woman. Only Lady May's eyes glistened when she saw what Han Shuya did. She discovered that she was what she aspired to be. Whoever was to put their hand on her, she would ruthlessly cut it off and not care about the consequences. Han Shuya's arrogant attitude instantly angered those arrogant and privileged individuals. They didn't wait for Zhou Chen's order, and they all instantly surrounded her. Although Lady May admired Han Shuya, she was concerned when she saw a dozen junior officers circling her at the same time. She began to worry about the cool and poised female officer. "Come at me." Han Shuya's eyes brightened and ran towards them. She finally had a chance to show off. Before, when she got into these types of situations, it would always be taken care of by Qi Long and Luo Lang, leaving her no chance for her to do anything even if she wanted to. She didn't think that after arriving at base 013, she was actually the one with the most chances to fight, leaving her with an amazing impression of this base. It was like an amusement park for fighting. Bang, bang, bang. Many people were sent flying, smashing into the tables and chairs on the side. They created a big mess, causing the person in charge of the cafeteria to have pale expressions on his face. He was internally crying. He could already imagine the angry and murderous face of the logistics department head. He might lose his job because of this. If I had known that things would get this out of control, I would have stopped him before he could let his people take that JMC away. The person in charge of the cafeteria thought in his mind regrettably. When Little Wu saw that his friends actually couldn't even beat a woman, his expression became sinister, and he thought of a plan to choke Lady May in order to threaten Han Shuya. Right when he was about to choke Lady May, he suddenly felt his chin taking a strong hit. Just as he was about to pass out, he heard a cracking sound coming out of his chin. Luo Chao arrived beside Lady May and pulled Lady May away, taking her far away from the fight. It was to make sure she wasn't hurt from the people who were sent flying by Han Shuya. Although seemed to have been focusing on Han Shuya, she was actually staring at Lady May, in order to determine the perfect time for her to take her back. Seeing the perverted guy preparing to using Lady May as a hostage, she decisively made a move. Although Luo Chao's physical skills was not as good as Han Shuya, it was still easy for her, who had reached the peak of refinement, to strike down someone who was only at the early stage of refinement. Seeing his friends continuously get beaten up by strong women, Zhou Chen couldn't hold himself back anymore, and he pounced towards Han Shuya with the intent to disable her forever. Bam! However, Zhou Chen was immediately intercepted by someone in midair. Your opponent is me. A silhouette landed on front of Zhou Chen and said calmly. Zhou Chen's eyes widened and said in a surprised tone, Zhou Yu, it's you. The person who intercepted Zhou Chen was none other than Second Lieutenant Zhou Yu from 250 Ace Mecha Clan's logistics department. He just had bare minimum amount of merits in order to participate in the welcoming dinner. He was the second group to come in and was only behind Han Shuya and Luo Chao by a short while. He came just in time to see Zhou Chen attacking Han Shuya. Yes, it's me. Is it really that strange? Zhou Yu clenched his fist. His wrist, that took the hit, was somewhat numb. With his current capabilities, it was still somewhat difficult for him to intercept Zhou Chen. However, this small bit of pain made him feel fantastic. It meant that his efforts of working towards not being a piece of useless trash had paid off. I didn't think that trash like you would actually pass the new recruit examination and be taken in by a division. But why are you torturing yourself? If you can't learn the Zhou family's divine dash technique, then you don't have the qualifications to be part of the Zhou family, Zhou Chen said with a serious tone. Does it matter if I can't be part of the Zhou family? Zhou Yu said indifferently. A year ago, the Zhou family's abandonment made him feel lost and anger. He took these feelings with him as he joined the military, and he coincidentally entered 250 Ace Mecha Clan. After a year of being with comrade who shared similar feelings of abandonment, the issue with the Zhou family had been resolved in his head. He had brother-in-arms alongside him now, such as Chen Ian, Guo Rongqi and others from the logistics department who worked hard with him. Everyone was putting forth all their efforts into becoming stronger. What made him even more emotional was that their regiment commander, Ling Lan, never gave up on trash like them. After researching their physical constitutions, she had personally created a set of physical skills techniques that were suitable for their respective constitutions, which helped them to quickly advance. They were originally only at the primary stage of foundation, the lowest stage of the Federation's physical skills. However, in that single year, they all managed to advance. Most of them entered into the early stages of refinement, while he grew even faster and advanced to the peak of refinement. This was why he was promoted to second lieutenant. Zhou Chen didn't think that Zhou Yu would give him such an answer and was instantly stunned. He still remembered the face Zhou Yu made when the Zhou family given him the punishment. It was full of resentment, otherwise he wouldn't have left the Zhou family and joined the military. When Zhou Yu saw Zhou Chen's stunned expression, he smirked. If it wasn't for everything Regiment Commander Ling had done, he might not have been able to reach this point. Now, Zhou Yu was no longer Zhou Yu of the Zhou family, but was instead Zhou Yu of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Back when he had advanced to the early stages of refinement, he had already made a decision. He planned on following his boss Lan, who had given him a new lease on his life. Trash, you finally understand that you can never be a part of the Zhou family. Zhou Chen reacted quickly and gave a look of disdain. If I'm trash, what about you? I haven't seen you for more than a year, but you are still at the primary stage of Qi Jin. You made no improvements at all. Looks like you are going to become a useless person like me soon. Zhou Yu looked at Zhou Chen. This was the person he was envious of in the past. From the looks of it now, his jealousy was too cheap in the past. In 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Zhou Chen could only become a logistician like him. Zhou Chen's face turned red with anger and viciousness appeared in his eyes. Although he was stronger than Zhou Yu, he was not among the outstanding batch in the Zhou family. If he didn't have a good mother who had a powerful background, the Zhou family wouldn't have placed so much emphasis and resources on him. He knew that he was not that impressive, so he liked to vent his frustrations on Zhou Yu to feel better about himself. Zhou Yu was in that kind of position due to him being unable to practice the Zhou family's divine dash technique. Zhou Chen was able to vent his frustrations by showing off his abilities in front of him. It was because of the Zhou family's cruel and unforgiving environment that caused Zhou Chen's mind to become twisted. Zhou Yu's words exposed his greatest insecurity. He went berserk. "Zhou Yu, go and die!" Zhou Chen shouted in anger. His eyes were bloodshot as he pounced at Zhou Yu while releasing his qi gene to its maximum. He wanted to kill Zhou Yu. However, Zhou Yu remained calm in the face of an attack. He congregated all his energy and blocked the attack. Boom! Zhou Yu took a few steps back before he stabilized himself. A drip of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He was only at the peak of refinement, so the power of qi gene had injured him heavily. However, he didn't want to lower himself in front of Zhou Chen. He swallowed the blood that gushed up to his mouth, leaving only a couple of drops of blood that slipped out his mouth. "Zhou Yu, are you alright?" A second lieutenant jumped out and held him up. It was Zhou Yu's good friend, Chen Ian. Chen Ian was only at the primary stage of refinement, but Chang Xinyuan realized his talent in mecha modification, so he moved Chen Ian to the modification department. Thus, Chen Ian became Chang Xinyuan's helper. His rank jumped from a third-rank corporal to a second lieutenant, making him able to attend this dinner. "I'm fine." Zhou Yu wiped the blood off his mouth. He suffered a heavy internal injury, but he was happy. This person was no longer the devil in his heart anymore. He was able to resist him now. Zhou Yu believed that in one more year, he would surpass Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was furious when he saw a primary stage refinement soldier interrupting the battle between him and Zhou Yu. He felt that the other person was not giving him any respect. The angry Zhou Chen raised his fist and aimed it at Chen Ian, preparing to give this arrogant second lieutenant a bloody lesson. Zhou Yu was shocked when he saw Zhou Chen's fist coming towards Chen Ian. He quickly pulled Chen Ian behind him and prepared to use his body to block the fist. Boom! A figure flew out and slammed through multiple tables at the canteen. The force was so great, the figure smashed through 4 round tables before he stopped. A cold and handsome senior captain had appeared in front of Zhou Yu. He was the person who kicked Zhou Chen away. "Brother!" Chen Ian popped his head out behind Zhou Yu. He was elated when he saw the person in front of Zhou Yu. It was his brother, Chen Yifan. Chen Yifan's true capabilities were immediately found out when he entered the 250 Ace Mecha clan. He was then transferred to the Mecha team and became a member of Liangjia's Team 10. The two brothers belonged to 2 different departments, so they came with their own team in sequence. In 250 Ace Mecha clan, the logisticians would arrive first, followed by the Mecha team. Liangjia's Team 10 was the first Mecha team to arrive at the canteen. When Chen Yifan saw someone attempting to harm his younger brother, he immediately acted. Zhou Chen picked himself up from the ground with much effort. It was a simple series of actions, but he was in tremendous amounts of pain by just doing it. Thus, he couldn't control himself and vomit out blood while clutching his stomach. After multiple attempts of trying to stand up but eventually falling on the ground, he finally stood up, albeit a little wobbly. Then, he maliciously looked at the person who had injured him. "How dare a senior captain injure me? I will report this to the disciplinary committee. You can just sit there and wait for the military to kick you out." Zhou Chen gritted his teeth. He knew he was not this person's match. Hence, he prepared to use his family background to punish these bastards who dared to provoke him. "Is someone threatening my team members? Are you bored of life?" An arrogant voice came from the open door, before revealing a major who entered the room slowly. "Leader. Leader Li." The team members from Team 10 and the logisticians saluted the major. Major Li snapped his fingers indifferently. His team members knew what their leader was like, so they quickly moved to the side. Chen Yifan looked at Zhou Chen in pity before bringing his brother and Zhou Yu to the side too. The logisticians also knew the personality of little leader Li, so they immediately followed the other members of Team 10 without hesitation. There were 2 team leaders with the surname Li in 250 Ace Mecha clan. To differentiate them, they called Li Lan Feng, Big Leader Li, and Li Yingjie was referred to as Little Leader Li. The personalities of these leaders were also a direct contrast with each other. Big Leader Li was gentle, well-mannered, thoughtful, treats his subordinates well and just an overall good person. Everyone liked him. If anyone made Big Leader Li angry, it must be the fault of the other person. As for Little Leader Li, he was the complete opposite. He was arrogant, bossy, impatient, offends people easily and was not afraid of anybody. He was like the devil of their mecha clan. However, there was only one person who could bring him down a notch, and that was their regiment commander. Whenever Little Leader Li saw their regiment commander, he would immediately become like an angel. Soon, only Zhou Chen and Li Yingjie were left at the doorway. Li Yingjie slowly walked towards Zhou Chen. He bent down and patted Zhou Chen's cheek. "How can someone like you dare to threaten my man? What a disgrace!" As he spoke, the force he exerted on his hand increased. The handprint on Zhou Chen's cheek was slowly becoming more prominent on Zhou Chen's face after each and every time Li Yingjie patted him. When Li Yingjie was about to slap his cheek, Zhou Chen wanted to move away from his hand. However, he got suppressed by his force of presence, freezing him in his place, forcing him to receive all the slaps on his cheeks. He could clearly feel each slap progressing more harsher than the last, with the distinct and continuous "pa" sound. Zhou Chen glared at Li Yingjie furiously. He would have fainted by the slaps, but his anger forced him to remain conscious. As expected of an ace mecha clan. What a grand entrance! A sarcastic voice sounded from the door. Zhou Chen looked at the person who came and his eyes lit up. His life savior was here to save him. Li Yingjie turned his head slowly and saw a handsome 30-years-old lieutenant colonel smiling as he walked in. When he walked past Li Yingjie, he glanced at the other officers from the base who were watching the show. The officers' expressions changed when they saw this person. When this person glanced at them, they immediately turned and walked away. No one dared to provoke him. Zhou Chen's background was strong, but it was insignificant compared to this person. The person stood in front of Li Yingjie and flicked his insignia. He appeared to be dusting his insignia, but Li Yingjie knew that he was showing him that he had a higher rank. Li Yingjie smiled. Is he trying to compare rank? There were many people in his team that had a higher rank than this person. In 250 Ace Mecha Clan, military rank was like an ornament. If everything was done based on rank, 250 Ace Mecha Clan would be in a mess. Their regiment commander was just a lieutenant colonel. However, there were many senior colonels and lieutenant colonels in the Mecha clan. The person was confused when he noticed that Li Yingjie was not frightened at all by his rank. The thought of threatening this person using his military rank was pushed to the side. Compared to Zhou Chen, this person was much more vigilant. He knew that there were normally 2 kinds of people that were not afraid of someone with a higher rank than themselves. These kinds of people were either rash and stupid, or he had the capabilities or background to not be afraid. The first kind was easy to deal with, but the second. "Major, shouldn't you restrain yourself since you just came to the base?" the person asked. "Restrain?" Li Yingjie smiled. "We are already restraining ourselves." Based on his temper in the past, he would have already ordered his team to jump on Zhou Chen together by now. The person was clearly not expecting such a reply as he was stunned, freezing his smile. "This brat doesn't show me any respect at all. How irritating." The person's eyes turned cold. He lowered his right hand and rubbed his fingers quickly. At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly shouted, "Boss Song, these people are looking down on our Mecha clan and on you too." The person glared at Zhou Chen. What an idiot. He wanted to understand more about the other party first so that he could make a better decision, but Zhou Chen's words immediately made them enemies. He was forcing him to teach this brat a lesson. If not, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up high in base 013 anymore. Everyone would think that he was afraid of this brat if he did not teach him a lesson. The person hated Zhou Chen for saying this. No one could force him to do anything. Even if Zhou Chen came from the biggest family that supported his grandfather, he wouldn't forgive him so easily. Zhou Chen's heart dropped when he felt Boss Song's cold gaze. He knew that he had offended his boss in his rush to take revenge on Lingjie. He remembered Boss Song's cruel methods of torture. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. The thought of revenge was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. He didn't even have the time to think of Lady May now, as he was thinking of ways to pacify Boss Song so that he would let him off. Boss Song turned to look at Lingjie. He clapped his hands lightly and laughed. "Did you hear what my friend said? Is that true? If this brat backed down, I would let him off for now. I need to get more information about him first before I take any action. If your mecha clan is filled with people like him, what he said is exactly what I think." Lingjie looked at that bunch of people that got beaten up by Han Shuya, who was still groaning in pain. He scoffed. In 250 Ace Mecha Clan, even the logisticians wouldn't want to hire these people. Boss Song's expression turned dark. He could see that this brat in front of him was a rash idiot who didn't know when to give someone an out. If that is the case, I have to see what kind of people 250 Ace Mecha Clan is made out of. Boss Song sneered. Although their mecha clan was not an Ace Mecha Clan, all their mecha operators were special class operators. There were even a few Ace Mecha Masters among them. He was an Ace Mecha Master too. It could be said that his mecha clan was on par with a normal Ace Mecha Clan with a bunch of special and Ace operators like 250. He knew this information because he went to ask the commanding officer beforehand and got the information that 250 Mecha Clan was such a mecha clan. The commanding officer: "It is true that this mecha clan consists of a combination of special class operators and Ace Mecha Masters. However, I didn't mention the details just now. Around 95% of their total mecha operators are Ace Mecha Masters. The number of special class operators is less than 5% of their total mecha operators. However, before we fight, let me introduce myself so that you know who you are fighting with. My name is Song Yiqing," Song Yiqing said calmly. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. He added hurriedly, "Our boss Song's grandfather is the second marshal of the Federation. He is the regiment commander of 224 Mecha Clan, which is under the 8th Battalion. After he completes this mission, he will become the regiment commander of an Ace Mecha Clan." Zhou Chen told everyone Song Yiqing's background. "You speak too much," Song Yiqing scolded him. However, the pride in his eyes was apparent. Lingjie frowned. He didn't expect such a person to exist in this small base. He couldn't handle this person. In the Federation, elite families and the military were two entirely different entities. Although the Li family was an elite family and had much presence outside, its influence in the military was less than a regiment commander that had real power. This was why the Li family wanted to control a military division. They wanted to have an actual say in the military world. However, the military kept its guard against the elite families too. They wanted to prevent a single family from becoming invincible. That was why the Li family's 4th division had many other factions in it. The other elite families also met the same situation. No matter how much effort they put in, they were unable to control an entire faction. Some elite families lost their chance to gain military power and became a collaborator of one of the marshals. The Zhou family was an instance of this. Lingjie was arrogant and bossy, but he was not stupid. He knew that he couldn't handle this person, so he went to look for help. "Qi Long. He is looking for you." Lingjie threw this troublesome fellow to Qi Long. Then, he disappeared quickly. Since the second marshal was not on good terms with the third marshal, why not he let the heir of the 13th division, which was under the third marshal, play with Song Yiqing? A person appeared after Li Yingjia's shout. He was a humble-looking youth with the rank of major. The moment he walked over, he got a shock. Why is everyone looking at me so weirdly? He glanced around and scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. Who is looking for me? He turned and looked at the members of Team 10 in a search for the answer to his question. However, all the mecha operators from Team 10 lowered their heads whenever Qi Long turned to look at them. They were having a moment of silence for Qi Long. An innocent person was pushed out by their team leader to take the bullet again. Qi Long then turned to look at Han Shuya and Luo Chao, after he noticed everyone from Team 10 wasn't responding to him. Luo Chao lowered her head as she pointed to Song Yiqing's direction. Qi Long turned to where her finger pointed to and saw Song Yiqing. He then started to scan Song Yiqing from head to toe. After a while, he said, who are you? I don't recognize you. Song Yiqing's face had turned green in anger. He wanted to teach that arrogant brat a lesson, but the moment he exposed his background, that brat ran away in fright. However, that brat still didn't want to give up and called his teammate over to help him. But, when his teammate walked over, he just acted blur and said that he didn't know him. Do they think that the Song family is easy to bully? I didn't expect a small major to have the guts to mess with me. Song Yiqing gritted his teeth and waved his hand. A middle-aged man suddenly jumped out from the crowd and attacked Qi Long. Boom! Qi Long raised his fist and resisted the attack. He immediately raised his hand after that and shouted, "Wait!" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He looked back at Song Yiqing and waited for his command. The Song family placed him here so that he could protect Song Yiqing. Hence, he would only listen to Song Yiqing's orders. Qi Long saw this and knew that the snobbish lieutenant colonel was the decisive factor. He quickly continued, "I just came here and I really don't know what is happening. If you want to fight, you should at least give me a reason to, right? If not, how am I supposed to answer to my regiment commander? If boss got angry at me because of this, I would definitely be punished. But, times are different now. I am a domain realm master, so I shouldn't just roll over and get punished whenever boss is in a bad mood. I need to maintain my reputation and dignity as a domain realm master, right? Fine, in actual fact, my reputation and dignity mean nothing. I am still the Qi Long that boss could torture whenever he wants." Qi Long wanted to cry when he thought of this. "You don't know. Why don't you ask your friend?" Song Yiqing said furiously. "Why is he putting on that innocent face? Who is he trying to show?" Qi Long turned and glared at Li Yingjie, who was hiding in the crowd. Li Yingjie knew that he was discovered, so he popped his head out and said, "Song Yiqing, the grandson of the second marshal." Qi Long felt his teeth hurting. He knew he got fooled by Li Yingjie this time. This stupid person gave him such a big headache the moment he arrived. He looked at Song Yiqing and pondered seriously for a moment. He appeared enlightened and said, "Oh, you are a descendant of the second marshal, however, I don't have anything against you. Goodbye." He turned and wanted to run away. If he had the chance to not provoke this person, he would take it. When Qi Long retreated, Song Yiqing knew that this bunch of brats were just sheep in wolves' clothing. He was fooled, and his heart started to burn with anger because of it. He shouted furiously, "Hit him!" The middle-aged man received the order and rushed towards Qi Long. He raised his fist and aimed it at Qi Long's back. However, Qi Long didn't seem to notice the sneak attack at all. Everyone gasped in shock. Of course, only the members of 250 Mecha clan were extremely calm. If leader Qi Long would get injured by this, he wouldn't be called leader Qi Long anymore. Boom! A human figure flew back into the room and slammed heavily onto the ground. The figure rolled on the ground and toppled a few tables before stopping. Pfft! The person lying on the ground vomited multiple mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't get up anymore. Qi Long patted his military boots as though he was dusting it. Then, he put down his leg and said nonchalantly, I said that I don't have anything against you. Why must you still attack me? How stupid. Qi Long was an oppressive person in nature. However, Ling Lan had a more extreme version of his nature which allowed her to easily suppress his true nature, so he seldom could reveal it. The entire cafeteria was dead silent. That middle-aged man was at the peak stage of Qi Jin. However, Qi Long managed to injure him with a single kick. This showed how powerful he was. Everyone looked at the young major in shock and wondered who he really was. Song Yiqing narrowed his eyes. He was astounded by Qi Long's display of prowess too. However, Qi Long was doing so to obviously humiliate him. This was the first time someone looked down on him so blatantly. His emotions took control of him. He pointed his finger at Qi Long and said angrily, "How dare you injure my man? You! The Song family will not forgive you. Do you think I'm really afraid of the Song family?" Qi Long snorted. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but since someone was really asking for it, he would gladly give that someone trouble. His boss only instilled them with 3 rules: don't create trouble, face your problems bravely, and annihilate your enemy. Fine. How arrogant. I'm interested to know who you are. How dare you disrespect the second marshal? Song Yiqing was not an idiot. He immediately took out the second marshal card so that he could use it against Qi Long since the Song family card wouldn't do. Marshal Song is a role model of the military, and I'm a soldier, so of course I respect Marshal Song a lot. However, what does the Song family have to do with Marshal Song? Qi Long smiled. Is he planning to frame him for being disrespectful towards a marshal? Does Song Yiqing think that he is really just a humble and honest person? There was one requirement in order to become a marshal. It was that he couldn't be affiliated with his family. It meant that his merits and honor was only for himself. Thus, it wouldn't affect his family's status quo, no matter how much merits he has. Anyone that breaks this rule would be brought to the military court. Of course, none of the marshals really followed this rule. They would all help their descendants to gain more benefits and resources, giving them a smoother path in the military. Everyone knew this. However, no one would say it blatantly. Qi Long made use of this point, so by right, he didn't have to be afraid of Marshal Song. In the end, Song Yiqing could only complain that Qi Long was disrespectful towards him as Qi Long had a lower rank than him. It was a rule that officers with lower ranks should maintain a certain level of respect for anyone who had a higher rank than them. However, this rule was only applicable whenever they are in a division. Once they went out of the division, this rule was just for the show. When a dispute happened, no one would care what your rank was. The people clearing up the mess would be the generals of the various divisions. However, no generals would be willing to bow their heads down to their equals, as this would affect the reputation of their respective divisions. Hence, no one would be punished for such a small matter. Also, Qi Long's father was the general of a division. My father always hit me, so it is probably alright for me to take a tiny revenge and create some trouble for him. Qi Long gave an evil smile. But, to other people, his face was still humble and honest looking. Song Yiqing was speechless. He really didn't know if Qi Long really didn't know anything, or was he serious about that. Since you dare to challenge the Song family, you should have the guts to tell me what your name is, right? Song Yiqing sneered. 23rd Division, 250 Ace Mecha Clan, leader of Team 03, Qi Long replied calmly. Song Yiqing then looked at Liangjie. He still remembered that Liangjie humiliated him too. Liangjie raised his head arrogantly. 23rd Division, 250 Ace Mecha Clan, leader of Team 10, Liangjie. Good. I'll remember you. Song Yiqing gritted his teeth as he replied. He decided that he must frame them for being disrespectful towards the second marshal. Even if they denied it, it wouldn't affect anything. Such normal soldiers who had no background were easy to deal with. At that moment, Liangjie suddenly sniggered. Oh right, to prevent you from finding the wrong person, there is something I have to tell you. Qi Long felt that something bad was going to happen. Our Team 03 leader is the son of the general of the 13th Division, the famous god of the battlefield, Qi Yaoyang. Liang Jie pushed Qi Long to the crossfire without any hesitation as he really couldn't do anything to Song Yiqing. If Song Yiqing took revenge on him and let his grandfather knew what had happened, he would be chased back to the 4th Division. He already spent a lot of effort and time to gain merits in the 23rd Division, so he didn't want to go back and become a puppet controlled by his family. It's the god of the battlefield. It's the invincible god of the battlefield, Qi Yaoyang. Everyone gasped in shock. The three great marshals control the entire military world. However, to the soldiers, their fame was not as great as the undefeatable gods like Ling Shao and Qi Yaoyang. They were the people they respected the most. Hence, when they heard that Qi Long was Qi Yaoyang's son, they started to look at him with respect. The pressure from Song Yiqing's background now seemed insignificant in comparison. Even Song Yiqing's heart started pounding furiously when he heard this. A normal major without any background was totally different from the son of an undefeatable god. If he continued to be at loggerheads with Qi Long, he would have to face the anger of two generals, General Ling Shao and General Qi Yaoyang, as General Ling Shao would definitely protect Qi Long for the sake of General Qi Yaoyang. That meant that his grandfather would have to face the attack from both the 1st Marshal and the 3rd Marshal. This would be a great crisis towards his grandfather's position. The best-case scenario of that situation would that the subordinates of the 1st Marshal weren't willing to help the people of the 3rd Marshal, hence his grandfather would only have to face one faction. However, even this scenario was already enough for his grandfather to have a headache. Song Yiqing was not a stupid person, proven by the fact that he was able to gain the support of his grandfather. He immediately thought of the terrible consequences that could come up. His heart dropped. He restrained himself and squeezed out a smile on his face. I didn't know that you are the son of General Qi. You have my respect. Our families are both working hard for the Federation, so we clearly shouldn't disturb them with our tiny farce. So. Qi Long gave his humble smile again as he scratched the back of his head, pretending that he didn't know what Song Yiqing was saying. This matter between us will end here. Song Yiqing forced his words out. He admitted defeat. Oh, was there anything between us? Qi Long looked confused. No, Song Yiqing narrowed his eyes. He knew Qi Long was trying to make things difficult for him. Qi Long just wanted to hear him admitting defeat personally. Song Yiqing controlled his emotions. Qi Yaoyang. His grandfather would definitely deal with this person and wrestle back control of the 13th Division. When that happens, he would take his revenge on this bastard and let him understand the consequences of provoking him. That's good. I already said in the beginning that I don't have anything against you. Qi Long smiled and turned to look for Liang Jie. That sneaky fellow used me. Does he think I'm so easily pushed around? Qi Long's indifferent attitude proved that he didn't care about Song Yiqing at all. Song Yiqing could hear the crowd laughing at him, and his face turned green with anger. This time, he was humiliated badly by Qi Long. He knew that his reputation in Base 013 had clearly gone down. Boss Song, what do we do now? Zhou Chen asked softly. Let's go. They had already embarrassed themselves. Should they really continue to stay here and embarrass themselves further? Oh, okay. Zhou Chen didn't dare to say anything else, and he quickly asked his men to leave with Song Yiqing. The commanding officer, who had been watching the show all this time, pretended that he had just arrived. He walked into the cafeteria and asked, "Why is everyone standing at the door?" His adjutant saw the confused looks of the people from 250 Ace Mecha clan and informed them hurriedly, "This is the commanding officer of the base, Senior Colonel Du Mingyi." Senior Colonel Du. Qi Long quickly went forward. Major Qi, I didn't know that you are the son of General Qi Yaoyang. That, great. I hope that you will become a legend in the battlefield just like the general. Du Mingyi smiled amiably. He held Qi Long's hand and told him he had high hopes of him. This was a display of goodwill. Du Mingyi understood why 250 Ace Mecha clan was so special. It only had a population of a mecha team, but it was still able to be recognized as a mecha clan. It must be a mecha clan specially formed for Qi Long, just like 224 mecha clan. However, 224 mecha clan did things in a secluded manner. They didn't ask Song Yiqing to directly become the regiment commander of the mecha clan. Instead, they let him join a normal mecha clan first to gain some experience. As for 250 Ace Mecha clan, well, they did try to hide things up. At least they had a regiment commander for show to protect Qi Long's identity. Thank you. I will complete my mission under the guidance of my regiment commander and help protect the base. Qi Long gave a shy smile. His humble face didn't suit his status. Du Mingyi felt relieved. It was good that Qi Long was not someone hard to deal with. If another Song Yiqing came, his position of the commanding officer of the base would be in danger. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. Du Mingyi wanted to form a closer relationship with Qi Long, but his face suddenly turned serious. He turned and saluted towards the door. Regiment Commander. All the members of 250 Ace Mecha clan did the same thing too. They formed up in an orderly manner and saluted seriously, shocking everyone in the cafeteria. The entire canteen turned quiet. Footsteps could be clearly heard throughout the whole canteen. The crisp sound of a pair of military boots stepping on the floor got closer and closer. When the footsteps stopped, a cold and dignified figure appeared in front of everyone. This newcomer was wearing the lieutenant colonel uniform with a white cloak around her while holding a short whip in her hand. Ever since the harsh training started, a short whip was always in Ling Lan's hand. These short whips were prepared by Luo Chao and Han Shuya. Ling Lan liked the feeling of holding them, so she would play around with them even when there was no need to use them. Suddenly, a flash of white light landed on her right shoulder. Little White looked at everyone with its cute puppy eyes, warming the cold aura around Ling Lan a little. Just a little. Ling Lan scanned the crowd with her intense gaze. The soldiers from the base felt as though an ice knife was cutting into their flesh. Those that were weaker had to take a step back before they could withstand the intimidating aura. When she noticed that all the members of 250 Ace Mecha clan were standing near the entrance of the canteen, she frowned. What happened? Li Lanfeng had been watching the show the entire time, so he hurried forward and told Ling Lan what had happened in the canteen when she had not arrived yet. Ling Lan nodded slightly. After Li Lanfeng finished recounting, she waved her silver short whip and knocked it on her left palm. She said coldly, "In that case, Qi Long and Li Yingjie will be responsible for this matter." Qi Long and Li Yingjie's expressions froze. Their boss wanted them to solve their own problems, but Song Yiqing was not an easy person to deal with. However, the two of them quickly forgot about Song Yiqing. They believed that if they really couldn't handle him, their boss would definitely not leave them to the wolves, so there was no need to be afraid. Du Mingyi was shocked when he saw how respectful Qi Long was towards his regiment commander. He got even more vigilant. He wondered who this regiment commander was. How was he able to have a prince of the Federation like Qi Long bow down to him? Du Mingyi gathered his thoughts and smiled. "Regiment Commander Ling, you are finally here. Please have a seat." Although his actual rank was higher than Ling Lan, a regiment commander of an Ace Mecha clan had the same status as him in the army. He didn't know Ling Lan's background, so to be on the safe side, he chose to be polite first. Ling Lan handed her short whip to Li Lanfeng, and Little White obediently jumped onto Li Lanfeng's shoulder. Ling Lan tilted her body and stretched her hand out in front of her body. Du Mingyi smiled and walked into the cafeteria with Ling Lan side to side. When they started to walk away from the entrance, the logisticians of the base cleared up the broken tables and set up new tables. Soon, no signs of a fight could be seen in the canteen. The atmosphere was harmonious again. It was as though nothing had happened. Lin Zhongqing saw this and nodded his head secretly. The logisticians at this base are quite efficient. What are you looking at? Li Yingjie suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Lin Zhongqing glanced at him indifferently and walked away without replying. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Li Yingjie asked in a sad tone. Lin Zhongqing looked back at him and saw Li Yingjie who was like a puppy that didn't manage to get praised by its master. Lin Zhongqing's heart turned soft. He replied, "You did a good job of being arrogant." Li Yingjie immediately smiled brightly in response to his praise. His aura also turned radiant and lively. Lin Zhongqing was so moved by that smile that he started to doubt himself. When Li Yingjie forced me to enter his team in the past, was it really because he wanted to humiliate me? Or did Li Yingjie just want a friend? Lin Zhongqing smiled. It doesn't matter now, does it? Aren't I under boss now? He never regretted his decision. Lin Zhongqing looked at the firm back of Ling Lan. Ling Lan was someone strong and well-respected. He believed that if he followed Boss Lan, he would stand at the top one day. Li Shiyu was speechless when he saw Li Yingjie's stupid smile. He felt that Li Yingjie was embarrassing the Li family. He nudged Li Lanfeng with his elbow and pointed at their stupid little brother. Li Lanfeng smiled when he saw this. He mouthed 2 words to Li Shiyu, fatal attraction. The people from the Li family always had this strange ability. It was proven throughout all their generations, but no one understood why it happened. The descendants of the Li family would always find a good buddy that would go through thick and thin with him. From the looks of it, Li Yingjie had luckily found his buddy. They hoped that the two of them would be able to become good friends that would help each other through life or death. Li Lanfeng knew that since Li Shiyu wouldn't take over the Li family as the family head, Li Yingjie was the best candidate for the family head. However, once he becomes the family head, he would be exposed to all kinds of deception and plots, preventing him from being able to lead a simple life anymore. If he was able to get Lin Zhongqing as his best buddy, he would be able to cross through those kinds of problems without too much of a concern. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan. I found my best buddy too, right? I am really lucky. Li Shiyu looked at Li Yingjie and then looked back at his eldest cousin brother who was staring at their regiment commander. He turned envious. They had all found their best buddies. What about me? Li Shiyu looked around at all the familiar faces. Yet, none of them gave him that feeling. Li Shiyu suddenly clicked his tongue, then laughed at his greed. Not everyone in the Li family was able to find their best buddy. His father was an instance of someone who didn't. Maybe he inherited his father's fate. Han Jijian slowly moved towards Qilong. Qilong had a bitter expression on his face and said, "Jijian, help me think of a way out." Luckily, he had someone to rely on. What do you think? Han Jijian glared at him. You have already provoked the person. What else can you do? Do I have to evade that bastard the next time I see him? Qilong was frustrated. That was not his style. Did you forget what our boss said? 250 Ace Mecha clan was going to the top. It will not be a small fry. Han Jijian reminded his good friend. He felt that there was an underlying meaning behind the order of the arrival of the teams. Do you mean? Qilong's eyes lit up. Han Jijian mouthed, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Song Yiqing was the chicken. He believed that Li Lanfeng understood this too. That was probably why he stopped Luo Lang, Xie Yi, Zhao Jun, and the rest of the team leaders that wanted to stop Qilong just now. He allowed the commotion to become bigger and even used Li Yingjie to expose Qilong's identity. This was done to create a hype around Qilong. It would lay the foundation for him to subdue Song Yiqing in the future. It had to be said that every single step they made had been calculated by their boss. Han Jijian had to think carefully about his boss's intentions in case he understood it wrongly and created trouble for his boss. On the other side, Luo Chao and Han Shuya were comforting the shocked Lady Mei. They asked if she wanted to go back and get some rest. Lady Mei's face was pale, but she still shook her head firmly. Soon, She bid farewell to Luo Chao and Han Shuya and went on to continue her mission with the rest of the JMCs. Ling Lan and Du Mingyi came to the chairman's table. There were already a few lieutenant colonels and majors sitting on the table. They were also regiment commanders and leaders of the various mecha teams there. When they saw the commanding officer coming towards them with a cold-looking youth, they collectively stood up and welcomed them. Du Mingyi laughed. "Come, let me introduce to you all. This is the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, which will be stationed at our base 013 from now on." Ling Lan's eyes twitched when she heard what Du Mingyi said. She realized that she had an affinity with certain numbers ever since she came into this world. For instance, this base was called Base 013. Her camp was Camp 38. Her mecha clan's name was 250 and Qilong belonged to the 13th Division. Luckily, in this world, these numbers have no special meaning. If not, she would be embarrassed. As Ling Lan complained in her heart, her expression remained the same. Her face still remained cold. After Du Mingyi introduced her, she nodded at everyone at the table and greeted them. From the short interaction with Ling Lan, Du Mingyi knew that she was silent and hard to get close to, so she was not someone easy to talk to. Hence, he didn't get angry at her attitude and asked Ling Lan to sit down beside him. He went to the front seat and asked everyone to sit down. Li Lanfeng saw this and helped took Ling Lan's cloak off for her. Ling Lan had no adjutant, so such little matters were done by her comrades. Today, Li Lanfeng was on shift. After Ling Lan sat down, the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan also sat down. Du Mingyi noticed this and his eyes twitched. He looked at Ling Lan intently. After a while, he smiled and pointed at the table. He spoke to the lieutenant colonel on his right. "Come, let me introduce the outstanding regiment commanders and leaders of our base. This is the leader of the scout team, Su Shiming. We are able to escape unscathed many times because leader Su and his team constantly providing us with the latest news of the battlefield." Su Shiming was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. His eyes were deep. When he saw Ling Lan looking at him, he just nodded sternly. Ling Lan nodded back too. In the future, 250 Ace Mecha Clan would have to cooperate with these teams, so she needed to understand and get familiar with them first. This is the regiment commander of the advanced mecha team from AI or Independent Army, Cui Yunxian. Du Mingyi introduced all the people at the table. When he came to an empty seat, he coughed. He wanted to ignore this seat, but Ling Lan said, "This should be Lieutenant Colonel Song Yiqing's seat, right?" Du Mingyi smiled awkwardly. Lieutenant Colonel Song has a bad temper. However, after he thinks through everything, it'll be fine. Don't worry, Regiment Commander Ling. I will explain to Lieutenant Colonel Song and not let any conflicts happen between the two mecha clans. Ling Lan glanced at him nonchalantly. It's all right. Friendly competition is necessary. Let our subordinates have some fun. Du Mingyi's smile froze. Who does he think Song Yiqing is? When he said subordinates, does it mean that he couldn't be bothered to handle Song Yiqing himself? If Song Yiqing was here, he would definitely be furious. Du Mingyi could imagine the mess Song Yiqing would create if he went berserk. At first, he just wanted to understand 250 Ace Mecha Clan better. Who knew that the situation would turn uncontrollable this quickly? Du Mingyi started to get agitated. Ling Lan didn't seem to realize what Du Mingyi was thinking. She looked at the next person, Yen 3, who was looking at her thoughtfully. Ling Lan asked, "This is?" Ling Lan's words woke Du Mingyi up. He quickly continued, "This is the hero of our base. Before you came, his mecha team was the one protecting this base. He is the leader of the Evil Wind mecha team, Major Yen 3. Oh, so you are the leader of the Evil Wind mecha team." Ling Lan smiled coldly. Du Mingyi and Yen 3's heart dropped. Is Ling Lan going to settle his grudge against the Evil Wind mecha team now? Regiment Commander Ling, I've heard of what the Evil Wind mecha team did. Some of the members got too arrogant and went a little overboard. Leader Yen had already reprimanded them. Please forgive them. Du Mingyi protected the evil wind mecha team. Although they were a bunch of unruly fellows, they still belonged to this base. They were very loyal to this base. This was a trait no other mecha clans in this base had. The other mecha clans were stationed at this base, but in times of crisis, no one knew if they could rely on them. Based on what you said, the members of the Evil Wind mecha team are quite powerful. They just lack in the attitude aspect. Ling Lan looked at Du Mingyi indifferently. In that case, I don't mind letting them into my mecha clan to groom them. The entire canteen turned silent. Everyone's attention was on the chairman's table. The members of the Evil Wind mecha team glared at Ling Lan. If their friends didn't stop them, they would have gotten up and scolded Ling Lan. Yen 3 gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Lan sharply. He clenched his fists tightly. He was holding himself back because he knew that acting rashly would just make the situation worse. If not, he might have flipped the table already. At that moment, he felt that compared to this calm regiment commander Ling, the arrogant and irritating Song Yiqing who had a powerful background was weak, very weak. This was a perfect manifestation of a vicious character. She wanted to destroy the Evil Wind mecha team just because he had provoked her subordinates. Regiment Commander Ling, you are good at joking. Du Mingyi forced out a smile. Do you think that I'm kidding? Ling Lan looked at Du Mingyi coldly. Regiment Commander Ling, the Evil Wind mecha team is our base's team. It will not join 250 mecha clan. Du Mingyi's smile disappeared. His tone turned serious. Even if Ling Lan wanted the Evil Wind mecha team, he would have to make him agree to it first. Ling Lan looked at him calmly. I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion. Ling Lan, you are being too much. Du Mingyi was furious. He slammed the table and got up. Ling Lan just looked at him coldly without saying anything. She was not intimidated by his outburst at all. She just disregarded Du Mingyi entirely. However, Yen 3 couldn't take it anymore. He got up and slammed the table with his fist forcefully, causing all the cutlery on the table to clatter and fall to the ground. Yen 3's eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Ling Lan and shouted angrily, Regiment Commander Ling, the Evil Wind mecha team belongs to Base 013. I will not join any random mecha clan. So, please stop your wistful thinking. The Evil Wind mecha team was able to enjoy a good time at Base 013 because the commanding officer had been secretly taking care of them. Yen 3 was grateful towards the commanding officer because of that, so he couldn't bear to see Ling Lan treating him so disrespectfully. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and she slowly got up from her seat. When Li Lanfeng saw that, he came forward and draped the white cloak over Ling Lan's shoulder. Then, he presented her the silver short whip. Ling Lan pulled the cloak on her shoulders and took the silver short whip. After setting up the atmosphere, she slowly walked towards Yen 3 and glanced at him intently. Then, she raised her short whip and knocked on Yen 3's shoulder lightly. Yen 3 frowned. He wanted to flick the whip away. However, Li Lanfeng rushed forward and pressed Yen 3 firmly against his chair, making him unable to move. Ling Lan used her short whip and patted Yen 3's indignant face. She said calmly, I said I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion. Yen 3, he who understands the times is a wise man. Yen 3, you only have 3 days. If someone doesn't report to my mecha clan 3 days later at 8 a.m., I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Good luck to you. Ling Lan turned and looked at Du Mingyi. Senior Colonel Du, looks like no one wants to eat. I will take my leave first. After she finished speaking, she calmly walked out of the canteen. In the first place, Ling Lan agreed to attend this dinner because she wanted to understand the inner workings of Base 013 better. All the battle teams that were stationed here had their own thoughts. They were like a pile of loose sand. Du Mingyi instilled discord among the battle teams and made them guard against each other so as to protect his position, as they couldn't collaborate with each other due to them having their guard up against one another. If the battle teams were unable to unite together, no one would be able to threaten his position. Ling Lan felt that this was the worst method someone could use to consolidate his or her power. If a base was disunited and the people inside didn't trust each other, that base would get destroyed very soon. The other reason why Du Mingyi was able to sit in his position safely was that he had the Evil Wind mecha team, the most powerful mecha team in the base, backing him. From their conversation, she could tell that Yen 3 respected Du Mingyi very much. Once someone threatens Du Mingyi's position, Yen 3 would be willing to clear all the obstacles for him. Yen 3 was a good knife and the Evil Wind mecha team was a good weapon. So, that weapon shouldn't stay in the hands of a useless person and become a tool in the fight for his power. This was why Ling Lan decided to act that way. She didn't care if Yen 3 and the members of the Evil Wind mecha team would hate her. Even if they wanted to hate her, they would need to survive the hellish training first. Well, if they could survive it. As the members of 250 mecha clan saw their regiment commander leave from the chairman table, they stood up and walked behind their regiment commanders to the exit of the canteen. While they were walking, Lin Zhongqing winked at Qi Long and Luo Lang secretly. The members of the Ling Tian battle team slowed down and gathered behind everyone. Li Yingjie had sharp eyes, so he noticed their little actions. He stayed behind too. Damn it, I won't let them leave me out. Why are you winking weirdly at us? Qi Long asked curiously. Do you want to go back on an empty stomach? Lin Zhongqing rolled his eyes at Qi Long. He was in charge of the logistics of the mecha clan. Therefore, money was very important to him. He was not willing to fork out another sum of money to pay for dinner today. Luo Lang shook his head. He didn't like to be hungry. What's your plan? Qi Long's eyes lit up. Hee, I love to be naughty. It made him feel accomplished. Let's go grab some takeaway from the kitchen. Xie Yi clenched his fist excitedly. This was so interesting. If they didn't want to spend on a meal, they should be more creative with their ways of acquisition. Luo Lang finally understood what was happening. He looked at Lin Zhongqing in awe. As expected of the head of logisticians, he is so smart. Li Yingjie was excited too. He rubbed his hands and said, let's go quickly. I'm so hungry. While they rushed to the kitchen to take away some food, Du Mingyi fell on his chair in anger when Ling Lan walked away without giving him any respect for his position. The people sitting at the table exchanged glances with each other. They didn't know what to do. The person in charge of the canteen was dumbfounded when the main leads of the dinner today left. Should he still serve the food or not? Without Li Lanfeng's suppression, Yen 3 was able to finally move. He panted heavily a few times before managing to control his anger. Senior Colonel, I'm leaving. He got subdued by an adjutant. Who on earth is Ling Lan? He needed to calm down to think about this situation carefully. Just like that, Yen 3 left with his mecha team. The lively canteen turned quiet again. The JMC's acting attendants today retreated into a corner in fear. They had forgotten why they were here in the first place. They only had one thought in mind now. When will they be able to go back? This place is too frightening. Only Lady May's eyes were shining. Her heart pounded furiously when she saw Han Shuya bringing a bunch of junior officers out of the cafeteria. 250 Ace Mecha Clan, she must go there. She wanted to be like that lady, an independent lady and not an accessory of a man. Amidst the silence, a commotion arose in the kitchen. Du Mingyi was looking for a way to vent his anger, so he instantly shouted, Dong Jiahong, come out. Dong Jiahong, the person in charge of the canteen, ran out of the kitchen with a sad face. Senior Colonel. Why is it so noisy at the back? Senior Colonel, the people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan came and took all the food away. Dong Jiahong wanted to cry. They said if we don't give it to them, they will hit us. They didn't say that. When the people from 250 Ace Mecha clan entered the kitchen, all the cooks got frightened and kneeled on the ground, conceding their all the food without even a single argument. However, to keep himself safe, Dong Jiahong pushed the blame to the other party. Good, what a good move. Du Mingyi was so angry that he started laughing. Crack. The entire table collapsed under the pressure of Du Mingyi's trembling hand. Ling Lan, since you are so arrogant, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. Du Mingyi gritted his teeth. He hated people who had powerful backgrounds. That was why he didn't like Song Yiqing and used him to his advantage without any hesitation. However, now, he hated Ling Lan even more. Hence, he decided that he would not provide them any supplies at all from now on. He wanted to see how arrogant 250 Ace Mecha clan could be if they didn't have food and weapons. Senior Colonel, what about today's dinner? Dong Jiahong asked worriedly. There was no more food. What was he supposed to serve them? There is no food left, so let's go. Du Mingyi flicked his sleeve and left. When Du Mingyi left, the other officers knew today's dinner had ended. They shook their heads and left. Of course, they were unhappy at the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan. Even if he didn't reach a general consensus with the commanding officer, he still shouldn't have taken all their food away. At the chairman table, Su Shiming and Cui Yunxian shook their heads when they saw the mess in front of them. You have been watching the show for such a long time. What do you think of the new regiment commander Ling? Cui Yunxian asked in a low voice. This is not someone easy to handle. Senior Colonel Du met a difficult character this time, Su Shiming replied. If he continues what he is doing, Base 013 will eventually be internally destroyed one day. We need a strong character such as him to teach him a lesson. Cui Yunxian smiled coldly. He didn't like this commanding officer. We can't form that conclusion now. This regiment commander Ling is just too domineering. He left no leeway for himself, and that is not a good thing. Let's observe him for a while longer. Su Shiming frowned. He didn't like how Du Mingyi treated the base as his own house, but Ling Lan's domineering attitude was not to his liking too. This person took away all the food that was meant to be served to the hardworking and hungry soldiers. He was so hungry that he felt like cursing. That's true. We only met him once. We need to understand him further. I hope 250 Ace Mecha clan is a capable mecha clan. I don't want base 013 to be the first base to be destroyed by our enemy. 250 Ace Mecha clan attacked the most powerful mecha team of the base, the Evil Wind Mecha team, the moment they arrived. If 250 Mecha clan was not strong enough to protect the base themselves after they had destroyed the Evil Wind Mecha team, this entire base would be in danger. Cui Yunxian knew that they were just small characters. They were unable to resist against the advanced weapons of the Helia army. If the two Ace Mecha clans stationed at the bases beside us didn't help us, our base would have been destroyed. I believe that by this time, the Helia army should have noticed the oddity with our base. We will definitely face a harder time when they attack us again in the near future. Su Shiming sighed. They were in a dire situation now, but their commanding officer was only worried about his position. He felt dejected. He shook his head and put on his military cap. The next battle might be our hardest battle. There are too few people in 250 Ace Mecha clan. Cui Yunxian frowned as he sat up and took his military cap from his adjutant. Our base is the most dangerous, but they still sent a broken mecha clan here. Su Shiming smiled bitterly. I wonder if that problem stems from our commanding officer, or is there a problem with the higher authorities? You already know the answer. It's because of Du Mingyi. Cui Yunxian scoffed. If he hadn't offended someone he shouldn't, would their base be in such a bad state and have resources be reduced too? Su Shiming patted Cui Yunxian's shoulder. Don't be angry. Since we are already here, we have to put in our utmost effort and prepare for the next battle. Let's hope that we will still be able to see each other again. No one knew if they were able to come back alive in the next battle. After Su Shiming finished speaking, he gathered his men and left. Cui Yunxian left with his team too. They returned to their respective camps. The welcoming dinner ended on a bad note, but all the officers in the base saw how domineering and powerful 250 Ace Mecha Clan was. Even the heir of the 13th Division, Qi Long, was inside it too. Thus, all of them cleverly chose to sit at the side and didn't participate in the feud between Qi Long and Song Yiqing. On the other hand, the members of Ling Tian were carrying their spoils of victory happily back to their camp. Lin Zhongqing felt that something was amiss with them. He turned and looked at Li Yingjia's team. The food they were carrying was much more than what his team was carrying. His heart dropped. Li Yingjia, how much did you take? Lin Zhongqing had a bad feeling in his stomach. Li Yingjia said proudly, you left most of the food behind. Luckily, I was smart enough to bring all of it with me. The veins on Lin Zhongqing's forehead popped. They left those behind so that they wouldn't offend the rest of the soldiers at the base. This fellow, he took everything without informing them. Li Yingjia, you bastard. I will kill you. Lin Zhongqing rushed up to Li Yingjia and kicked him. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you being so unreasonable? Li Yingjia dodged the attacks with 2 huge containers in his hand. Stop kicking me. The food is going to spill out. Lin Zhongqing stopped immediately when he heard that. He looked at the 2 huge containers of food in Li Yingjia's hand. He couldn't bear to waste them. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I'll let you off for now. Once they go back to their camp, he would teach this person a lesson. Li Yingjia still didn't realize he did something stupid. He happily left with his 2 huge containers of food. Lin Zhongqing looked at the bastard's back, and he wanted to cry in frustration. Sob, did he mess up boss's plan? The thoughtful and thorough Lin Zhongqing finally made a mistake because of Li Yingjia. I should have known, Li Yingjia is my mortal enemy. Nothing good will happen when I am together with him. I must keep my distance from him from now on. Lin Zhongqing made a decision quietly. Will it be a problem if we offended the commanding officer of the base? Li Lanfeng asked worriedly when they arrived at their camp. Ling Lan glanced at him and replied calmly, as long as we don't bow down to him, he will always try to pull some tricks on us. Rather than wasting effort to scheme against him, it's better to distance ourselves right from the start and lay everything on the table clearly. That way, it won't seem weird if the commotion got bigger. If the commanding officer of this base was a capable and smart person, she didn't mind following him. But, Du Mingyi didn't have the right to make her bow down to him. Li Lanfeng thought for a moment and understood what Ling Lan meant. I see. This is the front line of the battlefield, so we can't afford to make any mistakes. Unless there is another way, I don't want to make the relationship so strained. Plus, I don't wish that we have to guard our backs when we are fighting for our lives on the battlefield. Ling Lan's gaze turned vicious, a killing intent flashed past her eyes. This was the reason she was so domineering today. She hoped that the people in the base would be united and fight their enemies together. She didn't want the people inside to be scheming against each other and fighting for power while ignoring the crisis that is coming towards them. I understand. If Du Mingyi would listen to them and prioritize what should be prioritized, they would let him continue his position as the commanding officer of the base. If he dared to play tricks on them, Li Lanfeng gave a cold smile. They would destroy him. He wouldn't allow anyone to spoil his rabbit's plans. Are they back yet? Ling Lan asked. Li Lanfeng shook his head. He stayed beside Ling Lan so he didn't know what her friends were doing. Based on Lin Zhongqing's personality, he will go and grab some food for us. I'm hungry, Ling Lan said with frustration. She rarely did something so impressive, but she still ended up with an empty stomach. Is this a warning by God? Is God telling her that she mustn't be so haughty in the future? It looks like I was more suitable to be the main villain. I should keep a lower profile in the future. To make sure that she was able to lead a stable life, Ling Lan always reminded herself that she was the main villain. She mustn't become those insignificant bosses that other people fought when they were leveling up. Li Lanfeng sensed Ling Lan's frustration and smiled. He quickly consoled her, they should be back soon. Let me go out and take a look. Ling Lan's ear suddenly twitched. No need. They are back. As expected of her head of logistics. He knew what his boss needed. Ling Lan gave Lin Zhongqing a thumbs up in her mind. Li Lanfeng wanted to laugh when he saw the cold aura subsiding from Ling Lan's body, revealing a young man with a hint of anticipation on it. Ever since Rabbit knew my real identity, he would restrain his force of presence when they were alone together. Isn't this an unexpected gain of the situation? For the first time, Li Lanfeng felt good about his appearance. Boss! Lin Zhongqing shouted while carrying a few plates over with a very rare expression of worry on his face. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. What is the matter? Something must have happened for Lin Zhongqing to show such an expression. It had to be said that Ling Lan understood her friends well. Due to an error in my commands, we took all the food in the kitchen. Lin Zhongqing lowered his head after putting the plates of food down, waiting for his boss to scold him for his blunder. You took everything? Ling Lan was stunned. Fine, they have offended all the officers there. 250 Mecha clan have become the main antagonist of the base. She looked at Lin Zhongqing's guilty face and comforted him, never mind, our plan has already been initiated beautifully so this will not affect anything. But the food, there was too much food. The mecha operators wouldn't be able to finish all of them. Lin Zhongqing was anxious. He didn't want to waste any of the food. Since there is enough food, we can have our own dinner party. Let's enjoy the food together. Let everyone have a taste of the food that was meant to be served for dinner today, Ling Lan replied after some thought. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lin Zhongqing answered excitedly. If his logisticians knew about this, they would be exhilarated. Lin Zhongqing looked at Ling Lan in admiration. His boss treated everyone fairly. He didn't ever forget anyone. Even if others looked down on logisticians, his boss didn't. He even took much effort to invent a set of physical skills techniques suitable for them so that they could become strong too. Lin Zhongqing never expected his boss to treat them so well. He used his own money and let every logistician get their own personal mecha. Their boss even promised them that their mechas would upgrade when their mecha piloting skills improved. Hence, besides the time spent on their work, the logisticians would use the rest of the time to train so that they could become better and stronger. 250 Ace Mecha Clan gave them an opportunity to climb higher. They do not have to stay as a logistician for life. They do not have to admire the mechas that they were not able to get. Only their boss had the courage and ability to help them realize their dreams. Lin Zhongqing had always been interacting with the logisticians so he knew how much the logisticians respected Ling Lan. They had already viewed themselves as a member of 250 Mecha Clan. Even if they became Ace Mecha Masters in the future, they would not move to other Mecha Clans. This was how charismatic his boss was. He was able to sway people to follow him and conquer the world with him, with just his actions. Lin Zhongqing wanted to leave and tell the logisticians this good news. However, Ling Lan called him before he could ask if he could be excused. Zhongqing, you might need to work harder in the next few days. Try to save as many supplies the base gave us as you can. Ling Lan reminded Lin Zhongqing that they might meet some troubles in the next few days. Lin Zhongqing's gaze turned cold as he understood Ling Lan's words. Boss, do you mean that the commanding officer would stop giving us food and other supplies? It's impossible he wouldn't do that, Li Lanfeng answered. Lin Zhongqing turned serious. I understand. I will arrange everything. I trust you. However, don't be too careful. He will not do things so blatantly. They will think of some reason to shut you up. Ling Lan said calmly, as long as you are able to find a loophole, you can do anything you want and I will back you up. Ling Lan was not afraid of whatever obstacles Du Mingyi could throw at her. She would be afraid if he didn't do anything and gave 250 Ace Mecha Clan whatever they want, as it meant that he might give them a lethal blow at a crucial time. Hence, she wished that he would do more obstacles to 250 Ace Mecha Clan so she could get rid of him faster, only then she would feel at ease when she brings her Mecha Clan out to fight with their enemies. Lin Zhongqing smiled. Yes, I understand. Boss, I will definitely complete this mission. Ling Lan waved her hand and asked Lin Zhongqing to go down to prepare for dinner. After Lin Zhongqing left, Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng, who hadn't moved a single inch, and raised her eyebrows. Shall we eat together? Li Lanfeng touched his chin instinctively. They should have put my food in the team leader's office. He wanted to eat with his rabbit but he was shy. Then go back and eat your food. I will not send you off. Ling Lan originally wasn't planning to share her food with Li Lanfeng. The reason for that was because she had a huge appetite. The amount of food served to her was just enough for her. There was no extra. However, Li Lanfeng served her for the entire day so she couldn't bear to chase him away like that. That was why she decided to be polite for once. Li Lanfeng gave a bitter smile. He shouldn't have rejected the offer. It was rare for him to have a chance to eat with Rabbit but he missed the chance, so he left the regiment commander's office with some regret in his heart and closed the door behind him. He was afraid that Ling Lan's table manners would scare the people that walked past the office. Although there was a dinner party for the entire Mecha clan later, they needed to maintain their dining etiquette. They couldn't eat too heartily. In Ling Lan's office, Ling Lan patted her bloated stomach in satisfaction after burping out loud. It was hard to be a regiment commander. The welcoming dinner ended on a bad note due to Ling Lan's dominance. The next day, the news of 250 Ace Mecha Clan being a domineering and fierce Mecha Clan spread throughout the entire base. Of course, this news was able to spread so quickly thanks to some certain people. Everyone was secretly observing the movements of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, as 250 Ace Mecha Clan had offended the three most powerful people in the base. The first person was the regiment commander of 224 Mecha Clan as well as a descendant of the second marshal, Song Yiqing. The second person was the leader of the unruly and powerful Evil Wind Mecha team, Yen 3. Even the boss of the base had to bend to their will them sometimes, as they were the aces of the base to protect them from their enemies. All the battle teams were afraid of offending them, as they could just leave them to wolves when the wolves come and attack them. The third person they had offended was the boss of the base, Du Mingyi. If 250 Ace Mecha Clan wanted to hold power in base 013, they needed to deal with the retaliation of these three people first. Du Mingyi could not harm 250 Ace Mecha Clan directly. After all, 250 Ace Mecha Clan was a Mecha Clan sent by the higher authorities. As the commanding officer of the base, he needed to treat them well. However, Du Mingyi as a narrow-minded person couldn't bear to let them off just like that. Hence, he would definitely pull some tricks behind the scenes. All his actions would be done in secret so nothing could be seen in a short while. Thus, his retaliation was not what everyone in the base wanted to see. They wanted to see what the Evil Wind Mecha team and Song Yiqing would do. Many people felt that Song Yiqing would be the first to take revenge on 250 Ace Mecha Clan. However, he surprisingly did nothing as everything seemed calm on his side, surprising many battle teams. They knew Song Yiqing was not someone who accepted defeat easily. Yet, this time, in the face of the heir of the 13th Division, Qi Long, he chose to bear with his anger. After everyone took some time to think about his actions, everyone understood why he didn't do anything. He was waiting for the Evil Wind Mecha team to act first. He wanted to use the Evil Wind Mecha team to test the 250 Ace Mecha Clan depths. He could afford to wait for the Evil Wind Mecha team but they couldn't as Ling Lan only gave them 3 days. After the 3 days, they had to report to 250 Ace Mecha Clan at 8 a.m. Song Yiqing was a haughty person but he was not stupid. He knew he should stay low first and let other people test the waters of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Just like what Song Yiqing expected, after the members of the Evil Wind Mecha team came back from the welcoming dinner, they felt extremely uncomfortable. They didn't know what to do. Ling Lan forced them to make a decision. Are they going to submit to him or should they retaliate back? Leader, we will not go. Unless we die, we will not leave the Evil Wind Mecha team. The mecha operators from the Evil Wind Mecha team gathered at the training ground and pledged their alliance to Yen 3 loudly. They met many life or death situations on the battlefield before, making them stubborn and unyielding. I'm thinking about what Ling Lan would do to make me regret if we don't go. Yen 3 wouldn't submit to Ling Lan just because of a single sentence. However, he couldn't throw the threat to the back of his mind. Ling Lan was someone who had the heir of the 13th Division as his mecha operator, so she definitely must have some capabilities. This made him worried. If he was alone, he was not afraid. He might just be forced out of the military and become a commoner. However, in reality, he had many mecha operators under him. They had a bright future ahead. He couldn't let them suffer just because of his decision. He will just force us out of the military. What is so frightening about that? I don't like wars anyway. It's not too bad if I can go back and become a normal worker. The mecha operators were not stupid too. They had considered this possibility before. Yes, leader. We made a vow before. We will rather stand and die instead of kneeling to live. We will not go back on our vow even if we have to suffer, one of the mecha operators said what everyone was thinking. If they betrayed their belief and lived without meaning, what is the point of living? Yen 3 looked at his team members intently and saw their firm expressions. He said slowly, "Are you really not afraid? Why should we be afraid? We have been through so many near-death situations on the battlefield. Why will we be afraid of a mere ace mecha clan?" Someone laughed and replied. Everyone laughed along. Their fearless laughter portrayed their feelings now. They were really not afraid. They were people who struggled to survive on the battlefield. Their lives were clawed back from the brink of death. Nothing was able to threaten them compared to what they had experienced on the battlefield. Well, let's not care about that damn 250 ace mecha clan and do what we are supposed to do. Yen 3 waved his hand and made a decision. Even the commanding officer of the base asked him to ignore 250 ace mecha clan, so why should he be afraid of them? The 3-day deadline finally ended. Everyone's attention was on 250 ace mecha clan and the Evil Wind Mecha team. Finally, it was 8 a.m. The entrance of the two camps was quiet. No one came out, no one went in. Looks like the Evil Wind Mecha team decided to ignore Ling Lan. Cui Yunxian and Su Shiming were sitting in the camp of the scouts. They were looking at the information Cui Yunchuan's scouts brought back. Isn't this within our expectations? If Yen 3 submitted to Ling Lan that easily, he wouldn't be Yen 3. Su Shiming worked with Yen 3 many times. Yen 3 had a bad temper, but he had the capabilities and morals. Su Shiming admired this man. It's time to see how Regiment Commander Ling will handle this. If Ling Lan didn't subdue the Evil Wind Mecha team today, he would be embarrassing himself. Times passed. Yet, there was still no activity within the 250 Ace Mecha clan camp. Just when everyone was anxious, they heard a loud vibration coming from the two camps. What is happening? Let's rewind the time. At the regiment commander's office at 250 Ace Mecha clan camp. The time was before 8 a.m. Ling Lan was flipping through some documents. The 10 team leaders were already prepared to receive orders. Li Shiyu and his medical team were inside the office too. Luo and Han Shuya wore their white gowns again and waited excitedly for 8 a.m. to arrive. Finally, it was 8 a.m. Luo Xiaoyun, who was in charge of guarding the entrance, immediately reported to Yang Mingji that the Evil Wind Mecha team didn't appear. Regiment commander, the Evil Wind Mecha team didn't come. Yang Mingji immediately reported to Ling Lan. Ling Lan stopped flipping the documents. The next second, she closed the file. As expected, they didn't come. She stood up. The temporary adjutant for the day, Lin Zhongqing, quickly draped the white cloak over her shoulders. Just as he was about to pick up the silver short whip, Han Shuya had already rushed forward and brought it to her. Ling Lan had no choice but to take it. She knocked Han Shuya's forehead. This little girl thought that I liked to use the whip to punish people. Han Shuya touched her head and smiled like an idiot, making Luo Chao felt frustrated. She should have gotten the short whip just now. She missed a chance to interact intimately with her boss. Ling Lan brought all the team leaders to the wall that separated their camp and the camp of the Evil Wind Mecha team. All the team members of the 10 teams were waiting there. They rubbed their hands in anticipation as they waited for the command from their regiment commander. Ling Lan knocked the short whip against her palm. She smiled, and shouted, "Luo Lang. Here, regiment commander." Luo Lang came out excitedly. His beautiful face seemed extremely vibrant today. Many logisticians who came to watch the show got dazzled by his looks. Suddenly, a piercing flash of lightning flashed past their eyes, instantly blinding them for a moment. When they finally recovered their vision, they saw a calm Xie looking at them intimidatingly. The logisticians immediately lowered their heads in response. They couldn't afford to offend Leader Xie. Of course, they couldn't provoke Leader Luo Lang too. They should just stick to looking at First Lieutenant Luo Chao, as it was much safer. Well, you actually cooperated. The calm-looking Xie was actually not calm at all. The dark character smiled coldly. "I don't want you to humiliate yourself in front of so many people. This is my body after all." If he turned into a lump of black coal after releasing that lightning bolt, everyone spectating would have laughed at him. "If you cooperated with me every time, we would be fine." Xie felt gloomy. "I'm not happy." The dark character disappeared after he said his piece. Hey, Xie shouted for a while, but no one replied to him. He knew his dark character was ignoring him again. That fellow had such a bad temper. It was so difficult to interact with him. Ling Lan walked to the wall slowly and patted it with her short whip. It made a dull sound, meaning that the wall was solid the whole way through. Shoddy projects would not happen in the military. She took 2 steps back and placed the short whip back in her palm. She smiled. "Luo Lang, break it down for me." "Yes." Luo Lang rubbed his hands and walked to the wall. Just before he acted, his boss added, "5th level 1-inch punch. I want the entire wall to be destroyed. Why is there a wall in the middle of her camp? I should take it down." Ling Lan decided to expand the camp of her mecha clan. Luo Lang's eyes shone brightly as he understood what Ling Lan wanted. His boss didn't just want the members of the Evil Wind Mecha team. He wanted to take over their camp too. He liked this idea. A few team leaders and mecha operators who had a quick mind managed to get what their regiment commander was thinking. They smiled happily. This bunch of experienced soldiers weren't like the new soldiers who had a clear idea of what was right and wrong. They only knew one rule: survival of the fittest. Everything could be settled with strength and power. Ling Lan's brutal and domineering method suited their taste perfectly. They felt that they would never go wrong if they followed their regiment commander. One of the reasons why these mecha operators became useless and developed mental illness was because their past regiment commanders were not powerful enough. They were forced to keep their emotions to themselves, so in the end, it twisted their minds. Luo Lang released his power. It slowly climbed up from the primary stage of Qi Jin to half a step before the domain stage. Boom! Luo Lang released his fist. The 5 waves of Qi Jin caused the sturdy wall to collapse instantly. The entire ground vibrated due to the impact, alerting everyone who was in the vicinity. Qi Long and the other people looked at Luo Lang in envy when they saw how powerful the 5th level of 1-inch punch was. Ling Lan said, "If you are interested, I can teach you all the 4th level 1-inch punch." In order to ensure that Luo Lang's 1-inch punch remained as his personal technique, Ling Lan would only teach her other friends the 4th level 1-inch punch. If Luo Luo Lang didn't enter the domain stage and show that he could handle the backlash from the 5th level 1-inch punch now, she wouldn't teach her friends 1-inch punch at all. Thank you, boss. Qi Long was so excited he forgot to call Ling Lan their regiment commander. Lin Zhongqing took out a small notebook from his pocket. He flipped it open and uncapped his pen. Then, he looked at Qi Long helplessly. Qi Long, you breached a military rule. The temporary adjutant had to step in as the military discipline master too. I must be impartial. Lin Zhongqing apologized to Qi Long in his heart. Ah. No. Qi Long remembered that this was not a personal interaction with his boss. His boss had warned them before. He hugged his head in agony and his face turned pale. He could almost imagine the miserable scene when his boss punishes him later. Qi Long's exaggerated behavior made the other team leaders and experienced mecha operators smile. Qi Long didn't have the temper of a young master. He was like the mascot of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. These experienced mecha operators hated people with special backgrounds, but they were willing to accept Qi Long. They treated him like a junior. This was why Qi Long was able to become the team leader of Team 03, not because he was powerful. It was because the experienced mecha operators really loved him and wanted to help him. Every team leader had their own style, and no one was better than the other. Ling Lan only wanted them to lead their teams well. She didn't care about how they did it. If they were unable to shoulder this responsibility, she wouldn't show any mercy to them too. She would remove them from the position. Fortunately, all her friends didn't embarrass her. Although they were not as good as the 3 experienced leaders, the difference between them was not too wide, making Ling Lan relieved. At the camp of the Evil Wind Mecha team, Yen 3 wasn't calm from the moment he woke up early in the morning. He felt worried and uncomfortable. Although he had decided to ignore Ling Lan's words, he was still anxious. He didn't know what Ling Lan would do to his mecha team. At that moment, he heard a huge explosion from their camp. He jumped up instantly. What happened? The members of the Evil Wind Mecha team rushed out of their dormitory. They came to the place where the sound came from and saw a collapsed wall. On their side of the now collapsed wall, a young and beautiful major was dusting his hands calmly. When he saw them coming, he stepped back into the camp of 250 Ace Mecha Clan and looked at them coldly. Ling Lan, this is too much. The moment Yen 3 came, he saw Ling Lan standing behind the beautiful major. His heart burned with anger. This person has the guts to destroy the wall between their camps. Ling Lan glanced at him nonchalantly. She raised her silver ship and slashed it in the air. The whip made a slashing sound in the air. It seemed like a command. The moment the 10 teams behind her heard this sound, they charged towards the members of the Evil Wind Mecha team. Li Shiyu stood at the back and looked at his medical team indifferently. Are you prepared? Yes, leader. The people in the medical team raised their syringes high in the air. Their eyes were shining with anticipation. They had new test subjects to play with. Yen 3 was caught off guard, but he still reacted correctly to the situation. He quickly pressed the alarm of his camp. As the alarm rang, members of the Evil Wind Mecha team instantly rushed over from different parts of the camp. The 2 groups of people collided, and a fierce battle ensued. Ah! However, the members of the Evil Wind Mecha team didn't last for long. They started screaming in agony and everyone kept losing their grounds. Although they had fought in many battles before, they came from all kinds of backgrounds and just learned through their own experiences. Their knowledge of fighting in a battle couldn't be compared with the experienced soldiers who had trained for many years and had been through standardized training. When the 2 parties collided, the results were lopsided. The members of the Evil Wind Mecha team were subdued quickly. The most important factor that contributed to this lopsided result was the 250 Ace Mecha Clan coming prepared for the battle. Moreover, the Evil Wind Mecha team didn't expect this to happen, so they were caught off guard, causing them to get subdued that quickly. If the evil wind mecha team had time to prepare, they could have resisted for a longer time. However, the end results would still be the same. Among the many messy battles, Yen 3 was in one of them, trying his best to force back a middle-aged man. Before the middle-aged man could attack him again, he charged towards Ling Lan, who was standing on the camp of 250 Ace Mecha Clan and was looking at the battle calmly. Yen 3 knew his mecha team would have a chance to survive only if he caught Ling Lan. The middle-aged man wanted to chase after Yen 3, but when he saw him rushing towards their regiment commander, he stopped. He instantly turned and dashed towards another person who was fighting with his comrade. Since Yen 3 wanted to die, he would not stop him. Only the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan knew their regiment commander was a beast. Whoever who offended him would have a terrible time. Halfway through him dashing towards her, Ling Lan already noticed Yen 3. She looked over and glanced at him coldly. Yen 3 was shocked to see Ling Lan had noticed him. He then realized that Ling Lan didn't move at all. She seemed to think that Yen 3 was not a threat to him. It's good that Ling Lan looks down on me, Yen 3 thought. As long as he subdued Ling Lan, he would be able to turn the tides around and return them the humiliation she had given him. Yen 3's gaze turned cold. He extended his right hand, trying to grab Ling Lan's throat. He wanted to subdue Ling Lan with a single move. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! Yen 3 was pressed firmly onto the ground by this person. It was Li Lanfeng. He was already not far away from Ling Lan when he saw Yen 3 attacking her. He was immediately furious and blocked Yen 3's attack. Li Lanfeng choked Yen 3's throat tightly in his fit of anger, almost suffocating Yen 3 to death. Ling Lan walked over slowly. Her military boots stepped on the ground and made a clear tapping sound that traveled through both camps. She tapped Li Lanfeng's shoulder with her short whip. Li Lanfeng released his grip and took a step back. Ling Lan looked down on Yen 3 as though he was a nobody. Yen 3, you are so stupid that you still don't know you are used by everyone as expendables. Yen 3 glared at Ling Lan with bloodshot eyes. What does he mean by everyone was using him? Isn't he the one who was destroying his mecha team? Ling Lan knocked the short whip on her palm and pondered for a moment. Rather than letting you become everyone's tool and dying in their hands without even knowing the reason, why don't you become my guinea pig and let yourself be useful? At least you will not die for nothing. A simple sentence sealed the fate of the evil wind mecha team. Guinea pig? Yen 3 narrowed his eyes. He glanced around his surroundings and saw Li Shiyu and his medical team. He saw the military doctors in white gowns. They were actually logisticians who joined Li Shiyu's medical team temporarily, taking out a syringe and stabbing it into one of his immobile team members. That member started howling in pain as he couldn't bear with this excruciating pain. He wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but he realized he didn't even have the energy to do that. He was unable to kill himself. That meant that he had to be tortured to death. As he was struggling, he saw his leader lying on the ground. He looked at him hopefully. He was not hoping that his leader would save him. Instead, he was hoping that his leader would kill him and end his pain. The strained veins in Yen 3's eyes showed how indignant he was now. His eyes popped out as he stared at his team member as he was familiar with this person. His name was Ping Jiayuan, a strong man who was not afraid of death. Once, his cockpit was hit by his opponent, which got heavily injured. His stomach was slashed by his opponent's mecha, releasing his intestines out. However, even in that kind of situation, he forced himself to stay conscious and stuffed his intestines back into his body, before continuing to operate his mecha until he killed his opponent. That time, if the military doctor didn't come on time, Ping Jiayuan would have sacrificed himself then. He was a strong man, but he still couldn't handle the agent his opponent injected into his body. Yen 3 finally understood what Ling Lan meant by guinea pigs. He was planning to let his entire mecha team test the agent they had created. Bastard! Yen 3 exploded in anger. He screamed furiously and leaped up from the ground. He wanted to stab this devil in the heart. Boom! An invisible wall stopped his hand. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. You must have not learned to be obedient from your parents. The minute she finished speaking, she waved her short whip. The short whip formed lingering shadows in the air. Yen 3 felt a sharp pain in his chest. His entire body flew out, before slamming hard onto the ground. Blood spurted out of his mouth, staining the ground. One move and he got seriously injured. Yen 3 looked at the cold young officer and he thought of 3 words, Domain Realm Master. At this moment, the battle between the 2 teams had ended. Yen 3 heard the leaders of the 10 teams reporting to Ling Lan. He felt despair. 250 Ace Mecha Clan acted quickly and viciously. Even if the commanding officer arrived now, it would already be too late. Yen 3 didn't believe that his ruthless young man would let them off. Are you going to walk into 250 Ace Mecha Clan or do we have to drag you in? Ling Lan heard the reports of the 10 team leaders and went back to Yen 3. Evil Wind will never submit to anyone. Yen 3 bit his lips forcefully. Blood dripped down his lips. Very good. What a strong character. Shiyu, send him off. Ling Lan turned around suddenly and called the military doctor. Li Shiyu put down what he was doing and walked over slowly. His gentle aura and amiable smile made Yen 3 feel that he was a good person. He didn't understand why such a person would appear in this mecha clan which was filled with devils. Li Shiyu sensed Yen 3's puzzlement and smiled. My nickname is Dr. Frankenstein. Dark Frankenstein. Yen 3 was stunned. He couldn't understand what Li Shiyu meant. Li Shiyu took out a miniature syringe. His smile got brighter. I am also the head of the medical department of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Yen 3's eyes widened. He finally understood this seemingly good person was the root of all evils. As he thought of that, the syringe stabbed through his skin. Yen 3 fell backward. Su Shiming and Cui Yunxian were unable to sit still after they heard the explosion. They rushed to the entrance of the camps of the Evil Wind Mecha Team and 250 Ace Mecha Clan. When they arrived, they saw many people had already arrived before them. Before they could ask around, the alarm at the Evil Winds camp sounded. Su Shiming was the leader of the scouts team so he immediately knew something was amiss. Damn it! Cui Yunxian asked hurriedly, what's the matter? 250 Ace Mecha Clan has started its action. Su Shiming gave a bitter smile. But they didn't come out. Cui Yunxian was confused. The Evil Wind Mecha Team and 250 Ace Mecha Clan are just separated by a wall. They can break the wall and get into the camp of Evil Wind directly. Su Shiming felt frustrated. Why didn't I think of this earlier? But that is against the rules of the base. They won't do this. No one could destroy the boundaries segregating the different camps. If someone broke this rule, they would be charged with treason. This rule was enforced because the military was afraid there were spies in the camps who would damage the walls that protected the base and the various camps so that their enemies could enter without any hindrance. Once this rule was released, no matter how bad the relationships of various mecha clans were, no one dared to break into someone else's camp through the walls. They were afraid that they would accidentally damage something, allowing their competitors to find a reason to charge them with treason. Because of this, Su Shiming and Cui Yunxian didn't expect Ling Lan to destroy the wall between the two camps. They were not the only ones who thought this. The commanding officer and the other commanders at the base probably didn't think of this too. This was why everyone only looked at the entrance of the two camps. They believed that any disputes would occur at the entrance. Aren't they afraid that Du Mingyi would charge them with treason? Cui Yunxian gasped. Did they damage the camp? Su Shiming asked him back. Cui Yunxian was stunned for a moment. He couldn't understand what Su Shiming meant. What if the Evil Wind Mecha Team's camp belongs to 250 Ace Mecha Clan now? He has the right to do anything within his own camp. Su Shiming's eyes shone. If what he thought was true, Regiment Commander Ling was a difficult person to deal with. He was arrogant and domineering but smart too. Du Mingyi was definitely not his match. It looked like he needed to consider his own stand. But that is the camp of the Evil Wind Mecha Team. Cui Yunxian still couldn't get what Su Shiming was saying. Evil Wind is part of 250 Ace Mecha Clan now, so their camp belongs to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Su Shiming didn't beat around the bush anymore. Cui Yunxian was speechless. He realized that if that was really the case, they couldn't do anything to 250 Ace Mecha Clan now. But will Evil Wind be willing to submit to them? I don't know. They are the most important factor now. However, I suspect that Evil Wind will not be able to appear in front of us anytime soon. Su Shiming seemed to be in deep thought. He wasn't sure what method Regiment Commander Ling would use to force the people of Evil Wind Mecha Team to bow down to him, but he knew if the Evil Wind Mecha Team didn't appear soon, 250 Ace Mecha Clan would be safe for the moment. It wasn't easy for Du Mingyi to harm 250 Ace Mecha Clan, as 250 Ace Mecha Clan belonged to the 23rd Division. They were sent by the higher authorities to guard Base 013. Even as the commanding officer of Base 013, Du Mingyi didn't have the right to enter the grounds of 250 Ace Mecha Clan to carry out an inspection unless he had ample evidence and courage to strike before reporting. If not, he had to follow the procedure and submit a request to the military headquarters or the headquarters of the 23rd Division and wait for the 23rd Division or the military to send an inspection squad to inspect 250 Ace Mecha Clan. This would take some time. If 250 Ace Mecha Clan had some background and managed to get the 23rd Division to suppress this issue, the time for the inspection squad to come over would be even longer. Thus, Regiment Commander Ling definitely had enough time to settle the issue with Evil Wind. The crux of the matter was whether Regiment Commander Ling was able to force the members of the Evil Wind Mecha Team to admit that they belonged to 250 Ace Mecha Clan before the inspection squad came. This means that 250 Ace Mecha Clan is fine for now, but it doesn't mean that they would be safe in the future. Cui Yunxian was enlightened. However, his focus was different from Su Shiming. He didn't believe that Regiment Commander Ling could make the people from the Evil Wind Mecha Team submit to him. Even if the people from Evil Wind didn't submit to them, the 250 Ace Mecha Clan has other ways out too. Su Shiming sighed. Cui Yunxuan's perspective was too shallow. Regiment Commander Ling was someone who was able to gain the respect of the young master of General Qi Yaoyang's household. He was definitely not a simple person. If not, would General Qi Yaoyang allow his son to be under him? As the leader of the scouts team, it had to be said that Su Shiming was an expert at analyzing. After putting all these links together, he believed that Du Mingyi had no chance of succeeding against Ling Lan. However, Su Shiming didn't think that 250 Ace Mecha Clan would be safe too. Du Mingyi was not the only person that could affect 250 Ace Mecha Clan's future. There was still Song Yiqing, the young master of the 2nd Division. Before Song Yiqing acted, no one knew what the result of this battle was. At that moment, the people of 250 Ace Mecha Clan were very busy. The logisticians entered the camp of the Evil Wind Mecha Team and started tidying the place. Lin Zhongqing was having a headache now. His 4 deputies, Li Jinghong, Luo Xiaoyun, Yuan Yuyun, and He Chaoyang were asking him for more manpower. Our general management department is lacking in manpower. There are 400 more people for us to attend to. The pressure is high. We must have more people. He Chaoyang wore a bitter smile on his face as he said. All his logisticians worked from 4 a.m. till 10 p.m. There was no break for them in the middle. Every time they ended their work, they would be so tired they instantly fell asleep in their bed. Now, there were even more people at their base. His logisticians would not be able to handle the workload. Your general management department is still able to push through, but my coordination department is really having a hard time. Everyone looks for us. One person has to handle the workload of 3 people. My logisticians have to run all the time. This time, the medical department came to ask people from us. We sent the JMCs too, but there is still not enough people. I really have no one I can spare now. Li Jinghong was desperate too. Han Shuya and Luo Chao kept pestering him. If he didn't send them people soon, they might come over and flip his office table over. My resource department has no one to gather the statistics of the input and output of our mecha clan. I have to do it personally many times. Is this what a person in charge should do? Luo Xiaoyun had many complaints too. He was like a general without soldiers. All his men were transferred to other departments. Me too. There should be 2 logisticians for each mecha operator, but we only have 1 for each mecha operator. Now, the number of mecha operators doubled. Are we supposed to let 1 logistician take charge of 2 mecha operators? Is there any other mecha clans like us? Yuan Yuyun had a hard time. His logisticians were outstanding, so they were able to handle 1 mecha operator each. However, if they were asked to handle 2 mecha operators each, they should not be called logisticians. They should instead be called invincible warriors. Head, Zhongqing, we grew up together. Please give us some manpower. The 4 of them surrounded Lin Zhongqing and begged him. The entire 250 Ace Mecha clan was bustling with activities. In the regiment commander's office, the 10 team leaders were discussing with their vice-captains about the various new arrangements they had to commence. Ling Lan sat in her office and looked at the physical constitution reports of the members of Evil Wind that Li Shiyu sent her. She flipped through every page of the report, and her frown kept keeping after each consecutive page. So bad. She didn't expect their physical constitutions to that poor. She at least expected 3 people with good physical constitutions, as they were all hailed from a mecha team on the battlefield after all. Their physical constitutions were normal, to begin with. They were able to reach this state because they had achieved breakthroughs through life-or-death situations. This method, although quite economically friendly, was quite exhausting to one's body to its limit, making it more brittle in each process. Yet, there are no military doctors here to nurse back their health. I feel it was a miracle that they had managed to survive until now. Li Shiyu pondered for a moment. The body constitution of the members of Evil Wind suddenly gave him new inspirations for some interesting, new concoction. Can you patch it back? Ling Lan looked up and asked. She couldn't bear to let these good soldiers leave the army before with a body full of injuries. Li Shiyu shrugged. As long as they could resist the torment of the restorative agents. People with poorer health would experience greater pain when using his restorative agents. This was why a portion of the mecha operators from Evil Wind felt like dying when they were injected with the agent. The agents that Li Shiyu injected to the people from the Evil Wind mecha team were not some form of torture agent. It was the restorative agent. When he received the data his boss gave him regarding the members of the Evil Wind mecha team, Little Four laughed. This is my work. He noticed that they all made an advancement in the battlefield. From there, he suspected that there was a problem with their bodies. Hence, he decided to use the restorative agent instead of other agents. Reality proved that the effects of the restorative agent were exceptionally good. The members of the Evil Wind mecha team got tormented until they wanted to commit suicide. They all thought that they were harmed by the 250 Ace mecha clan. That's good. It's time to teach these people a lesson too. Ling Lan knew that the people from Evil Wind were loyal to the Federation. However, they came from the grassroots units, so their discipline was bad. They liked to act on their own accords and didn't listen to commands. This was something Ling Lan couldn't accept. She hoped that her team members would execute every order given without fail. Ling Lan closed the file and put Li Shiyu in charge of dealing with the members of Evil Wind. At that moment, Lin Zhongqing walked into her office with a stern face. Regiment Commander. Lin Zhongqing placed his hands on the office table. I need people. Why? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. With our current manpower, we are unable to handle the influx of people from the evil wind. Lin Zhongqing went berserk. His deputies didn't give him any choice. If not, he would have tried to handle everything himself and not asked Ling Lan for help. Lin Zhongqing's words caused Ling Lan to remember the plight of the logisticians in her 250 Ace Mecha clan. The 300 people she got from He Shuyang were working beyond their fullest capabilities. Now, with another 200 mecha operators from Evil Wind, the logisticians were unable to serve everyone. Ling Lan knocked on the table and started pondering. This was an important problem that needed to be solved immediately. The team leaders saw this and lowered down their voice. They were afraid of interrupting their regiment commander. Why do we need logisticians? Ling Lan asked herself. This is so that the mecha operators can focus on mecha piloting. That way, they are able to release their full potential. The Federation had a series of services for mecha operators. There are two kinds of logisticians in general. The first kind is the lifestyle logisticians. The other kind the mecha logisticians. Lifestyle logisticians only appear in mecha clans and other higher-level teams. They serviced the entire mecha clan. Mecha logisticians also appear in mecha clans and higher-level teams only. They are in charge of many things, but most of them are mecha engineers. The mecha engineers are distributed based on the level of the mecha operators. A normal mecha operator will have one mecha engineer servicing 3 of them. A special class operator will have one mecha engineer to himself. An ace mecha master will have 2 mecha engineers servicing him. As the mecha operator's level gets higher, he will enjoy better service. Little 4 repeated the information he stored in his database. Lower mechas are easy to handle. Hence, 1 mecha engineer is enough for 3 lower mechas. The higher the level of the mecha, the more sophisticated it gets. Thus, more people are needed to service it. Only mecha clans will have logisticians. Then what about those mecha teams or smaller battle teams? How did they solve such matters? The Evil Wind mecha team had no logisticians. They would go to the cafeteria to fetch some food to eat and go to the logistics department at the base to take their clothes and other resources personally. This was why Lin Zhongqing was so frustrated when the Evil Wind mecha entered their mecha clan only had mecha clan. They had no logisticians he could use. Some of them belong to a mecha clan, so they will use the logisticians of the mecha clan. Those that didn't belong to various bases or ground units. The bases and ground units will be doing logistics services. As expected of the knowledgeable little 4. He could answer all the tricky questions due to her being a younger brother of his boss. Of course, there is another worse method. Have them rely on their own. Rely on their own. Ling Lan smiled. The members of Evil Wind were not here to be saved by them. After they survived the effects of Li Shiyu's restorative agents and her brutal training, she would send those that still had energy left in them to the logistics department. Reply on their own. Lin Zhongqing frowned when he heard Ling Lan's words. Is his boss asking them to solve their problems from now on themselves? If they could do that, he wouldn't have come to look for his boss. Yes, ask the people from Evil Wind to rely on themselves. Zhongqing, train the people from Evil Wind and let them learn the skills of a logistician, Ling Lan replied calmly. So that was what his boss meant. Lin Zhongqing relaxed. He smiled. Does this mean that they would have 200 more logisticians? However, soon, he stopped smiling. He knew that the people from Evil Wind couldn't be used instantly. From what Li Shiyu said, they would need some time before they could be reined in completely. What would they do during this time? With the current manpower, he was unable to handle an additional 200 people's worth of daily necessities. What do we do during this period of time? Lin Zhongqing looked at Ling Lan pitifully. He hoped that his boss could think of a better plan for him. Didn't I say the answer already? Rely on their own. Ling Lan looked at Lin Zhongqing helplessly. This young man used this pitiful look to soften my heart. What a bad boy. Rely on their own. Lin Zhongqing's expression got bitter. His boss was asking him to rely on himself. Ling Lan couldn't bear to see Lin Zhongqing like that, so she added, the people that can help you are all here. She looked at the 10 team leaders and signaled for Lin Zhongqing to look for them. Lin Zhongqing looked at the 10 team leaders. Even if he pulled all of them along, it would not solve the problem. Wait. Lin Zhongqing suddenly thought of what Ling Lan did to the people from Evil Wind. A thought flashed past his mind, and he finally understood what Ling Lan meant. Lin Zhongqing smiled. Their department could finally be the boss for once. After Yan 3 survived the day's time of torture, his body felt refreshed just like what was happening for the past few days. As the leader of the Evil Wind mecha team, he was not stupid. He had noticed this feeling on the first day after he woke up from the pain. It was obvious that this medical agent, which he thought was used to torture them, was actually beneficial to their bodies. However, Yan 3 just didn't know why this medical agent was causing so much unnecessary pain. Yan 3 didn't understand what was happening, but he was not an ungrateful person. When he realized that his team members felt the same way as him after they experienced the pain, the anger in him subsided a little. He started thinking carefully. Why is the regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan doing this to us? Pressure them at the start before showing them leniency. Yan 3 scoffed. If he thought that the people from Evil Wind would submit to him because of this, he was wrong. Yan 3 thought that Regiment Commander Ling would negotiate with him within these few days, but he didn't carry out any actions at all. He started to get anxious again. Was I wrong about my assumption? Li Shiyu carefully observed the members of Evil Wind these few days. Besides those that were in terrible condition, the others were more or less healed. He nodded his head in satisfaction. His mission was completed one day in advance. Lin Zhongqing must be really anxious now. Hey, why are you still lying down? Hurry and get up. Wear your clothes and follow me. One morning, Yan 3, who was resting on his bed with his eyes closed, heard a loud voice calling him. He opened his eyes and saw the big-sized man who sent them their meals every day kicking their beds furiously. He woke up all the members of the Evil Wind who were still sleeping. The members of Evil Wind looked at Yan 3, and Yan 3 nodded to them secretly. Everyone wore their clothes quickly and walked out of the room in an orderly manner. This was the first time they had walked out of this room. They had always been injected with the agent in there for the past 6 days. If anyone dared to retaliate, big-sized men would come in and pin them down. The big-sized men would tie the troublemakers up and inject them with 2 sets of agents instead of 1, amplifying the pain they experienced. No matter how much they pleaded and begged the big-sized men, they would disregard them like they were ants. They just watched them with cold eyes as they suffered from the excruciating pain. After seeing the consequences of retaliating, the members of Evil Wind never retaliated again. Everyone now obediently accepted the injections. That way, they could at least maintain some of their dignity. Yan 3 went out and realized that they were not a prison. They were instead in a hospital of the Mecha clan. The people that worked here were all medics. They had the medic logo printed on their military uniforms. However, Yan 3 was surprised as these medics looked out of place. Base 013 had a medical center too. However, the medics inside were mostly weak ladies and skinny men. Actually, medics were the weakest among the logisticians. Only those people that weren't able to do even the basic job of a logistician were sent to become medics. Yet, the medics here were entirely different. There were no women. They were all big-sized and muscular men. Yan 3 suspected that even he couldn't win against some of them from the force of presence they exuded. Such strong soldiers are medics. Yan 3 felt his worldview being overturned. One of the medics sensed Yan 3's surprised gaze and glared at him fiercely. What are you looking at? Have you not seen a medic before? Yan 3 lowered his head quickly. Yes, actually, I have not seen such a fierce medic like you before. At that moment, another member of Evil Wind came out from the other room. He walked a little slow, so the logistician looking after him reminded him patiently to move a little bit quicker. However, that member of Evil Wind got triggered by the reminder, so he pushed the logistician angrily. Bang! The medic closest to them suddenly jumped up and pinned that member from Evil Wind on the ground. Then, he knocked on the back of the person's head, making him unconscious. After knocking him out, he asked two logisticians to come and drag the person away. The medic looked at the logistician that got pushed and asked, "Are there any more troublemakers? You can leave them to me." The logistician smiled. "Leader, you can drag whoever you don't like away." The members of Evil Wind didn't dare to resist anymore. These were not medics. These were human Tyrannosaurus. Their comrade was knocked unconscious with a single blow. One of the middle-aged medics suddenly appeared in front of the medic that knocked the person unconscious. "Leader Xie, our leader hopes you can gather soon." Then, the person disappeared. Yen 3 narrowed his eyes. The middle-aged medic was definitely at the optimal peak of Qi Jin. The medic called Leader Xie looked at the time on his communicator and shouted, "Ah! It's already so late." Sob, he and Qi Long were so unlucky. They unluckily picked the medical department out of all the various other departments he could choose. The mecha operators and their teams had such a hard time in this department. They were well versed with mecha piloting, but they couldn't handle a small syringe. In order to learn the emergency treatment skills for the battlefield, all their mecha operators poked their arms many times so they knew what it felt like. Fortunately, this was coming to an end soon. The moment they sent the people from Evil Wind to Lin Zhongqin, they would regain their status as mecha operators. After this experience, all of them knew how hard a medic's life was. They all decided they would treat the medics in their mecha clans better. "Hurry up. Pick up your pace." Xie was excited when he thought of the end of this misery, so he shouted loudly. The logisticians that were leading the members from Evil Wind, they were actually team members of Xie's team, heard this and got rougher on the people from Evil Wind. Yen 3 and his team members saw how powerful these medics were, so they didn't dare to retaliate. They quickly arrived to a field. Yen 3 scanned his surroundings. Most of his team members were here. There were around 20 people who hadn't arrived. They probably retaliated and got knocked unconscious. Yen 3 could only pray that his team members would control their emotions and not remain stubborn. A major wearing a mask walked over. He glanced at the members of Evil Wind and said, "Now, I will tell you your homework for the next few days. Listen carefully. If you can't complete it," the major gave a meaningful smile, "I will wish you all good luck in your future endeavors." The people from Evil Wind looked at the major coldly and waited for him to continue. Although they knew that the people from 250 Ace Mecha clan didn't torture them, they were still invaded and dragged into their base. This was an utter humiliation to them. They wouldn't forget about their humiliation just because they were given some small benefits. "In a while, you will get your personal number from the senior captain on my left." The people from Evil Wind went into an uproar. They already had their own numbers. If they changed it, wouldn't it mean that Evil Wind no longer exists? Don't even think about it. Someone shouted in anger. Soon after that first shout, everyone from Evil Wind started shouting. The situation went a little out of control. "Humph." The major scoffed. Everyone were below the optimal peak of Qi Jin felt blood churning in their chest. Those that hadn't achieved Qi Jin stage felt an iron taste in their mouths and blood started dripping out of their mouths. Even Yen 3, who had reached the optimal peak of Qi Jin, felt his heart shuddering. The frightening force of presence from the major made everyone silent. They looked at the major in fear. Where on earth did 250 Ace Mecha clan come from? Even an insignificant major is so powerful. When everyone quietened down, the major continued, "Of course, you can choose whether you want to change or not. Those people who chose not to change their numbers will be sent to the medical department directly. The major clapped his hands and two muscular medics jumped out. One of them was holding a huge syringe while the other cracked his knuckles loudly. They smiled and looked at the members of Evil Wind like they were looking at a piece of steak. They seemed to be hoping that someone would not change their number. Yen 3 noticed that one of the medics was the person who knocked his team member unconscious with one strike. That team member was at the middle stage of Qi Jin. Yen 3 remembered that the other logisticians called this medic, Leader Xie. He must be the leader of the medical team. Yen 3 didn't know who the other medic was, but from the aura he was giving off, he was as strong as Leader Xie. No, the feeling these two medics gave him was similar to the masked major. Yen 3 felt confused. What is going on in 250 Ace Mecha Clan? Why are their logisticians so powerful? Many of the people from Evil Wind had suffered in the hands of these two medics. Hence, when the two of them walked out, a few people's faces turned pale. Those that didn't meet the two medics before got anxious when they saw this scene. They started to hesitate. Should we bear with the humiliation now and wait for a chance to take revenge in the future? They thought. Those that don't want to change their numbers will be sent back to the medical department. The masked major explained patiently to the members of Evil Wind. There is a lack of manpower in the medical department. The head of the medical department had some new agents and requires some help with it. I'm sure that he welcomes you all to go back. The members of Evil Wind trembled in fear. They were tortured for 6 days there. Even though they knew that the agents would not harm them and are instead good for them, they never wanted to experience it again. This major was trying to tell them that if they went back, they would be used to test out the new agents the head of the medical department invented. No matter how stupid the members of Evil Wind were, they knew that new agents came with a random effect. Some might be good while some might be harmful. If they were unlucky, they might die from the side effects of the new agents. No human would want to die, especially in such a manner too. If they didn't agree to change their number, they would face a huge crisis. They might even lose their life because of it. The members of Evil Wind were anxious. They looked at Yen 3 and hoped that their leader could give them an answer. If their leader didn't want to change his number, they would follow him even if it meant death. The masked major noticed everyone's gaze and turned to look at Yen 3. He smiled and asked, "Leader Yen, your members seem to be waiting for your order. In that case, I will not ask them for their opinions anymore. I will ask you directly. Do you agree to change your number?" Yen 3 narrowed his eyes. This masked major is an evil person. Whether he agrees or not, he will become a sinner. If he didn't agree, he would have to bear responsibility for the lives of all his team members. Once one of his team members died during an experiment, he would regret for life. If he agreed, he would be giving up Evil Wind. He would personally destroy the spiritual pillar that supported all his team members. Once this spiritual pillar was destroyed, they would never be able to become the courageous Evil Wind Mecha Clan again. Even if they left 250 Ace Mecha Clan, they wouldn't be able to go back to being who they were. Yen 3 was in a dilemma. Actually, when he heard what the major said, he had already made a decision. He wouldn't change his number. It was not because he was afraid of death. He wanted to use his death to uphold the spirit of Evil Wind. But now, he couldn't even do that. Once he says that he didn't want to change, all his team members would follow him no matter how hesitant they initially were. He was not afraid of dying, but he was afraid of the responsibility of dictating the life and death of all his team members. The major smiled when he saw Yen 3 hesitating. He slowly walked towards Yen 3 and sized him up. "Why do you need to take so long to consider such a simple question?" Without waiting for Yen 3 to reply, the major mocked him, "I shouldn't have asked you this question in front of so many people. Leader Yen, you want to change your number, but because I asked you in front of so many members, you got embarrassed. You are afraid of losing your dignity as a leader, right?" The masked major sneered at Yen 3. The two medics looked at Yen 3 intently. If he says that he didn't want to change, they would start their work instantly. Yen Three's lips twitched. He was speechless. He had already walked into the other party's trap. Only a heartless and selfish person would be able to walk out of the trap. This was a test of humanity. Yen Three's sweat dripped down his forehead. Should he protect his members and get cast aside by his team members, or should he give up his humanity and become a selfish person? Leader Yen. The masked major looked at Yen Three sharply. He was not going to let him escape this time. Yen Three forced a smile on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "I want to change." The members of Evil Wind gave him a look of disbelief. Their leader going to abandon the Evil Wind Mecha clan? Good. You are a wise man. The major clapped his hands and invited Yen Three forward. Please lead the way and get your new number. This was a final blow to Yen Three. It cut off all paths of retreat for him. He would never be able to hold his head high up again. Yen Three looked viciously at this major who caused him to disgrace himself. However, no matter how much he glared at him, the major was seemingly not affected at all. He just continued to smile gently at him. Yen Three took his new number and went back to join the crowd. The members of Evil Wind exchanged glances with each other. Finally, one of them took his first step forward. Soon, all the members of Evil Wind got their new numbers. The major continued, "Since everyone got their new numbers, I will now announce what you will be doing for the next period of time. Don't think that everything will be fine after getting your numbers. This is just the start. You will need to work hard to protect your number. You will be eliminated after failing 3 times to complete your mission or test." The eliminated people, the major then gave an evil smile before he continued, "Unfortunately, we'll have to go back to the medical department and become the talent the head of the medical department is looking for." What he meant was, they still couldn't escape their fate of becoming guinea pigs if they do not work hard. The members of Evil Wind got a shock. They put aside their anger and started to listen to the major attentively. They were afraid that they would miss something and get eliminated because of it. Yen Three was shocked too. However, his reason was different. He was shocked by how eloquent the major was. Each scheme was sneakily sewed in between his sentences, making him not have time to think carefully. Firstly, the other party gave him an opening gambit, destroying his reputation and lowering his position in the hearts of his team members. Next, he shifted the attention of his team members away from the anger and frustration of changing their numbers. All his team members were now focused on the missions and tasks they were assigned to. When everyone focused on completing missions to prevent them from getting eliminated, the hatred and anger caused by destroying their mecha team would subside as time goes by. In the end, all the negative emotions towards 250 Ace Mecha Clan would disappear. From today onwards, this will be your daily mission. You will wake up at 6 a.m. and have breakfast at 6:15 a.m. Breakfast will be held at the logistician canteen. If you are not sure where it is located, please find a logistician and ask him for a map. At 6:30 a.m., even if you are not full, you must gather at the training ground and run 2 hours with weights on. At the start, we will only put 15 kilograms on you so that you can get used to it. After running for 2 hours, you will go through our special training. The masked major gave an evil smile again. This special training has another name. We call it the living hell. I sincerely hope that you all will have the energy to crawl out of the training ground after that. As the major recited the mission, the expressions of the people continuously turned more complex after every sentence. They didn't know if they should retaliate or obediently go through the living hell. The name of this training was enough to send a chill down their spines. Of course, the 2 hours of running was enough to tire them out already. You will only have the right to eat lunch after you completed all these missions. I hope that you can do this, as there will be even worse things waiting for you in the afternoon. I highly suspect that some of you will use up your 3 chances on the first day. Okay, the time is 8 a.m. now. It's slightly later than the time we said just now, so we will spare you today. There will be no the living hell today, but you still have to complete the 2-hour run. The masked major kindly gave the members of Evil Wind a let off. Yen 3 looked at him with suspicion. He felt that this let off was a trap. However, he couldn't determine what the trap it was. Qi Long, Xie, you two will lead them to the training ground. The masked major finished speaking to the members of Evil Wind and started talking to the two medics beside him. Why is it us again? Qi Long asked unhappily. Li Lan Feng, you can't push your responsibilities to us, Xie refuted. He wanted to take off his medic uniform already. I'm not pushing my responsibilities away. The regiment commander wanted me to tell you two that he is waiting for you two at the training ground. Li Lan Feng was schadenfreude. You two hadn't trained for 3 days, right? Xie and Qi Long's face turned pale. Li Shiyu gave them so much work that they didn't have the time to train their team. They thought their boss would not notice such small matters, but he did. Not only did he notice it, but he was also planning to punish them personally at the training ground. Xie and Qi Long felt that they were going to die today. I wish you two good luck. Li Lan Feng patted their shoulders and disappeared instantaneously. Li Lan Feng was very busy too. His team had its own mission. It was as bad as Qi Long and Xie. Military cook. This sounded like an easy job. They just had to cook some food. How hard could it be? However, the agile mecha operators almost destroyed the entire kitchen while they were trying to cook. The old military cooks looked at them with disdain. If they weren't mecha operators, the old military cooks might have scolded them already. Oh, these military cooks hated people who wasted food. Just as the mecha operators were about to break down from the torment and embarrassment, it couldn't be helped. They really couldn't cook. The food was either raw or burnt. If it was cooked properly, there would always be a problem with its taste. It was either too bland or too salty. All in all, these powerful mecha operators couldn't cook at all. Their life savior arrived. This is bad. When Li Lan Feng walked into the kitchen, he could already feel the depressing atmosphere in there. He was afraid that after they finished this temporary job, his mecha operators wouldn't be able to operate their mechas anymore. Hence, he had no choice but to do it himself. Fortunately, Li Lan Feng had some cooking talent. He managed to make a delicious dish in his first try. The military cooks complimented him and his team members looked at him with admiration. They didn't expect their team leader to be so good at cooking. Li Lan Feng helped his mecha operators gain some of their confidence back. At the same time, all his team members finally acknowledged him as their team leader. They didn't look down on his weak and skinny frame anymore. This was an unexpected outcome for Li Lan Feng. Li Lan Feng was surprised. Although this was not a generic way to obtain respect in the military, he didn't mind. According to what Ling Lan said, any cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Similarly, any method that could help him gain the recognition of these experienced mecha operators was a good method. Yen 3 and his team members followed Qi Long and Xie to the training ground. When they arrived there, it was already filled with many people. From their attire, Yen 3 knew that they were logisticians. He felt confused. He didn't see any mecha operators the entire time he was here. Are the mecha operators at some other special training ground? A young and handsome major was flipping through a logbook in the middle of the training ground. The two medics leading them saw the major and immediately hurried over with bright smiles. Zhongqing, are you in charge of today's training? Qi Long was elated. It looked that they managed to escape boss's punishment today. Lin Zhongqing looked up. He stared at them curiously before raising the logbook in his hand and counting towards it. I'm in charge of Evil Wind's training. Qi Long and Xie were not part of his responsibilities. Qi Long's expression dropped. Not you? Is it really our boss? Xie frowned too. He didn't want to see his boss. His boss was an impartial person, so he definitely wouldn't listen to their reasons for not training in these past few days. Lin Zhongqing looked at Qi Long with a peculiar expression after hearing what he said. Qi Long thought that Lin Zhongqing didn't know what situation they were in, so he smiled bitterly and explained, "We were helping brother Shiyu in the medical department for the past few days. We were so busy helping him so we didn't have time to train. Just now, brother Feng said that boss is waiting for us here." Qi Long couldn't help but shiver when he thought about this. Xie leaned on Lin Zhongqing's shoulder and cried, "Zhongqing, you should know that if we land in our boss's hands, based on his tyrannic methods, we will be dead." "Tyrannic?" A cold voice sounded behind them. "How tyrannic?" Xie turned and answered at the same time, "Do you know what is a tyrant?" "Boss is a tyra." Xie suddenly saw Ling Lan standing behind him and smiling at him. His tongue got stuck in the back of his tongue. He just kept repeating the word tyrant. "Tyrant, tyrant." Ling Lan knocked the silver whip on her palm and slowly said. Lin Zhongqing looked at Xie and Qi Long helplessly. He had tried to hint them with his eyes, but the two of them didn't notice it. Lin Zhongqing didn't see his boss at the start. By the time he saw his boss, he was already behind Qi Long and Xie. His boss signaled for him to keep quiet, so he could only use his eyes to hint Xie and Qi Long. However, the two idiots didn't receive his message. Qi Long, who was shocked too, managed to regain his senses. "Boss, how can you be a tyrant? You must have heard wrongly." Qi Long decided that he would not admit it no matter what. If not, they would definitely be tortured until their last breath, and brother Shiyu would then save them with his agents, and their boss would continue torturing them until he vented his anger out. Qi Long's humble-looking face looked really funny when he was lying. Ling Lan purposely asked, "What did you two say then?" Qi Long was dumbfounded. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. He nudged Xie forcefully to remind him that this was not the time to feel scared. He should think of a way out of this predicament first. "Sob, why isn't Jijian beside me? If Jijian was here, he will be able to find a good reason to escape punishment. I wouldn't have to be so agitated if he was here." Xie regained his composure after Qi Long nudged him. He gathered his wits and said hurriedly, "We are saying that you are like a king who cares about his people." Ling Lan was speechless as these two people were just talking nonsense. She snorted. "Qi Long, Xie." "Yes." The two of them immediately straightened their bodies. "You missed 3 consecutive days of training. Your training will be doubled as a punishment, and you will have to complete it with 6 times of the normal training load. If you can't finish it, you will not go back tomorrow." Ling Lan directly announced her punishment. As for them talking behind her back, she would take revenge slowly in the future. As a lady, she bore grudges. Yes. The two people heaved a sigh of relief when their boss left immediately after announcing their punishment. They felt as if they had come back from the brink of death. 6 times. Lin Zhongqing reminded them thoughtfully. It was not easy to complete it with 6 times of the training load. Qi Long gasped. He made a prompt and resolute decision. "Zhongqing, please prepare the best restorative agent for us and 3 big portions of food." They would definitely be on the verge of collapsing after going through training with 6 times of the training load. They would probably have to crawl out of the training ground. "Don't worry. I'll prepare everything for you," Lin Zhongqing replied. Then, he looked at them pitifully as they carried 250 kilograms of weight and started their training. "Do they think that everything will end today?" Lin Zhongqing shook his head as he looked at their silhouettes. Qi Long and Xie thought that they had escaped from their boss's revenge, but he saw a faint smile on his boss's face just now. He knew that their real punishment was just starting. "Wish you two good luck." As their comrade, Lin Zhongqing gave them his blessing and walked towards the members of Evil Wind. The members of Evil Wind were astounded by the intensity of the logisticians' training. "Is that really a mission for logisticians? Our training is not even worth mentioning when compared to theirs. Major Li should have told you all the mission for today, right? These are the weights. The lightest is 15 kilograms followed by 25 kilograms, 40 kilograms, 50 kilograms, 60 kilograms, all the way to 150 kilograms. There are the special weights for team leaders which weigh 250 kilograms. You do not have to care about the other weights for now, just put on the 15 kilograms weights and run for 2 hours. You cannot stop, sit down, or collapse during the run. You are given 3 chances to have a 1-minute slow walk. You can use all 3 chances at one go too and make it into a 3-minute slow walk. Once you used up all your chances, your points will be deducted the moment you walk again. Once you go below the passing mark, you will fail the mission, Lin Zhongqing explained to them. You should know that you all only have 3 chances of failure. When you exceed, you will be sent back to the medical department. I'm sure you all know what the consequences are. I hope that you all will complete the mission. Lin Zhongqing told them what they would be doing today. He disregarded the pale and fearful faces of the members of Evil Wind and asked the guards of the training ground to lead them to the weights section. If anyone walked slowly, the guards would poke them with their electric prod, so the members of Evil Wind didn't dare to waste any time dawdling. Yen 3 looked at the 15 kilograms weight jacket in his hand and glanced at Xie Yi and Qi Long, who were running furiously. He compared the 2 weight jackets and realized that they were wearing the 250 kilograms weight jackets that was meant for team leaders. He was stunned. Is the term team leaders referring to all the team leaders in the Mecha clan, including the team leaders of the logisticians? Yen 3 was totally confused. Ever since he walked out of the medical department, everything he saw was totally different than what he had expected. 250 was a normal Ace Mecha clan, but the people inside the Mecha clan were abnormal. Even those titled Ace Mecha clans couldn't be compared to this Mecha clan. Is this really just a normal Ace Mecha clan? Yen 3 didn't have the time to think further, as he was forced by those fierce guards to the training ground. The members of Evil Wind started their run. At first, the people of Evil Wind thought that carrying a 15 kilograms weight while running for 2 hours was not a problem. However, after half an hour, they started to experience the effects of the extra 15 kilograms. At first, they didn't feel it, but as time went by, they felt their bodies getting heavier and heavier. 1 hour passed. Most of the mecha operators were running with heavy footsteps while panting heavily. Sweat dripped down their forehead, drenching their whole bodies. Only Yen 3 and a few other people who had reached the optimal peak of Qi Jin were still able to run properly. Ha! It's just 15 kilograms and you can't handle it anymore. Weaklings! How you all dare to provoke our 250 Ace Mecha clan if you're that much of a wimp. A fierce Zhao Jun held a whip in his hand and stood in the middle of the training ground. His face turned hideous and he shouted angrily, "Those that can't finish the 2-hour run or fail the mission will be dragged to the medical department. I hope that you will enjoy the lovely punishment prepared by our military doctor." The mecha operators on the training ground looked at Zhao Jun in surprise, and their lips twitched uncontrollably. Why did our team leader suddenly become like this? He was still smiling and talking nicely with us 5 minutes ago. Their eyes instinctively glanced at their regiment commander, who was calmly observing the training ground from the side with his hands behind his back. They remembered that 5 minutes ago, their leader was called to have a chat with their vicious regiment commander. What did their regiment commander say to their leader? What caused their nice leader to become so frightening? They watched as their leader screamed and shouted at the members of Evil Wind with whips flying furiously around him. Zhao Jun's team members suddenly felt a chill down their spine. At that moment, Ling Lan suddenly glanced at them. Everyone on duty instantly straightened their backs and looked straight ahead. They were afraid that if they made any mistakes and get called over by their devil regiment commander, they would become like their team leader too. They didn't want to become someone they couldn't even recognize. Lin Zhongqing was observing the training ground besides Ling Lan and was recording the results. When he saw some people slowing down and walking tiredly, he frowned. They couldn't even last for 2 hours, Lin Zhongqing said unhappily. This is their first time undergoing such intense training. It's perfectly normal that their performance is a bit underwhelming. Ling Lan was not disappointed. Lin Zhongqing turned to look at his boss. He finally asked him the question he had in his mind for the past few days, "Boss, do you have high hopes for Evil Wind?" If not, he wouldn't have wasted so many precious restorative agents to help them get back on their peak conditions as quickly as possible. He even created a special training regime for them. That's right, this gradually advancement method of training was designed by Ling Lan personally. Besides the mecha operators that were already in 250 Ace Mecha clan from the start, no other people had this special privilege. Even the logisticians had to undergo 6 months of basic training and gain the approval of their boss before they get this kind of treatment. The seemingly brutal training regime, along with Li Shiyu's restorative agents, was actually able to improve a person's physique and endurance greatly in a short period of time. Most importantly, it was able to increase the potential of a person. The potential of a person determines how far this person could walk in their life. If the potential was improved, that meant that he could achieve even more things in the future. Abilities could be learned through hard work and determination, but the potential was fixed. No matter how much effort someone put in, he wouldn't be able to change his potential. 250 Ace Mecha clan lacked manpower, but their boss could definitely find other ways to get the people, and he wouldn't have to resort to people from the grassroots. If he went to find General Ling Xiao, he would definitely be able to get better mecha operators and logisticians. Although they wouldn't be able to get experienced soldiers, but there were many new mecha operators that just graduated from the military academy. The experienced mecha operators in their mecha clans could teach these new mecha operators so that they would be able to get used to the mecha clan easily. Lin Zhongqing didn't understand why his boss wanted the members of Evil Wind. They were quite powerful, but they came from the grassroots. He had surveyed the many videos taken when the members of Evil Wind were fighting on the battlefield. They managed to survive every time, but they were always heavily wounded in the end. Both sides of the battle always suffered great losses, and it was the medics at the base who managed to bring them back from the gates of hell. They had no battle tactics and only knew how to charge forward with no semblance of coordination. All of them just fought in their own bubble like they were doing a 1 versus 1. Lin Zhongqing was uncomfortable with their style of fighting, because he came from the military academy, so he learned the importance of teamwork. Thus, he disliked all forms of rash and impulsive acts. "I don't have high hopes for them. I just want to see what the outcome will be when we put two different styles of people in the same team," Ling Lan replied calmly. "Huh?" Lin Zhongqing looked at his boss in astonishment. He couldn't understand what his boss was saying at all. "Didn't you notice that our mecha operators are becoming very relaxed lately?" Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows. Lin Zhongqing went into deep thought when heard her words. Although they are starting to regain their abilities, they are already used to living a comfortable life here. They hadn't had any goals or competition for many years, so they are unable to maintain their motivation for long periods of time. This is a lethal weakness, especially on the battlefield. Ling Lan frowned slightly. She realized this, so she decisively applied to enter the battlefield. She hoped that the life-or-death situations on the battlefield would ignite the fighting spirit of the experienced mecha operators, only then would they be resurrected fully as veteran ace mecha operators. As for the members of Evil Wind, they had climbed up from the grassroots, so they are prepared to enter the battlefield anytime with a burning spirit. This is something our mecha operators lack. Also, Ling Lan smiled. You know that the Academy faction and grassroots faction dislike each other, so when both of them are on the same team, it will be quite interesting, right? Lin Zhongqing turned his gaze away from Ling Lan and looked at the training ground. As expected, boss is up to no good. At the frontline command center of the Helia army, the commander-in-chief of this battle, Jia Ernan, was looking at a 3D virtual image of a map that had all the frontline army and the various bases clearly depicted on it. There was no distinguishable line between the two armies as they were situated closely and interlocked in battle constantly. Commander-in-Chief, the higher authorities have given us an order to end the battle on planet Wangjiao within half a year. This long battle had severely implicated the economy of the Helia alliance, causing it to remain stagnant for more than 10 years. The political party is pressuring us to not drag this war any longer. His advisor, Jia Miao, who was beside him, was looking at the map intently too. If they were unable to end this war in half a year, they would have to face all kinds of accusations and undergo all kinds of investigations. They might even be pushed out to take the blame for their superiors for their faults. Those useless people only know how to talk. If the Huaxia Federation is so easy to deal with, why did we lose half of planet Wangjiao to them even when we were at an advantage? Jia Ernan said furiously. Ever since the segregation of the three powers, the political party and the prosecution had been watching us closely. Thus, our power is being tightly controlled. Ah! I really admire the military of the Huaxia Federation. They have the final say in everything. Jia Miao looked at the red Huaxia Federation flag in envy. This system allowed the Huaxia Federation to have a strong military. However, this also means that the marshal is unable to withstand the pressure from the two factions anymore. Jia Miao's gaze turned cold. We have no path of retreat anymore. Jia Ernan rubbed his face fiercely and said with frustration, I know. That is why I submitted a request. If we are unable to succeed this time, my position as a commander-in-chief will probably be taken away. Jia Ernan looked at the direction of his country with a complicated expression. He said in a low voice, the results should be here soon. Jia Miao looked at his commander-in-chief curiously as he didn't know what request he made. Jia Ernan saw his expression and smiled. This time, he put all his merits, position, and his future at risk. Even if he trusted Jia Miao and believed that he wouldn't betray Helia, he would not tell him anything. Commander-in-Chief, the resources from the country is here. There is a mecha clan that came to send the resources. The regiment commander specially requested to hand you an important document personally. At this moment, Jia Ernan's adjutant came in to report this news. Jia Ernan finally gave a big smile. It's finally here. Before he could ask his adjutant to invite the regiment commander in, an energetic senior colonel walked in. Commander-in-Chief, this is the information we collected regarding the front line of the Huaxia Federation. We took half a year to collect everything. The senior colonel passed the document in his hand to Jia Ernan. Jia Ernan said unhappily, input everything into the mainframe and let them appear on the virtual map. Without the actual 3D virtual image, he wouldn't be able to remember what was written in the document too. The senior colonel immediately input the data in the mainframe. Symbols and words started appearing on top of all the different bases of the Huaxia Federation. At the same time, Jia Ernan asked his adjutant to bring the regiment commander to his office directly. Jia Ernan walked over when he saw the new information on the map. He pointed to a base which had a lightning bolt symbol on top of it. The words Sun Lei was written on top of the base too. He asked, what does this symbol mean? This symbol is the symbol of the mecha clan stationed in that base. Most of the time, a mecha clan that has this kind of symbol is a titled ace mecha clan. Sun Lei is the name of this mecha clan. The senior colonel explained, we can use this to see what are the standards of the various mecha clans situated at the bases in the front line. Jia Ernan took a quick glance. They are all titled ace mecha clans. The Huaxia Federation will not give us any chances. The senior colonel laughed. That is not the case. He pointed to a certain base. The number of the base was 013. At base 013, Du Mingyi used his authority as the commanding officer of the base and submitted a complaint against 250 ace mecha clan. He requested the military to send an inspector to come down and inspect 250 ace mecha clan. One of the majors in charge of collecting all these request forms suddenly saw this complaint against an ace mecha clan in planet Wangjiao, and got extremely excited. As an ambitious inspector, he wouldn't allow any pieces of trash to harm his country's soldiers. Even if the person had a special background, he would be impartial in his investigation. He wouldn't let anyone escape the punishment of the law. This major was excited because such complaints from the front line normally meant that there was a big case. It might even implicate some high-status officers in the military. This was a chance for him to perform. The major clicked on the request to see its details. The person who sent this request was the commanding officer of Base 013. The person he wanted to complain about was the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Ling Lan. 23rd Division. Isn't that General Ling Zhao's division? Really? How can such a thing happen in the General Ling Zhao's division? Is it a mistake? It had to be said that General Ling Zhao's noble and perfect image was deeply imprinted in people's hearts. The first thing this major thought of was that this was a mistake. 250 Ace Mecha Clan, why does it sound so familiar? Ling Lan, the major looked at this name and suddenly thought of something. A while ago, a group from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee went to investigate a mecha clan under General Ling Zhao's division. It was reported that the regiment commander of that mecha clan was brutal and vicious. He trampled on human lives as if they were grass and even killed some of the soldiers in his team. That regiment commander was called Ling Lan. However, this group of investigation squad went excitedly and came back dejectedly. Further investigation proved that this was a false accusation. After looking through the list of members of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, no one was missing or died, making the accusation of Ling Lan killing people false. When the leader of that investigation squad came back, he was furiously reprimanded by their section chief. Their section chief scolded him for his stupidity. How could you touch Ling Zhao's man when you had no evidence? Were you looking for death? Even if you were, this shouldn't be how you do it. The people from other squads were unhappy with this investigation squad too. They felt that they had blemished General Ling Zhao's image with these disrespectful actions. Fortunately, General Ling Zhao was a benevolent person. He didn't blame the investigation squad. If not, their section chief would have to offer his humble apology to this god-class mecha master. They were not afraid of regiment commanders, on the surface, because all the divisions are under the surveillance of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. Therefore, they had the right to investigate a regiment commander. However, the 10 famous generals, the 3 marshals, and the 12 god-class operators had special privileges. Moreover, Ling Zhao was a general as well as a god-class operator. He was a special character among all the special characters. The Disciplinary and Investigation Committee would not want to offend such a troublesome person unless they really had no other choice. The major felt that this request was too difficult to handle. He thought for a moment and sent this request to his section chief. The major knew that if something was related to General Ling Zhao, any officers, no matter how small his position was, had to take care of it carefully. Yen 3 was puzzled as he walked towards the logistics department of the base with a large group of people. The group consisted of people from Evil Wind, but most of the group were from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. It was a coincidence that they were with the people from 250. It all started when they were released early from the training ground and they got spotted by a team leader in charge of handling the goods and materials of the Mecha Clan. The team leader didn't ask them anything when he saw them, and he just brought them with him. His reason for dragging them along was, his department lacked manpower, so he asked them for their help. Along the way, Yen 3 had clarified the situation. They were here to take the supplies allocated to 250 Mecha Clan. Normally, these resources would be sent directly to the various camps, but Ling Lan must have angered the commanding officer of the base when she laid her hands on Evil Wind. Thus, the commanding officer purposely didn't send them any supplies, forcing them to come and take it themselves. He must be trying to make things difficult for them purposely. Yen 3 secretly felt grateful towards Du Mingyi for protecting them like that. He was glad to see 250 Ace Mecha Clan experiencing some inconveniences. However, Du Mingyi lawfully still had to give the supplies to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, but it was alright for him to inconvenience them a little by asking them to get the supplies themselves. Yen 3 still had resentment towards 250 Ace Mecha Clan, but after a week of training together, his resentment got lesser and lesser. On the other hand, his fear of it got greater. He remembered the time when they first met and he gave 250 Ace Mecha Clan an opening gambit. He felt that he was looking for death in hindsight. Even the logisticians that trained with them were already as powerful as them. Moreover, the team leaders were even better. Any one of them was stronger than him. Oh right, the team leader that he was following to the logistics department of the base was stronger than him too. 250 Ace Mecha Clan was filled with powerful people. Yen 3 admitted that he was quite motivated to work harder in this kind of environment. He had always thought that his capabilities were enough for him to get into a titled Ace Mecha Clan easily. However, in this normal Ace Mecha Clan, his capabilities were only considered in the middle range among the logisticians. How powerful are the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan? How powerful are they to have such amazing logisticians? Yen 3 couldn't help but remember the two team leaders who came out to teach Song Yiching a lesson. They were extremely young but very formidable for their age. One of them was even the son of Lieutenant General Qi. Is this because of their background or is it undisputable power? Yen 3 wasn't certain of the answer. What he could be certain about was that this 250 Ace Mecha Clan was not an ordinary Ace Mecha Clan. It definitely wasn't. Yen 3 noticed that the team leaders here, whether it was the team leader of a logistics team or a mecha team, were all majors and above in rank. Yen 3 had difficulty recognizing people but he was good at remembering military uniforms. Once he saw a uniform, he could memorize all the details on that uniform. Hence, Yen 3 memorized military uniforms first. Then, only after many interactions with the person, would he combine the face of the person with the uniform. That was how he remembered someone. Yen 3 had never told anyone this problem. In actuality, this problem didn't really cause him any inconvenience either. 250YF11001 The team leader, who they were following to the logistics department of the base, suddenly called Yen 3's number. Yes, leader. Yen 3 immediately pushed away his wandering thoughts and came forward. Bring some men with you to the warehouse. The team leader gave him an innocent smile. Yen 3 suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with that smile. Yen 3 was confused by that smile, so he took some time before he replied to the team leader. However, before he could say anything, the head of the logistics department of the base shouted angrily, "How dare you? Didn't you say that there is nothing in the warehouse?" The team leader raised one of his eyebrows and smiled at the head. The head of the logistics department was speechless. The team leader smiled. If there really isn't any supplies, we will not force Base 013 to give us any. However, if you purposely withheld our supplies, we will report to the 23rd Division and ask the headquarters to send someone down to see whether the commanding officer is embezzling any military supplies. The team leader's attitude was sincere but his words were threatening. Cold sweat started appearing on the forehead of the head of the logistics department, because he knew the warehouse was full. There was no lack of supplies in the base. However, his superior, the commanding officer of the base, didn't want to give 250 Ace Mecha Clan any of it. If 250 Ace Mecha Clan were to realize that it was a lie and reported it to the military headquarters, he would be dead. The head of the logistics department understood that once something like that happened, he could only be the scapegoat. So, are there supplies in there? The team leader asked again. If the head of the logistics department didn't give them, he would offend 250 Ace Mecha Clan, and they would request an inspector from the headquarters of the 23rd Division to come and investigate this case. In the end, he would probably become the scapegoat for his commanding officer. If he gave it to them, he would provoke the highest-ranked officer in this base, endangering his position as the head of the logistics department. No. I couldn't let that happen. I took so much effort to climb to this position. As long as I keep the people of 250 Ace Mecha Clan away from the warehouse, no one will realize my lie. The head of the logistics department firmly made a decision. He shouted, "No." The team leader's mouth gaped open in surprise. "Enter the warehouse. Stop them." The head of the logistics department shouted instantly. A team of soldiers on duty rushed in fully armed. They raised their beam guns and aimed it at Yen 3 and everyone else on the scene. Yen 3 looked at the head of the logistics department coldly. He thought that the other party would just make things difficult for them, but instead, the head of the logistics department refused to give them any supplies at all. This was the battlefield. If they were unable to replenish their weapons, equipment, and food supplies, their mecha operators would definitely be in much more risk due to the lack of resources they had. This was not simply venting one's anger anymore. They were trying to harm the lives of innocent soldiers. Even if the commanding officer did it for the sake of evil wind, they would not feel gratitude towards them. They should know what could be done, and what could not be done. Yen 3 hated Ling Lan because he forcefully destroyed evil wind and integrated them into his team. However, once he enters the battlefield, he would put down his personal hatred and fight with Ling Lan against their common enemy. He was willing to show them his back. This was how a qualified soldier from the Federation should act. Therefore, the head of the logistics department was unworthy to be a soldier. He was an embarrassment to the term soldiers. Team leader Chi, no one is allowed to enter the warehouse of a military base without permission. This is a military rule. If someone breaks this rule, he will be charged with mutiny without trial. Team leader Chi, I cannot let you make such a huge mistake. Sorry to offend you, the head of the logistics department scoffed. If the person that came was not the young master of the 13th division, he wouldn't have been so polite with his words. Since they are in base 013, they must adhere to the rules of the base. The head of the logistics department thought. He raised the communicator in his hand and said, I've already recorded your actions just now and sent them to the mainframe of the base. I hope that you will not continue your wrongdoings. What if I insist? Qi Long smiled. Anyone who was close to Qi Long would know that whenever he smiled like this, it meant that he was on the brink of exploding in anger. Then, I'll have to punish you in place of your regiment commander. The head of the logistics department waved his hand and soldiers on duty opened the safety catch of their guns. Get down! A deafening shout suddenly rang through the air. The fully armed soldiers all dropped down together and their beam guns slid out of their hands. Their faces could be seen all scrunched up in agony as an invisible force was seemingly pinning them to the ground. No matter how hard they struggle, they were unable to break free. How dare you raise your guns at your own countrymen? Your actions infuriated me. Qi Long's humble face was laced with anger. No one would think that he was a good man now. Go and, before he could finish his sentence, a stern-looking major held his hand and said calmly, let it go. We are here to get supplies, not to kill. Their boss would not be angry if they stained their hands with the blood of these trashes. Although they would not get into trouble for killing them due to their boss's background and capabilities. But, Han Jijian still didn't want to trouble Ling Lan too much, as they were at the front line where situations were complex, so it was better to keep things simple. Okay, I'll listen to you. However, he still has to be punished. Qi Long snorted and the head of the logistics department vomited a mouthful of blood before collapsing on the ground. Qi Long watched on as he slammed forcefully onto the hard ground. After that, he restrained his anger and resumed his innocent expression. After dealing with the pieces of trash that were blocking their way, Han Jijian reported what had happened to Ling Lan. He needed his boss to delete those videos the head of the logistics department had recorded. They were able to act without worry because they had a powerful hacker backing them up, their boss. He was able to clear all evidence of their crime. Somewhere, Little Four cried out. It's me. It's me. Don't ignore me. I'm the #1 sidekick of Boss Lan. If the head of the logistics department wanted to complain against them, there would be no evidence. Han Jijian felt that based on his boss's cunningness, he might even create a fake video that showed the head of the logistics department making a mistake. If the head of the logistics department was sensible enough to complain about them, he might be able to protect his position. If not. Han Jijian smiled. He was destroying his own future. I understand. Go and take our supplies from the warehouse. Everything is settled there, Ling Lan replied indifferently after she heard Han Jijian's report. Han Jijian understood that their boss must have deciphered the passcode of the warehouse. He whispered what their boss said to Qi Long. Qi Long got excited and immediately brought his men to the warehouse. He grabbed many helpers along the way because he wanted to bring back as many supplies as he could. This time, they caught the other party off guard, as they were able to get their supplies without creating a huge scene. Next time, however, it wouldn't be so simple. Hence, they needed to take as they possibly could. Han Jijian watched Qi Long with a smile as he left for the warehouse. He turned his gaze to Yen 3 and gave him a meaningful smile. It was not a coincidence that they brought Yen 3 along, he had planned it intentionally. At first, he didn't pay much attention to Yen 3 but he coincidentally realized that whenever Qi Long changed his attire, Yen 3 would ignore him as though he had not seen Qi Long before. He thought that Yen 3 did it on purpose because he didn't like them. However, he realized that this was not true. Once, Han Jijian was chosen to help out at the medical department. That time, however, there was no extra medic uniform so he wore Qi Long's uniform. Surprisingly, Yen 3 came to thank him sincerely because he had helped one of his team members on the first day of training. On that day, his team member's heart suddenly stopped, and Qi Long was the one who injected a shot of heart tonic decisively, saving his team member. Yen 3 was so focused on his team member's condition that he didn't realize Qi Long had left. He wanted to thank Qi Long the next day but Qi Long didn't come. Qi Long's work as a medic had ended. Even if he appeared again, he would be in different attire. Yen 3 wouldn't still be able to recognize him. After that event, Han Jijian started suspecting that Yen 3 only recognized uniforms. However, that was not the case, as he noticed that Yen 3 was still able to recognize his team members after they changed into 250 Ace Mecha Clan's uniform. Thus, Han Jijian thought that it might have something to do with how familiar Yen 3 was with the person. If Yen 3 met the person for the first time, he would only remember the uniform of the person and not the face. As he interacted more with the person, he would slowly remember the face. Of course, there was one criterion for that to occur: the person must keep changing his or her clothes. Another reason why Yen 3 didn't make a mistake in identifying a person was that he could remember a person's force of presence and stage of his physical skills. To test Yen 3, he would always restrain his force of presence with the method their boss had taught them. No one was able to distinguish his stage when he used that method. One day, he purposely didn't restrain his force of presence in front of Yen 3. As expected, Yen 3 was confused. Yen 3 didn't say anything but Han Jijian could see the puzzlement in his eyes. Han Jijian quickly told Qi Long that he could restrain his force of presence to fool Yen 3. Today, he and Qi Long changed their attire, and Yen 3 didn't recognize them anymore. What an interesting person. Brother Shiyu will be very interested in him. Han Jijian decided to report his findings to Li Shiyu. While Han Jijian was concocting up some devilish ideas, Yen 3 was working hard, grabbing as many supplies as he could for 250 Ace Mecha Clan, unaware that a crazy researcher looking for him soon. Yen 3 didn't even have the idea to grab fewer supplies because he didn't like 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He knew that the more he grabbed, the more enemies the mecha operators of 250 Mecha Clan could kill, increasing the chance of survival of everyone in the base. This was enough for him to put in effort and grab as many supplies as he could. The other members of Evil Wind were doing the same too. Qi Long and Han Jijian smiled when they saw this scene. They finally understood why their boss forcefully integrated Evil Wind into their mecha clan. They were weaker in terms of ability but their character was good. This quality was enough for them to enter their mecha clan. Ling Lan turned off her communicator and closed her eyes to ponder over something. Little Four had broken through the firewall of Helia's virtual world. He secretly entered their virtual world and realized all the enemies' mecha clans at the frontline were all busy with something. It was obvious that they were preparing for a huge battle that was going to occur soon. Unfortunately, to prevent the plan from being leaked, all the orders were written on paper documents. The commanding officers at the various bases destroyed the document once they read it. Therefore, Little Four had no time to find other ways of getting the plan. However, their actions proved that there was a huge scheme. There is no time. Ling Lan wanted to be more tactful when she removed Du Mingyi, but Helia didn't give her the time to do it. Ling Lan opened her eyes suddenly and killing intent oozed out her eyes. In that case, let me become a real tyrant. She would not let her friends and those mecha operators who trusted her, as well as those logisticians that would stay back at the base, to fall into the hands of a narrow-minded person like Du Mingyi. She wanted a base that she could place her on trust completely. Su Shiming looked at the dangerous invitation in his hand seriously. Whether he chose to go or not, he would offend someone. He was in a very difficult position. Old Su, why don't you just ignore the invitation? The vice-captain of the scouts team, Yang Jinyong, frowned as he said. Su Shiming took out a cigarette box from his pocket and pulled a cigarette out of it. He placed it in his mouth and lit it up with a lighter on the side. He took a puff of it before saying, "Old Yang, tell me your opinion." Every time he was in a dilemma, he would smoke and listen to others' opinions. An outsider will never win against an insider. Du Mingyi has been in control of Base 013 for 20 years, proving his roots are deep in the military. Ling Lan might have a powerful background, but Song Yiqing's case tells us that a powerful background is not enough to pull Du Mingyi down. Yang Jinyong explained his thought process. Su Shiming nodded and narrowed his eyes as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. He remembered the domineering and decisive Ling Lan during the welcoming dinner. Comparing Ling Lan to Song Yiqing might be a huge mistake. Additionally, Song Yiqing had such a weak personality that he would never do something as decisive as Ling Lan. Leader, Regiment Commander Chui from the AI Mecha clan is looking for you, a soldier by the door suddenly informed Su Shiming. Su Shiming was surprised by the visit. Why is Chui Yunxian here? He quickly replied, invite Regiment Commander Chui in. Chui Yunxian. Yang Jinyong was shocked too. Yes. Something must have happened for him to come here personally. Su Shiming knew that Chui Yunxian was someone who never visited someone unless he needed something. Chui Yunxian walked into the office and saw both Su Shiming and Yang Jinyong were inside. He found a sofa and sat down. He went right into the topic. Did you receive the invitation from Regiment Commander Ling of 250 Ace Mecha Clan? Su Shiming frowned. You asked everyone. Chui Yunxian waved his hands. How is that possible? The moment I got the invitation, I came to find you. My instinct tells me you must have received the invitation too. Su Shiming gave a bitter smile. Your instinct is right. I did receive it. However, I didn't expect you to receive it too. I wonder how many leaders and regiment commanders in the base got his dangerous invitation. You could tell. Chui Yunxian turned serious. Of course. His intention is obvious, he is forcing us to take a stand. When Su Shiming received the invitation, he immediately understood Regiment Commander Ling's intention. Du Mingyi had tried to suppress the news that 250 Ace Mecha Clan went to the warehouse to snatch their supplies, but officers like him who had a decent amount of power could easily find out about it. Regiment Commander Ling of 250 Ace Mecha Clan had fallen out with Commander Du Mingyi. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone in the base to sit on the fence between the two of them. Are you going? Chui Yunxian asked. What about you? Su Shiming asked him back. I'll follow you. Chui Yunxian was direct, revealing his intention instantly. If Su Shiming went, he would follow. If he didn't, he wouldn't go too. Their two teams had worked together for so many years. Thus, Chui Yunxian trusted Su Shiming's judgment. You are so direct. Su Shiming took a puff of his cigarette and leaned back in his chair. He raised his head and looked at the empty ceiling with many thoughts going through his head. Soon, the cigarette finished burning, and Su Shiming sat straight up, then calmly placed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Cui Yunxian and Yang Jinyoung's ears perk up, as they knew that Su Shiming had made a decision. My decision is filled with risks. We might not be able to rise in rank anymore. If we are unlucky, our positions might even drop. Su Shiming looked at Cui Yunxian intently. Are you still willing to follow me? Great opportunities come with great risk. I'll follow you. Cui Yunxian was a decisive person too. That was why he became good friends with Su Shiming. I will go. Su Shiming had thought about it carefully and decided to take the risk. Whether it was his first impression of Ling Lan or the way she forced the members of Evil Wind into her mecha clan, it proved that he was not an easy person for Du Mingyi to handle. Of course, the most important reason was, Su Shiming didn't like Du Mingyi's narrow-mindedness. Instead of associating himself with this kind of person, he rather took the bet with Ling Lan. Yang Jinyoung shook his head when he heard this. Actually, when Su Shiming hesitated the second he received the invitation, he knew his leader would make this decision, but, no matter what decision he made, their team would still follow him. If Su Shiming wasn't here, their team would have been annihilated by Du Mingyi long ago, as Du Mingyi didn't know anything but give stupid orders. Hence, Su Shiming and Cui Yunxian accepted Ling Lan's invitation and went to 250 Ace Mecha Clan's camp. All the regiment commanders and leaders who accepted Ling Lan's invitation thought that they were supposed to come to some consensus during this meeting. For instance, they would look for Du Mingyi together and blamed him for neglecting his duty. Surprisingly, it was just a simple gathering. It was like a networking session for a new regiment commander to make some friends as they just talked about some unimportant matters. The feud with Du Mingyi was not mentioned at all, making some of the regiment commanders that came quite puzzled. After the gathering, they left 250 Ace Mecha Clan's camp in confusion. Leader Su, why do you think that person invited us? Cui Yunxian was confused too. They offended Du Mingyi in order to attend this gathering, but Regiment Commander Ling showed no intention of working with them. Cui Yunxian got anxious. When Su Shiming came back to his camp, he touched his chin and went into deep thought. After hearing what Cui Yunxian said, he smiled. What a smart person. With this devious plan, it was now impossible for Du Mingyi to find any evidence against Ling Lan. However, Ling Lan did all the things he wanted to do. Su Shiming was still worried about his decision at the start, but now, he was confident. Cui Yunxian looked at Su Shiming's expression and asked doubtfully, "Did you make an agreement with him without me realizing?" Su Shiming smiled. How is that possible? In actual fact, there was no need to reach any agreement. They had already reached a consensus when they accepted the invitation. Boss, why did you ask for their opinions on Du Mingyi? After the regiment commanders and leaders left, Luo Lang rushed to his boss's office and asked Ling Lan. Everyone in there turned attentive as they waited for their boss to answer the question. They were lingering in their boss's office because they wanted to know why she didn't do anything even after inviting all of them. There are two kinds of people that will accept the invitation: 1, they have a grudge against Du Mingyi, or 2, they were sent by him. Ling Lan replied calmly, "Once I know which of the two they are, I have achieved my aim. So, it doesn't matter whether I said anything or not." Luo Lang widened his eyes. He didn't understand what his boss was saying. Is he really stupid? Han Jijian sighed. Smart people will know that it was a non-verbal alliance. As for those that don't understand, let them remain like this so that they won't spoil the plan. Luo Lang was furious. Han Jijian, are you making fun of my stupidity? Spoil the plan? Will I spoil the plan? The calm personality inside Luo Lang's mind felt the veins on his head bursting. I'm sorry. Luo Lang's gaze suddenly turned cold as he apologized to Han Jijian. I'm used to it. Han Jijian wasn't angry at Luo Lang's outburst. If Luo Lang was able to understand these intricate things, he wouldn't be Luo Lang anymore, or rather, the primary personality anymore. Actually, I feel that you should guide him more. The calm personality felt frustrated for its primary personality. It's fine. Don't we still have you inside him? Li Lanfeng smiled. He and Han Jijian would not waste their efforts on something that will never change. The calm personality frowned. At the very beginning, he felt lucky that the primary personality was not on the brighter side. That way, other personalities like him would have more chances to control the body. However, after interacting and growing up with the primary personality for so long, the other personalities couldn't bear to see the primary personality be bullied anymore. What the hell is going on with my thoughts? The calm personality felt that he couldn't understand himself anymore. Don't worry. Since you are out, let's analyze together. Our boss told us that Helia is planning to attack us soon. Unfortunately, our frontline command center isn't not even prepared for an attack yet. This is not a good sign for us. Han Jijian asked the calm personality to join the discussion. After coming to the frontline, Han Jijian truly felt how insignificant they were. 250 Ace Mecha Clan was like a speck of dust on the battlefield, being non-impactful at all. Han Jijian could already feel the burden on his shoulders getting heavier. As a strategist, it was up to him to find 250 Ace Mecha Clan's value on the battlefield. Soon, the 10 team leaders, their vice captains, and the deputies of the various logistics department gathered in a meeting room. A 3D image of planet Haijiao was screened on the table with all the military bases shown. It was like the 3D map at the command center of the frontline of Helia. No, there were some differences. The information on the various Helia bases on the map was very detailed, even the number of mecha operators and logisticians were specified. Ha ha ha. Little Four laughed arrogantly. I am the one who collected all the information. Hurry up and praise me. However, no one was surprised by this bulk of information, even the experienced mecha operators remained indifferent, as everyone already knew that their regiment commander was an ace hacker. These old mecha operators were unable to feel surprised at Ling Lan anymore. They recalled their reaction when they heard about this. They just acknowledged the new entry into the list of her glorious achievements calmly. Ace hacker. Is it as astounding as his domain ability? Is it as surprising as his Imperial Mecha Master status? After fighting with Ling Lan once, these experienced mecha operators knew that Ling Lan's mecha piloting ability was on an entirely different level than them. Why isn't their amazing regiment commander taken in by the Flying Dragon Special Forces yet? These mecha operators had been shocked so many times they wouldn't feel shocked if their regiment commander became a god-class mecha master tomorrow. That's right. Every one of them believed that their regiment commander would become a god-class mecha master one day. While Du Mingyi was still scheming against Ling Lan behind the scene, Ling Lan had already started making preparations along with the other mecha clans in Base 013. Leader, our scouts have brought back some news. Apparently, there is something amiss going on at our opponent's military bases. Su Shiming raised one of his eyebrows when he heard this information. He didn't expect the news from 250 Ace Mecha Clan to be true. It looks like there are many capable people in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. What do we do now? Yang Zhenyong asked. Contact the bases that have worked with us, especially the 2 bases beside us. Ask them to remain vigilant. Su Shiming thought for a moment and continued, remind Du Mingyi too. You want to give him a chance. Yang Zhenyong understood what his leader wanted to do. If he is able to put aside his personal grudges and prepare for the upcoming battle wholeheartedly, I will ask Regiment Commander Ling to spare him for the moment. Su Shiming knew that the base must remain calm now. Hence, if there was no need to touch Du Mingyi, he wouldn't. I understand. However, Du Mingyi will definitely not pay attention to this news if we just send it once. In the past, when there were no conflicts in the base, this was how their actions got delayed. Base 013 was the weakest base not just because its people inside were not strong enough. It was also because they didn't have any achievements as a military base. If he doesn't pay it any attention, send him a message again 2 hours later. I will give him 3 such chances. Su Shiming's gaze turned sharp. If Du Mingyi didn't act, he would take the risk to work with Ling Lan to drag Du Mingyi off from the commanding officer position, even if it meant that their base might turn into a mess. I hope that he will make use of your leniency. Yang Jinyoung knew what Su Shiming was thinking. Yang Jinyoung didn't like Du Mingyi too, but he didn't want the base to go through a civil war at a time like this, as it was not good for the base as well as the teams in the base. Soon, Du Mingyi received information about the attack from the scouts team. Senior Colonel, shall we inform our men to prepare for battle? His adjutant asked him nervously. Du Mingyi said with a stern face, did the command center ask us to prepare for battle? No, the adjutant replied immediately. Even the best scouts team in the command center didn't get this information. Why would he be able to get it? Du Mingyi played with the Bodhi necklace in his hand. He thought for a moment and sneered. He probably feels guilty and wanted to use this information to direct my attention away. Either that or he wants me to panic and make a mistake. That way, he and Ling Lan will have a reason to impeach me. When the adjutant heard this answer, his head instinctively lowered down while not daring to make a sound. The power struggle between high-ranking officers was not something he should not participate in. Du Mingyi pondered a while more and ordered, take note of the orders given by the command center. If a piece of similar information is received, you can send it to all the teams in the base without coming back to me. If not, Du Mingyi smiled coldly. No matter how many times they send that information, just ignore it. In the regiment commander's office, Ling Lan was looking through the battle plan the 10 team leaders and the deputies had thought of. Boss, Su Shiming has started acting. Little Four was monitoring over the base, so the moment Su Shiming sent the message, he noticed it. Did he send a message to Du Mingyi to remind him that a battle is going to happen soon? Ling Lan seemed nonchalant. Boss, how do you know? Little Four was shocked. He thought he had caught a spy and was planning to claim some best underling points for himself. If Su Shiming didn't do this, I will have to guard against him. Ling Lan replied, if he is someone who disregards the safety of the base so that he can destroy his enemy, I will not work with him. Does that mean Su Shiming is clear? Little Four asked dejectedly. Yes. However, that doesn't mean everyone is clear. Ling Lan smiled. Watch over them carefully. Someone definitely will show himself. Yes, boss. Little Four got excited again. I will not let boss down. I will definitely catch that spy. 1 week had passed. The base was extremely calm this week. After snatching supplies from the warehouse, inviting all the regiment commanders and leaders of the various mecha teams in the base, Ling Lan didn't do much. The people who were waiting for a good show to happen were quite disappointed at the lack of drama, and one of them was Song Yiqing. Speaking of Song Yiqing, many people had thought that he would take his revenge on 250 Ace Mecha Clan the earliest, but in actual fact, he didn't even take revenge. He had just tolerated his anger until now. It was not because Song Yiqing was a patient person. It was because when he told the Song family about his tarnished dignity, his family told him to never provoke 250 Ace Mecha Clan. It is a hornet's nest, they said, as anyone who poked it would definitely get into trouble. Song Yiqing was not an idiot, as he was someone who was able to become a young master or the heir of a family. Those kinds of idiots that always appeared in stories were almost unheard of in real life. Hence, Song Yiqing gave up his thoughts of revenge. He was unhappy that he got slapped in the face, but it was not a huge problem in the larger scope of things. He could let go of it. Of course, he was happy if Du Mingyi would create some troubles for 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He also didn't mind giving Du Mingyi some help. However, that was all he would and could do. Senior Colonel, something bad has happened. Du Mingyi's adjutant rushed over with a pale face. Du Mingyi was drinking tea lazily in the base, so when he heard this, he almost lost his grip on the teacup. He asked hurriedly, what's the rush? Slowly tell me what happened. The command center gave an emergency order. Helia might be launching an all-out attack soon. They order us to get into DEFCON 1 and prepare to go for battle at any time. The adjutant took a deep breath and repeated the order he had received. Du Mingyi placed his teacup on the table hurriedly. He was dumbfounded, and his hands started trembling. He didn't manage to place his teacup properly on the table, and all its contents spilled all over the table, soaking the documents on the table. The adjutant saw this and went forward quickly to save the documents from being destroyed. He wanted to wipe the documents dry, but Du Mingyi slapped his hands and said angrily, "Why are you bothering about this? Hurry up and ask the base to enter into DEFCON 1. Oh, yes." The adjutant threw the document on the office table and flew out of the commanding officer's office. He rushed to the JMC department and gave the commanding officer's order. After some time, the siren signaling DEFCON 1 sounded, stunning all the battle teams. DEFCON 1 meant that they would be called for battle at any time. But, there was no prior news at all before this. Why weren't they given any time to prepare for battle? The entire base went into a flurry after they had entered into DEFCON 1. When Du Mingyi heard the commotion, he frustratingly slapped himself on the forehead. Su Shiming's information is real. It's real. Damn it. I missed the chance to gain merits for myself. If he chose to trust Su Shiming and report the information to the command center, even if the command center didn't place importance in the information at that time, he would still gain merits after the information was confirmed, making sure no one would be able to take this credit away from him. At the camp of the scouts team, Su Shiming shook his head when he heard the alarm. Their scouts team was already prepared for battle. Cui Yunchuan's mecha clan and all the other teams that chose to believe in Ling Lan had already made ample preparations. All their teams were able to enter the battlefield immediately. As for those that didn't prepare beforehand, they were not so lucky. It would take some time before they could arrange themselves to get ready for war. I hope Helia will delay their attack for some time. Su Shiming could only pray to heaven. He wished that once the battle started, the entire base would be ready for war. This was the best situation. Beep beep beep. Su Shiming's communicator sounded. The attack from Helia had started. Their enemy had already sent many battle teams towards their territory. Their exact target was still unconfirmed, but if base 013 was the target, the enemy would arrive in 40 minutes. Su Shiming's expression turned heavy. He stood up instantly and shouted, "Inform the entire team. Go to the mecha hold and prepare for war." If their enemy would be arriving in 40 minutes, it meant that they must start acting immediately. They needed to scout their enemy's route of attack in the quickest possible time and made the necessary precautions. Even if their target was not base 013, they must report their findings to the other bases too. If they really aimed to target base 013, they needed to stop their enemy before they reached the military base. Otherwise, they would be like a turtle in a jar. They would be suppressed by their enemy and could only wait for reinforcements. Su Shiming's scouts team was not the only team that started acting. Cui Yunchuan's mecha clan and some other battle teams were moving quickly too. However, they were a little slower. They could only enter the ejection ports after the scouts team left. Then, they would wait on the furthest line of defense for the information by the scouts team. 250 Ace Mecha Clan were also prepared for war. All the mecha operators armed themselves fully and walked out of their camp under the lead of their team leaders. They rushed to the mecha hold and waited for the scouts team to leave before boarding their mechas. At that moment at the mecha hold, Su Shiming's scouts team were stopped at the entrance. Without the command of the commanding officer, the mecha hold couldn't be opened. Not only that, but the logistics department of the base also would not be able to give the mecha operators their equipment without the command from the commanding officer. The protective shield of the base wouldn't be activated too. Su Shiming's face turned cold. He contacted the command center of the base, requesting to open the mecha hold. The staff at the command center asked him to wait. He would immediately ask the commanding officer before giving him a reply. Su Shiming knew that this was the necessary procedure, but now, it was wasting precious time. Yet, he could only wait patiently. Commanding officer, leader of the scouts team requested to open the mecha hold so that they could complete their scouting mission. Should we let them in? A staff member quickly reported Su Shiming's request to Du Mingyi. How dare he go to the mecha hold before reporting his battle plan to me? Does he still see me as the commanding officer? Du Mingyi slammed the table furiously. The staff member was frightened. Just as he was contemplating on what he should do, Du Mingyi said, "Do you know who else is with Su Shiming?" Du Mingyi suddenly wondered if they were trying to test him. If he submitted to them this time, no one in the base would be willing to listen to him again. The staff member just fidgeted his fingers around as he couldn't come up with an answer. He just came to find the commanding officer the moment he had received Su Shiming's request. Just as he was about to mentally break down from the silence, the adjutant of the commanding officer rushed in with his forehead full of sweat. "Senior Colonel, the Scouts team, Air Mecha Clan, 291-2 Battle Team, and 250 Ace Mecha Clan are rushing to the mecha hold. It's really them." Du Mingyi felt that this must be Ling Lan's plan to threaten his position again. If he showed any signs of weakness and agreed to open the mecha hold for Su Shiming, his vice grip over the base would loosen. He thought for a while and asked cautiously, "Have the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan arrived at the mecha hold?" "Yes." The adjutant answered firmly. "Our men below have reported that there are 200 mecha operators from 250. It is the same number of mecha operators written in their report." "That's good." "Humph, they want to threaten me, they have gotten too confident. So what if I open the mecha hold? I will let them understand that no matter how capable they are, without my command, they can't do anything in this base." Du Mingyi's gaze turned sharp. He told the staff, "Open the mecha hold. As for our logisticians, ask them to take their time." The staff member was shocked by how cruel his commanding officer was behaving, but he wasn't in a position to argue back, so he just quietly left. Soon, the mecha hold opened, allowing all the members of the Scouts team to enter into their mechas. Just as they were about to move out, they were suddenly notified that the logisticians were still preparing themselves, so they couldn't allow them to launch. The logisticians were apparently not in position yet, so they had to wait. As they waited, the other teams, including 250 Ace Mecha Clan, had arrived. By now, the Scouts team knew that their commanding officer did this on purpose to make things difficult for them. "Leader, Du Mingyi is trying to make things difficult for us," one of the members of the Scouts team said angrily. There should always be JMCs and logisticians who were on duty in the base. Yet, none of them came to help them. This was obviously done on purpose. "I know," Su Shiming replied with suppressed anger in his voice. He didn't mind if Du Mingyi wanted to mess with him. Ever since he had accepted Ling Lan's invitation, he was prepared for this, but he couldn't tolerate that Du Mingyi chose this moment to take his revenge. Does he even know the possible consequences of his actions? Is he planning to have everyone in the base pay for his stupidity? "Old Su, what do we do now?" Yang Jinyong knew that Helia had already started their attack, so they couldn't afford to wait any longer. They must launch now to understand which path their enemy was taking so they could make the necessary arrangements against them. "What do we do?" Su Shiming's gaze turned cold. He quickly sent Ling Lan a message and told him what situation he was in. Since Ling Lan wants to control the entire base, now is the perfect time for him to show me what he has up his sleeve. If he can't even settle such a small matter, I will have to reconsider working with him. Su Shiming thought. Ling Lan, who was sitting in her office calmly, smiled when she received Su Shiming's message. She looked at Lin Zhongqing and said calmly, "Your logisticians can move now." Lin Zhongqing nodded and called Han Shuya immediately. "Han Shuya, time to move." "Yes." Han Shuya replied excitedly. This time, she was no longer a side character. It was finally time for her to do something great. Lin Zhongqing left with his men after calling Han Shuya. Each of them had their own mission. If they wanted to control the entire base, they had to take over the controls of the important logistic departments in the base first. If not, their plan would never work. Ling Lan looked at the other side and saw Luo Chao, who was wearing her first lieutenant uniform, smiling shyly at her. Ling Lan's eyes twitched when she saw such a demure smile. You can move too. Luo Chao saluted beautifully and gave a bright smile. I understand, boss. Soon, she left with her team too. At last, Ling Lan turned and looked at the only person left in her office. The person was Li Shiyu, who was wearing a white gown with a complimentary surgical mask donning over his face. I'll leave the command center of the base to you. Li Shiyu smiled, his eyes seemed to be glistening like the stars in a dark night. His entire aura seemed to also turn vibrant. Yes. I will complete the mission successfully. Ling Lan's eyes twitched again. However, when she noticed that Li Shiyu had no intention of moving out of her office, she released a non-threatening amount of her cold aura. Li Shiyu noticed the cold aura around her and knew that their regiment commander was becoming impatient. He retracted his smile and asked seriously, I just want to know what you plan to do. Ling Lan raised one of her eyebrows in doubt but didn't reply to him. Don't tell me that you are going to sit here and watch over everything. You can't fool me, Li Shiyu said indifferently. Ling Lan smiled. As expected, I am unable to trick him. She wasn't planning to hide in the first place, so she didn't mind spilling it. We have to guard against Song Yiqing. Only she and Qi Long had the strength and background powerful enough to prevent Song Yiqing from interrupting them. Even the three Li brothers wouldn't be able to make Song Yiqing frightened. Qi Long had to leave with his team, so she needed to stay back. Additionally, with Qi Long leaving, Du Mingyi would feel at ease, allowing her friends' missions to be easier. That meant that she was the only person who could stop Song Yiqing. Li Shiyu got the answer he wanted and left in satisfaction. Ling Lan looked at the empty office before finally, releasing an enchanting smile. Little 4, control the entire base. This was impossible for some people. However, to her, this was extremely easy. The mainframe of the base was not a problem for Ling Lan from the very start. Thus, the other teams that collaborated with her were unable to guess her real intentions, as she never needed to impeach the commanding officer to obtain what she wanted. Everyone thought that Ling Lan had to control Du Mingyi before she could control the entire base. Either that or she had to gain some evidence of his crime so that she could use it to threaten him, taking his power away. The last method they thought she might use was to make use of her powerful background to transfer Du Mingyi away. Ling Lan thought about this too, but she didn't have the time to do it. This was because only the commanding officer of the base had the authority to command the mainframe of the base. If a mutiny was to occur, the mainframe would reject every order. If the commanding officer disappeared for more than 12 hours, the mainframe would even report this to the higher authorities and locking the protective shield of the base, turning the base into a prison. Thus, no matter how ridiculous Du Mingyi was, the mecha clans at the base had to continue to put up with him. Song Yiqing didn't dare to offend Du Mingyi and could only cooperate with him because of this reason too. Ling Lan's aim was simple. She wanted to take down everyone on Du Mingyi's side. However, before this war would end, she hoped that they would behave obediently at the side and not create any more trouble for her. There were only around 30 people in Han Shuya's team. However, there were many familiar faces there. Second Lieutenant Zhou Yu, Second Lieutenant Chen Yian, and Senior Captain Chen Yifan were all in her team. Huh? Isn't Chen Yifan supposed to follow Li Yingjie? Why is he here? When Chen Yifan knew Chen Yian was going to follow Han Shuya to take over the JMC department of the base, he volunteered to follow Han Shuya. Chen Yifan knew that although the JMC seemed to be an unimportant department of the base, they constantly had a powerful team protecting them at their dormitory and their office. This was because, without the guidance of JMCs, the entire ejection port and mecha hold would be in a mess. In a war a few years ago, something similar happened to the Huaxia Federation. When the soldiers were saving their comrades, a team of 3 soldiers from their enemy's side infiltrated into their base. If the 3 enemy soldiers chose to target any other department in the base, they would be instantly caught and killed on the spot. However, the 3 enemy soldiers had planned to target the weak JMCs who had no chance of resisting at all. When the successful completed their suicide mission, the entire base turned into a mess. The enemy's main army, who had been waiting outside of the base, took this opening as their cue to launch an attack on the base. The disorganized mecha operators couldn't find their leaders, so during the whole attack, they didn't have a leader guiding them, so they started fighting their own battles without any semblance of coordination with their own teammates. In the end, the enemy successfully invaded their base, killing every single soldier in the base. This was recorded as one of the 10 most terrible losses in the history of the Huaxia Federation. It was known in the history books as the JMC's bloodbath. Through this tragic loss, the Huaxia Federation had learned their lesson and started placing more importance on the JMCs. They now would constantly have 2 teams of soldiers guarding the JMCs on an alternate basis so that anything similar to the JMC's bloodbath would never happen again. If Han Shuya and her team of logisticians wanted to take control of the JMC department, they would have to fight with the 2 teams of guards. However, with the group's highest physical skills being just the peak of refinement, Chen Yifan couldn't help but worry for them. Chen Yifan was not the only one who was worried. Han Shuya's personal ride, Qi Long, Han Jijian, Luo Lang, Xie Yi, and many others, all secretly placed someone powerful inside her team. Of course, not everyone wanted to follow Han Shuya. One of the soldiers pulled a long face as he followed behind her. If he had a choice, he would want to follow his leader to the mecha hold and sit inside his own mecha. When Han Shuya saw his long face, she slapped the soldier's forehead fiercely. The person turned and glared at her unhappily. "Stone, do you have a problem with me?" Han Shuya was not afraid of the soldier's gaze. She instead held her hands together and cracked her knuckles. If he dared to have any opinions against her, she would hit him. The person, whose nickname was Stone, felt his heart trembling as his entire body seemed to be hurting from a bunch of stinging pains. Before he could reply, he felt no less than 6 cold gazes staring at him. Even a few soldiers whose physical skills were much higher than him were looking at him sharply. If he dared to talk back to her, they would instantly subdue him mercilessly. He suddenly remembered what his team leader reminded him earnestly before he came here. His team leader told him to have a good attitude and listen to First Lieutenant Han's command. If not, he might not know how he died. He finally understood why his team leader told him this. Although First Lieutenant Han was not as strong as him, she had people who were much stronger than him in her team. Any one of them could kill him easily. Stone felt like crying. Damn it. Team leader was right. 250 Mecha Clan is a scary place. Even the female soldiers inside were so fierce. Yes, Stone was from the Evil Wind Mecha team. He was the one who teased Han Shuya and ended up having a fight with her. After that, he was ordered to become Han Shuya's sandbag. Since then she would always practice with him. For this mission, Yen 3 asked him to help Han Shuya, so he missed the chance to fight on the battlefield with his team leader. He truly felt pity for himself. Stone didn't dare to show any signs of unhappiness anymore since the mecha operators who were much more powerful than him were willing to act as bodyguards and JMCs. What right did a fugitive like him have to say no? He didn't know that the fate of the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan was even worse than him. They had to take turns to handle the work that should be done by the logisticians. He was considered lucky to just be distributed to the JMC team. In the past, his comrades teased him about doing a woman's job. However, when he saw that his team leader, Yen 3, was sent to do the same job as him, he laughed heartily. Well, now, you all are laughing at our team leader too. Wait for your punishments. He thought that 250 Mecha Clan were purposely trying to humiliate their team leader, but when he saw young Master Chi appearing at the JMC office and was also undergoing the JMC training with a sad face, he knew that this was the culture of 250 Mecha Clan. It was, right? Either way, it was not humiliation. Stone could only confirm this point. After going through thick and thin with the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, the members of Evil Wind started to know how to work with them. They were still unable to put down their grudges entirely, but their relationship was not as tense as before. On the other side, Luo Chao led her 100-men team and charged towards the Mecha clan that was controlled by the commanding officer of the base. Their target was where the base's guards were at, 001 camping ground. As long as they managed to subdue that Mecha clan, the other regiment commanders would consider twice before helping the commanding officer. Li Shiyu led another 100-men team and rushed to the command center of the base. His mission was to control all the soldiers at the command center. As they moved to their respective target locations to complete their mission, the surveillance cameras didn't catch their figures at all, as Little Four already had full control of the mainframe at the base, so unless Du Mingyi had anticipated their attack, he would not notice signs of these three teams at all. At that moment, Han Shuya's team had reached the JMC department. Little Four had wiped away their figures off the surveillance cameras, but their faint footsteps still had alerted the guards who were watching over the area. "Who is it?" one of the guards shouted. Chen Yifan instantly jumped up and covered the guard's mouth. Stone and Han Shuya attacked the guard at the same time, knocking him unconscious. "Enemies!" A scream rang through the air. The person who shouted repeatedly pressed the alarm button. Unfortunately, no sound was heard even after he pressed it a few times. By this time, the members of Han Shuya's team had regained their senses and knocked this person unconscious too. "Damn it, we were found out," Han Shuya said in frustration. She was already very careful, but she didn't expect the guards to be so alert. "Phew, luckily the alarm was spoiled, saving us a ton of hassle." Stone felt fortunate. If the alarm rang and alerted the entire base, they would have to stop the entire mission. They couldn't really start a mutiny, right? Han Shuya knew that this must be her boss's doings. Boss Ling Lan was the one who damaged the alarm system. She secretly wiped the cold sweat off her forehead as she was really frightened just now. She remembered how Qi Long and her other friends always completed her boss's mission successfully. She clenched her fist. She was still too inexperienced. Therefore, she must work harder so that they wouldn't leave her behind. Han Shuya realized her flaws through this mission. In the past, she always complained that her boss discriminated against women. However, from the looks of it now, their boss didn't let her and Luo Chao become team leaders was because they were still lacking. Although something wrong happened to the alarm, the guards still noticed that something was amiss, as a scream in the middle of the day seemed really suspicious. A group of fully armed soldiers with beam guns in their hands rushed out to check the situation. "Move!" Han Shuya shouted, and the logisticians in front of her rolled to the side instinctively. Han Shuya flew up and waved her hands, and a few silver flashes of light were seen. Some of the guards collapsed on the ground. The mecha operators had acted too. They shot out the miniature anesthesia in their hands. Before the guards could even shoot at them, they all fainted on the ground. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. However, in all that mess, Stone didn't even have the chance to attack. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Han Shuya in astonishment. "You," Stone glanced at the miniature syringe on his butt, his face surprisingly could twitch. This was the only word he could force out of his mouth. Han Shuya looked at him innocently. "I've already asked everyone to move, but you didn't. What can I do?" Stone was angry and frustrated with her answer. "Even if I didn't move, you should still aim accurately. I've never seen anyone that shoots their own teammate." Han Shuya saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, but she just shrugged. "I haven't mastered the hidden weapon technique yet, so I will sometimes miss the target." All the logisticians knew that if I asked them to move, they must move. The logisticians that rolled on the floor haggardly to dodge those syringes nodded furiously. They were well trained by Han Shuya's aimless flying syringes. Is she saying I'm just unlucky? Stone wanted to cry. He couldn't handle the effects of the anesthesia anymore and fainted. "We lost one member before we reach our target. What a hard mission." Han Shuya sighed. Everyone was speechless. "He fell because you accidentally hit him." All the mecha operators that were specially sent by their team leaders looked at Han Shuya with some fear in their eyes. The most frightening thing was not meeting a powerful opponent. It was having a stupid teammate. Fortunately, the mecha operators didn't speak out their thoughts. If Han Shuya knew that she was being classified as a stupid teammate, she would have thrown some syringes at them too. PZZT. PZZT. Two beams suddenly came from two different directions. The target of the beams were two of the weaker-looking logisticians. Just as the logisticians were about to be hit with the unexpected beams, a beam shield suddenly appeared behind them. The beams hit the beam shield, dimming the beam shield a little. After a while, it resumed its initial brightness again. This beam shield was invented by Chang Xinyuan a few years ago. A few years ago, it was considered Ling Tian Battle Clan's high-class weapon. After a few years of experimentation, technology finally became mature as it no longer needed to be activated manually. The beam shield now could be operated manually and automatically, becoming a piece of necessary equipment for all the people in 250 Mecha Clan. It was the most popular equipment too. No one was willing to take off the beam shield even when they were resting. This was because everyone knew that they wouldn't be able to remain vigilant all the time. When they were relaxed, it increased the chances of them dying by a large amount. It would be much safer for them if they just had the beam shield on them. Their carefulness saved their lives this time. The beam shield played its role and protected the two logisticians. The instant the two beams appeared, Chen Yifan and another mecha operator who was at the peak stage of Qi Jin flew towards the direction where the beams came from. They were shot by the last two members of the guards team, the leader and deputy leader of the team. Han Shuya saw that Chen Yifan and the other mecha operator were more powerful than the two guards, so she knew they wouldn't have a problem handling those two. However, to be cautious, she left 5 people to guard Stone, who was unconscious. After making the arrangements, she asked the rest to move in with her. Everyone started to look at each other in doubt. The JMCs inside were all females. If they rushed in like this, wouldn't they frighten the ladies? They were all single. If the ladies misunderstood them and thought that they were perverts, it would be bad. It might even affect their love life in the future. Han Shuya knew what these men were thinking. She took out a few miniature syringes and said in a sinister tone, "If you don't go in, I will stab these into your private parts. Either way, you won't be able to use them in the future anymore." All the men tensed up instinctively. Stone, who got fed medicine, started to wake up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Han Shuya holding the syringes and heard what she said. Stone closed his eyes and fainted again. Even the 2 remaining members of the guards team tensed up when they heard what Han Shuya said. Chen Yifan and the mecha operator who was with him were strong-willed, so they didn't get affected by Han Shuya's words. They made use of this chance and subdued their opponent. After that, they exchanged glances with each other. They realized the surprise in each other's eyes. As expected, they couldn't offend the ladies in 250 Mecha Clan. "Are you all really not going?" Before Han Shuya finished her sentence, the people that woke up from their stupor started rushing into the office. In the office where the JMCs worked at, the JMCs inside still didn't know what was happening with the sound outside. The JMCs who were talking among themselves suddenly saw a bunch of men charge into their office violently, and they instantly screamed out in surprise. One of the JMCs, who was somewhat daring, angrily shouted, "Who are you people? Why are you randomly charging into the JMC's office?" Han Shuya, who was standing behind the group of men, satisfyingly took back her tranquilizer darts. "Humph, as expected, disgusting men need to be treated with a little bit more force. Elder brother Shiyu's method is indeed effective." Han Shuya remembered the moment when she had received her boss's orders, and being in disarray because of it. While she was pacing anxiously outside Ling Lan's door, she saw Li Shiyu, who rarely had a surgeon mask on, slowly walk towards her with his hands in his white doctor's coat pockets. She and Luo Chao regarded Li Shiyu as their elder brother because of their time spent together as Li Shiyu's assistants. They would often talk to him if they had things troubling them. This time, after seeing Li Shiyu, Han Shuya was, of course, going to ask him for help. Elder brother Shiyu. Just as she was about to grab him, her hands slipped past him. Li Shiyu dodged Han Shuya's hands elegantly and smiled. Shuya, what do you need? Elder brother Shiyu, boss gave me a mission just now. He wants me to take 30 people to take control of the JMC department. I'm so nervous, my hands are literally shaking. Why? Li Shiyu asked patiently. Other than us logistics personnel, there are still many mecha operators from other teams in my group. Plus, they are either lieutenant colonels or majors, and I'm only a first lieutenant. Seeing so many people ranked higher than her, the normally brash and forthright Han Shuya finally didn't know what to do. There's many senior colonels who are regiment commander orders around, Li Shiyu said indifferently. That's boss. Boss. Han Shuya screamed out angrily instantly. How could she be compares to boss? Then, what do you want to do? Li Shiyu asked in a helpless tone. Han Shuya was delighted as she knew Li Shiyu had crumbled under her persuasions again, and immediately went forward to grab Li Shiyu once again. However, she wasn't able to grab him again. Han Shuya was dumbfounded. How am I not able to grab elder brother Shiyu? Back then, I could easily grab him and get him to help me. Although she couldn't grab him, Han Shuya still said, Elder brother Shiyu, what do you think? How should I go against those people? Li Shiyu thought for a moment, then said, our regiment commander doesn't like people who disobeys orders. If he told you to take those people there, then there shouldn't be a problem. I know, but they would only listen to me during important times. For something small like an order, what should I do if they ignore me? Han Shuya said worriedly. Then, make them not dare to look down on you, Li Shiyu said calmly. Han Shuya's eyes brightened, how can I do that? Li Shiyu's expression began to look somewhat sinister. He waved to Han Shuya and Han Shuya got closer to him. Li Shiyu then taught a ruthless method to Han Shuya on how to threaten a man's one true weakness. Thus, Han Shuya learned a sure-kill technique against men, making the men in 250 Ace Mecha clan become more fearful of her, but after knowing that it was Li Shiyu's idea, his nickname Dr. Frankenstein reached a new height in popularity, and causing everyone to say that he was a gay pervert. As for Li Shiyu, he had a conflicted thought of whether or not he should be happy of his nickname being known far and wide or he should hate the unknown person who came up with the slander. Han Shuya happily strolled forwards with her hands behind her back just like boss. She proudly walked towards the JMC's office and heard the JMC's angry shout. She clapped her hands and smiled, not bad, quite daring I see. When the daring JMC heard this, she stood up straight and immediately turned towards the door. She saw Han Shuya walking into the room with a big smile on her face, and those violent-looking men instantly moved out of her way after seeing Han Shuya. The JMC instantly knew that they were sent here by this woman. Elder sister Han, is that you? The JMC had a surprised look on her face and instantly shouted out. The term elder sisters here weren't based on age. In the military, those who were more capable would be treated with respect and be called elder brothers. This custom also applied to the JMC department. When Han Shuya looked over and saw the JMC, the smile on her face became even brighter. She felt happy that she had encountered someone she knew. It turns out the daring individual who fearlessly shouted at the men from 250 was the same JMC, Lady May, who she saved back during the welcoming dinner. Lady May, it's you. Han Shuya felt it was such a coincidence to meet her here. Although she knew Lady May was a JMC, JMCs still had rotating shifts. She didn't think that Lady May would be working now. After seeing that Lady May knew the girl who barged into their office, the JMCs who were in a state of panic instantly calmed down. They began to gather together and gossip about the male soldiers who rudely barged into their office. Lady May moved towards Han Shuya excitedly. She then thought of why Han Shuya would come to their office, so she asked with some suspicion, Elder Sister Han, why are you here and why did you bring these people? If I told you I brought them here to find dates for them, would believe me? Han Shuya said jokingly. After hearing this, many JMCs began to giggle, only Lady May's expression froze up. Elder Sister Han, you can't joke about that. Han Shuya clapped her hands as she laughed. Lady May, you're smart. Alright, I'm not going to joke around anymore. Han Shuya's expression suddenly became stern and cold as she said, I now declare that we will be responsible for all the work here. Lady May was stunned. Everyone else were stunned too. The entire room instantly became silent with only a few beeping sounds in the background as the communication channels were receiving some notifications. Lady May finally regained her composure and asked with great effort, Elder Sister Han, what do you mean? What I mean is you all are now our prisoners. Han Shuya said coldly. Why? Lady May couldn't believe it. The person she admired wouldn't betray the base and the Federation. Why? Han Shuya frowned. She then sneered, it's because the commanding officer of the base wouldn't let our mecha operators leave the base to prepare for the battle. Even when the scouts team applied to go out to obtain some information about the enemy's movement, they were stopped in the mecha hold because a dumb reason, that the JMCs and logistics wasn't ready yet. But, the battle hasn't started yet, right? One JMC retorted daringly. Do you understand the meaning of DEFCON 1? Asked Han Shuya. Some of the JMCs nodded, some shook their heads. Han Shuya continued in her cold tone of voice, DEFCON 1 means that war could break out at any second now, meaning the enemy could already be at our doorstep. A qualified base would have all their staffs and men ready for battle. As for our base, we didn't even do anything similar to what a competent base does. Furthermore, the commander of the base is still fuming about his petty amount of power slipping through his grasp, disallowing the scouts team to move out. Additionally, a bunch of JMCs like you people are talking about life in your office with no regard to the situation whatsoever. You people practically are killing the soldiers by your indifference. Why would we need JMC trash like you guys? Han Shuya's final insults made those JMCs who had passion and dreams lower their heads in shame. They did indeed receive orders from the higher-ups for them to ignore the calls from the mecha operators down below. Obeying orders of the higher-ups was not wrong, but they shouldn't forget that it was DEFCON 1. They were not allowed to hinder the movements of the military. If enemies had actually gotten close to the base, then they would be to blame. Lady May felt the most frustrated. Back when she heard about the order by the commanding officer, she already felt that it was wrong. She voiced her concern to her leader, but her leader just dismissed her directly. The reason she received was that she was not following the rules of the military, as soldiers should obey all orders given to them. If she couldn't do it, she should leave the military. Her leader's words made sense, so Lady May unwillingly followed the order. However, now, Lady May realized that she was a coward. She wasn't firm in her opinion and thus made the wrong decision. Elder Sister Han, you are right. It is our fault. We will now give instructions to the mecha operators so that they can be ejected out of the base. Lady May raised her head, showing a firm gaze. Since she made a mistake, she should amend it. It was not too late now. Han Shuya raised one of her eyebrows in surprise. She didn't expect such a bold character to exist among the weak JMCs. She looked at Lady May carefully and realized determination was very apparent in her eyes, making her know that Lady May knew exactly what she was doing. Her eyes shone brightly as she seemed to have found her purpose in life, turning her entire body radiant. She is a beautiful lady, Zhou Yu exclaimed. You like her? Chen Ian frowned. He seemed conflicted. You like her? Zhou Yu asked in a surprised tone, as he was surprised that Chen Ian would like a girl. He normally just liked fiddling around with his tools. Chen Ian shook his head furiously, making sure Zhou Yu clearly know he didn't like her. Then, what are you on about? Zhou Yu was disappointed. I feel that this person is compatible with my brother, Chen Ian said sincerely. Zhou Yu then looked at Chen Yifan, who remained stern and silent. He asked curiously, did you ever see your brother liking her? My brother likes her. Chen Ian was surprised. As expected, she is suitable for my brother. Tisk. Zhou Yu decided to ignore Chen Ian. His brother is not even worried about his love life. Why does he seem more urgent than his brother? Zhou Yu couldn't let Chen Yifan get sold by his younger brother like this, so he said, "Don't worry about your brother. He can take care of himself. If you step in, you might trouble him instead." "Really? But I really do think she is suitable for my brother." Chen Ian didn't want to give up his idea. Zhou Yu gave up trying to convince this stubborn fellow and looked at Chen Yifan with pity. "Brother Yifan, this is all I can do to help you. Wish you all the best." "Lady Mei, shut up." Right after Lady Mei spoke, their team leader shouted angrily. Han Shuya looked at the team leader and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the leader of the JMCs. I've already reported the fact that you invaded the JMC office to the command center of the base. Wait to be prosecuted by the military court." She didn't say anything before this because she was secretly reporting what was happening to the command center. As the trained leader of the JMCs, she didn't panic when they barged in and did what she was supposed to so as a leader. "Not bad. You acted calmly in sudden situations. Unfortunately, you are a little stupid. Why do you have to tell me that you have reported it to the command center? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you in a fit of anger?" Han Shuya asked her coldly. The leader's arrogant face turned pale. She already forgot they were in the hands of the other party and her reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. She should have been patient in her decision to boast around. It's too late to understand everything now. Han Shuya casually pointed at one of her men, asking him to settle this woman. "Me?" Zhou Yu looked at the finger in shock. It was pointing at him. Chen Ian patted Zhou Yu's shoulder excitedly. "All the best." Chen Ian's encouragement was sincere. He didn't have any intention of laughing at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu knew Chen Ian's character, but his honest encouragement made him even more frustrated. He was going to hurt a lady. After this, he would definitely be condemned by the JMCs. Is he supposed to remain single for the rest of his life? Han Shuya's gaze turned cold when she saw Zhou Yu hesitating. A silver miniature syringe suddenly appeared in her hand and it glinting in the light. "Sob, for the sake of my future, I'm sorry, lady." Zhou Yu decisively struck the leader, knocking her unconscious. Han Shuya clapped her hands in satisfaction. She then scanned all the JMCs in the office and asked nonchalantly, "Anyone else has any questions?" All the JMCs shook their heads furiously. They didn't want to end up like their leader. Only Lady Mei's eyes lit up when she saw the male second lieutenant listening to Han Shuya without any hesitation. She knew that she wanted to be like Han Shuya. Why should a woman be just a man's accessory? Why should a man have a higher position than a woman just because of his gender? As long as they had the capabilities, women can do whatever men can do. While Han Shuya took control of the JMCs successfully, Luo Chao had arrived at 001 camp. In a blind spot of the guards, Luo Chao looked at the strong mecha operators behind her. They were all from the most powerful batch of mecha operators in terms of physical skills from 250. More than half of the mecha operators in 250 mecha clan were in her team. "Inspect your defensive equipment and your weapons," Luo Chao said in a low voice. When everyone signaled that they were ready, Luo Chao's expression turned serious. "We will be having a difficult fight soon. I hope we can all go to eat at the canteen together." They didn't want to kill their opponents, but they didn't know if their opponents thought the same way. Fortunately, their medical department had prepared ample amounts of tranquilizers for them. As these were very precious, the entire medical department took more than 10 days working overtime to prepare these. Everyone looked determined and Luo Chao nodded at them slightly. Then, she walked out alone. The guards at the entrance of the camping ground were surprised when they saw a beautiful female first lieutenant walking towards them. They didn't stop her as Luo Chao had such a gentle and weak aura. One of the guards walked up to her as he didn't feel that she was a threat, so he wasn't alert. "Who are you? Who are you looking for? Is someone's girlfriend lost?" "I'm from 250 Ace Mecha Clan." I'm looking for your regiment commander, Luo Chao replied shyly. Do you have a reservation? The guard was amazed by Luo Chao's beauty, but he still kept a straight mind and did what was necessary. Luo Chao pursed her lips and shook her head, looking angry and frustrated. The guard couldn't bear to see her like this, so he consoled her, I can't let you in if you don't have a reservation. Why don't you tell me what you want to tell our regiment commander? I can pass him your words. Luo Chao smiled brightly. The guard felt a little dizzy when he saw her smile. Luo Chao took the chance to lean forward and said softly, there is no need for that. Huh? No need? The guard was dumbstruck. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He then fell to the ground unconscious. Hey, what happened to you? Luo Chao shook the guard's arms and exclaimed in surprise with a pale face. She seemed shocked by the sudden situation. Another guard inside the sentry box saw this sudden change and immediately rushed over. He asked anxiously, what happened? Luo Chao had tears in her eyes. I don't know too. The guard took the unconscious guard over. Before he could examine the guard, he felt a sharp pain in his neck too. He then fainted to the ground next to the unconscious guard. Luo Chao slowly positioned the two guards back against each other. After that, she waved her right hand in the air. The 100 mecha operators hiding in the corner suddenly rushed out and charged into 001 camp. Luo Chao acted like that because she didn't want to create extra trouble for her boss. Although the surveillance cameras were already controlled by her boss, she still decided to be careful with her approach. Soon, shouts of anger and surprise sounded from the 001 camp with an additional sprinkle of muffled screams in the background. It was obvious that the mecha operators of 250 Mecha Clan had started fighting with the soldiers in 001 camp. Luo Chao started to get excited by the smell of fresh blood permeating through the air. She couldn't help but lick her lips before giving a sinister smile. Then, she disappeared from the entrance. The commotion in 001 camp started to die down. The 100 mecha operators subdued their opponents easily before rushing into the administrative section of the camp. The administrative section of the camp was filled with many soldiers, so when they got there to try to take control of the situation, some of the soldiers slipped through the net, but they believed that their regiment commander would be able to tie up those loose ends, as their mission was just to control 001 camp within a certain time. The regiment commander of the Mecha Clan situated in 001 camp, Du Junyong, heard the commotion around him and felt that something was amiss, so he rushed out of his office. When he went out of his door, he saw many other team leaders and officers running out of their rooms as well. Regiment commander. They shouted when they saw their regiment commander as they stood still and waited for his command. Let's go and take a look. Du Junyong wanted to bring his men to survey the situation outside, but he suddenly saw 100 majors with malicious auras charging over at them. Who are you all? They are soldiers from the Federation too. Why are they attacking them? The swarm of majors didn't say anything. They just waved their hands and flashes of silver-colored lights were seen. As soon as they saw those lights, many officers instantly fell limp and collapsed on the hard ground. The regiment commander was shocked. He hurriedly signaled towards the remaining officer with his hand, and everyone took out their beam handguns, preparing to kill these invaders. Just as the scene was about to turn bloody, a powerful force of presence suddenly spread throughout the entire district. It also came with a frightening killing intent, which immediately suppressed the officer who was about to pull the trigger. Their hands weren't in their controls anymore. Some of the slightly more powerful officers tried their best to resist the force of presence and got to pull down on the trigger. However, they were already too late, as their opponents were well-experienced mecha masters, so they would not be hit by such predictable shots. The mecha operators dodged the harmless beams and attacked back at those officers. These officers were more powerful than the normal soldiers, but under the oppressive force of presence, they couldn't unleash their full power. Hence, the mecha operators subdued them easily. Domain. Du Junyong felt the killing intent in the air and his expression changed. He didn't expect the domain realm masters to be among the invaders. Just as our boss had predicted. You are indeed Du Mingyi's hidden card. Luo Chao smiled sweetly as she walked towards him. Du Junyong was dumbfounded when he saw the beautiful Luo Chao in a first lieutenant uniform. He suddenly thought about something and exclaimed, "You are Luo Lang from 250 Ace Mecha Clan." As Du Mingyi's confidant, he had already gotten hold of 250 Ace Mecha Clan's information, so he knew that there was a pair of twin siblings who looked alike in the Mecha Clan. Luo Chao was a first lieutenant while Luo Lang was the team leader of Team 05. In order to become a leader of a bunch of Ace Mecha Masters, he knew Luo Lang must be a very strong person. However, he didn't expect him to be a domain realm master. If you came here, it means that the Luo Lang who went to the mecha hold is your sister, Luo Chao. Du Junyong sneered. I didn't expect you to be willing to sacrifice your sister who does not much experience in mecha piloting in order to control us. Your regiment commander really is a heartless man who is willing to do anything to get what he wants. What a despicable person. How can you work under him? You are so blind to his schemes. This Luo Chao was actually Luo Lang in disguise. These two siblings not only looked alike, but they were also of a similar height. That was why Luo Lang was able to fit into Luo Chao's clothes. However, Luo Lang was secretly self-conscious about his height, but luckily no one would dare to tease him about his height. Blind? My regiment has nothing to do with this plan. Plus, that word is more suitable for you as you are still blind to the faults of your commanding officer, Du Mingyi. As for my sister, Luo Lang smiled brightly. He was not worried at all. Luo Lang and Luo Chao grew up together since they were young. Although their genders were different, their minds were interlinked. Thus, they knew each other very well. Luo Chao appeared weak and shy, but internally, she was just as strong as him. Every training session, she would secretly practice more by herself. Even when she became Luo Lang's sandbag, getting hit after hit by him, she would stand up again and again until she was completely exhausted. This was his sister, a tough and firm young lady with a strong desire to become stronger, and this motivated Luo Lang to work harder too. If she completed her mission while he couldn't, he wouldn't have the face to stay here anymore. Du Junyong didn't know the relationship between the two siblings, so when he saw Luo Lang's nonchalant attitude, he thought that this brother didn't care about his sister at all, and his heart dropped by his speculation, as such people were the most difficult to deal with, as they only cared about their own gain and could abandon everything else, including their family, in order to get what they wanted. Furthermore, he was a domain realm master. At the mecha hold, the 10 team leaders of 250 Mecha Clan and their teammates had walked to their respective mechas. At that moment, Su Shiming and his team members were already in their mechas. They were persistently calling for the JMC's attention. Leader, the people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan are here. One of his men noticed 250 Ace Mecha Clan and hurriedly informed his leader. What? Su Shiming was shocked. Isn't Ling Lan thinking of a way to control Du Mingyi and the base? Why did he come here with his mecha clan? He looked up and saw around 200 mecha operators walking into the mecha hold. All the 10 team leaders that appeared at the gathering that day were present too. What is he planning to do? Su Shiming was slightly angry. He needed the JMC's and logisticians' help now to activate the ejection port so that his team could go out and scout the area. He didn't want to be stuck here with a bunch of other people clogging up the space. Just as he was getting disappointed at Ling Lan's decision, he saw someone familiar from the corner of his eye. Wait! Su Shiming quickly controlled the screen on his mecha and zoomed in on this person. What he saw was Yen 3 commanding his team members with a stern face, asking them to enter their mechas. It's Yen 3. Those people are from the Evil Wind mecha team. Su Shiming inspected the ground carefully. The people that he thought were from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were actually from the Evil Wind mecha team. Only less than half of the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were present in the mecha hold. The mecha operators from the Evil Wind mecha team were split among the 10 teams. Each team had about 15 mecha operators from the Evil Wind mecha team. The rest were from 250 Ace mecha clan. What surprised him the most was, these mecha operators from the Evil Wind mecha team were actually listening obediently to the commands of the team leaders. They entered their mechas orderly and waited to be ejected. Did Yen 3 submit to Ling Lan within such a short period of time? Su Shiming understood Yen 3's character quite well. He was not someone who would bow down to someone with just a few punches and threats. How did Ling Lan do it? In the mecha hold, the 10 team leaders of 250 Ace mecha clan watched as the members from the Evil Wind mecha team climb into their mechas. Through this period of training, the anger of the mecha operators from Evil Wind had subsided a little. They were willing to cooperate with them now. Additionally, the base was currently under DEFCON 1. Thus, they were supposed to do everything in their power to guard their base so, by right, nothing bad should happen. However, the team leaders didn't dare to let down their guard, as they were afraid that some narrow-minded people would want to take revenge on them even if it meant destroying everything. Luo Lang, wait, it should be Luo Chao, was wearing her brother's major uniform. She still kept her shy smile while trying to put on a stern face. Her aura was indeed a little similar to her brother. However, some of the mecha operators from Evil Wind, who knew the truth about her identity, looked down on their weak-looking team leader, so they glared at her provokingly. When Luo Chao saw those glares, she flicked her right finger, and a silver-colored light was seen, shooting towards a mecha operator. Her actions were done quickly, so the mecha operator didn't have any time to react. Thus, he got hit by the syringe, which immediately immobilized him. To let her have better control of her team, these mecha operators from Evil Wind were the weakest among everyone. They were at the peak of refinement, just like Luo Chao. Luo Chao slowly walked towards the immobilized mecha operator and patted his shoulder. She smiled. "Do you have a problem with me?" The mecha operator trembled slightly. He looked shocked. Those mecha operators from Evil Wind who hadn't boarded their mechas stopped and looked over at her. Luo Chao was unafraid of them, so she looked at them straight in the eyes with a vicious and sharp gaze. After that, her right hand moved up from his shoulder to the neck of the mecha operator. She placed her finger on the main artery and said calmly, "Get in your mecha now." The malicious intent in Luo Chao's eyes was intense. The mecha operators who were enjoying the show quickly hastened their pace and boarded their mechas. While everyone's attention was on Luo Chao's right hand, she hit her left hand behind her and flicked it, creating another passing silver-colored flash of light. The mecha operator regained his senses and heard Luo Chao asking him to board his mecha. He didn't dare to resist anymore, so he hurriedly entered his mecha. He moved so quickly that he accidentally stumbled, almost losing his grip of the railings leading up to his cockpit. When he finally climbed into his cockpit, he started shivering violently. Was everything he saw real? It was so frightening. After everyone from Evil Wind boarded their mechas, Luo Chao heaved a sigh of relief. She finally completed her mission. Li Lanfeng walked towards her and said gently, "That look just now was really good." Luo Chao blushed. She smiled and said, "I learned it from boss." Just when Luo Chao was about to run out of ideas to quietly suppress these bunch of men, she suddenly remembered her boss's cold and emotionless expression. She started mimicking it unconsciously. Maybe it was because she always paid attention to Ling Lan, but she managed to understand the true essence of Ling Lan's cold and vicious gaze. Hence, she was able to subdue those unconvinced mecha operators. Luo Chao looked at Li Lanfeng gratefully. "I still have to thank." Luo Chao suddenly paused. Then, she continued hesitantly, "The new agent he gave. Without that agent, she wouldn't be able to scare the mecha operator that provoked her. Since it is created, it should be used." "It's good that the effects are great," Li Lanfeng replied indifferently. "Do you think Shuya can successfully complete her mission?" Luo Chao was worried about her, so she asked Li Lanfeng. "You have followed our boss for such a long time. Did you ever see him make a wrong decision?" Li Lanfeng asked her back. Luo Chao shook her head. Every step Boss Lan took was stable and filled with confidence. He would not make any decision unless he was certain that he would succeed. In that case, why are you still so worried? We just need to wait patiently for our boss to take control of the base. Li Lanfeng had complete confidence in Ling Lan. Luo Chao got consoled by what Li Lanfeng said and felt at ease. She couldn't help but give Li Lanfeng a bright smile. In the near vicinity, Xie Yi clicked his tongue when he saw her smile. What is it? Qi Long's heart pounded furiously. He thought that something went wrong. He and Xie Yi were sent here to control the mecha operators from Evil Wind. If any of them tried to retaliate, they would subdue them without any mercy. At such a crucial time, they couldn't allow anyone to spoil their boss's plans. Luo Chao's smile is just like Luo Lang's. Xie Yi was a little unhappy. The smile that belonged to Luo Lang appeared on another person's face. Although the face was the same, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Qi Long glared at him angrily. They are twins. Of course, they look the same. If they look different, something is weird. What an idiot. Xie Yi placed his hands behind his head in a lazy manner and sighed. But shouldn't everyone be unique? In the future, there will definitely be many people who will be confused about the two of them. Qi Long looked at Xie Yi with disdain. You just had to create trouble out of nothing. He jeered, can you not differentiate between Luo Lang and Luo Chao? Xie Yi quickly put his hands down and said hurriedly, how is that possible? Even if Luo Lang turns into dust, no way. I mean, no matter how he disguises himself, I will still be able to recognize him. That's right. Although they have the same face, real friends will be able to see their unique points. Qi Long said indifferently, as for everyone else, since they are not their true friends, why bother about them even if they can't differentiate them? Do you think Luo Chao and Luo Lang will care about them? Xie Yi's lips twitched. Luo Chao might not mind, but what about Luo Lang? Xie Yi felt if Luo Lang got wrongly recognized as a girl, he would turn berserk. Yes, he was very sure about this. At the command center, the adjutant walked into the commanding officer's office with a large folder given by the staff who were monitoring the cameras in the mecha hold. Senior Colonel, this is the attendance of all the mecha clans who have appeared in the mecha hold. The adjutant passed the folder over. Du Mingyi quickly flipped through it. He wanted to see the information on 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He frowned and said, Ling Lan didn't come. However, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw all the 10 team leaders present. The rest of the mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan were there too. The number of mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan in Mecha Hold tally with the number of mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan in their records. Since those team leaders are all going out of the base, Ling Lan will not possess any danger to me even if he stays back at the base, as all Ling Lan has on his hands are just logisticians. Du Mingyi thought to himself. He flicked the folder close and muttered to himself, he didn't go because he is afraid that I'll harm his logisticians when he leaves. Humph. He is underestimating me. I'm not that stupid to do it now. I'll just touch your logisticians just before the war starts. With all the elites of 250 Ace Mecha Clan gone, he didn't need to worry about Ling Lan anymore. With just him and his logisticians, they wouldn't be able to touch him in his base. Ling Lan was guarded against him, but he was also guarding against Ling Lan too. He was afraid that Ling Lan would make use of this opportunity when the base entered into DEFCON 1 to take over the control of his base, so it was for this reason why he ordered his men to watch over the 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Du Mingyi felt relieved, so he just casually threw the folder on the table. He decided that once the battle started, he would transfer 250 Ace Mecha Clan to the most dangerous battlefield, and finally destroying this thorn on his side. Since the clan was the Ace Mecha Clan of Base 013, it was reasonable for him to put them in the most dangerous place. Whether they survived or not, it depended on their luck. It was their misfortune and their punishment to have such an arrogant and domineering regiment commander. Wait, young Master Qilong is inside 250 Ace Mecha Clan too. Du Mingyi frowned. If anything happened to Qilong, he would definitely be questioned by the general of the 13th Division. Even if he covered up the crime perfectly, he still couldn't escape being investigated. It seems like I have to protect young Master Qilong by moving him away from his clan. He needed to think about this. As Du Mingyi was planning how he should move Qilong away, his adjutant was increasingly more anxious as time went by, as he was aware of the impatient mecha operators in the mecha hold who were already calling for his head. When he saw Du Mingyi still remaining silent amidst the commotion going on the mecha hold, he gathered his courage and reminded him, Senior Colonel, Su Shiming and the other regiment commanders are still waiting for your orders. Shall we inform the logisticians and JMCs to start working? Du Mingyi got a shock when he received the reminder. Since 250 Ace Mecha Clan didn't pose any danger to him now, he shouldn't keep the scouts team waiting anymore. If not, Su Shiming might really explode in anger. He had already taught Su Shiming a lesson, allowing him to understand the consequences of provoking him, so he shouldn't delay any longer. Hence, he nodded, let the scouts team move out. As for the other mecha clans, ask them to continue waiting at the mecha hold. However, he couldn't let the other mecha clans off that easily. Yes. The adjutant replied quickly before rushing out of the office to order a staff to contact the logistics and JMC department. JMC department, please reply when you receive the message. The staff tried to contact the JMC department, but after multiple tries, there was no response from them. 013, please reply. 013, please reply. The staff immediately contacted the mainframe of the base, as he sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to determine if there was some problem with the communication device at the JMC department by contacting the mainframe, but there was still no reply again. The staff's expression turned for the worse as he stood up in fear. Sir, there is no reply from the mainframe. All the staff got nervous when they heard this. The leader of the command center staff, who was a senior captain, instantly took his position and called the mainframe again. 013, please reply. 013, please reply. But there was still no reply from the mainframe. It was as though it was in a deep sleep. The senior captain didn't dare to waste any time as he scrambled towards Du Mingyi's office. When he arrived at the door, he shouted at Du Mingyi, Senior Colonel. There is a problem with the mainframe. Du Mingyi stood up instantly. His sudden and forceful action caused the folder on his table to fall on the ground. He asked in a stern tone, what is happening? Senior Colonel, we can't receive a reply from the mainframe. The senior captain's face was pale. Once the mainframe malfunctioned, all the systems controlled by it would stop working. The most frightening thing was, the protective shield protecting the base would disappear too. If Helia attacked their base in this vulnerable state, staff like them would be at their mercy. They were not like the mecha operators who still had a mecha to protect them. Du Mingyi's face turned white too when he heard this. He knew how important the mainframe was to the entire base. He quickly aimed his communicator at the optical supercomputer on his office table, trying to use his authority as the commanding officer of the base to activate the mainframe. It was useless. The mainframe was spoilt. No matter how much he restarted it, there was no reaction. Suddenly, Du Mingyi heard a scream of terror followed by the noise of an intense fight. Du Mingyi looked at the dead mainframe and thought of something. He rushed out of his office. Just as he was about to reach the main entrance of the command center, the door suddenly opened, revealing a young military doctor in a white gown with a surgical mask over his face. Long time no see, Senior Colonel Du. The person raised one of his eyebrows and smiled when he saw Du Mingyi. He seemed to be greeting an old friend. Du Mingyi immediately remembered who this person was when he saw the military doctor attire. The head of the medical department of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Major Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu raised both of his hands and clapped slowly. He smiled. As expected of the commanding officer of our base. The details of everyone in the base is at the tip of your fingers. What is that bastard Ling Lan trying to do? Du Mingyi gritted his teeth and asked. Li Shiyu laughed when he heard this. Senior Colonel Du, look at the situation now. Are you still trying to act dumb? Du Mingyi remained silent. He wanted the other party to admit it personally. Li Shiyu suddenly cupped his hands behind his ears and leaned towards the door, listening attentively to the noise outside. When he heard that the noise outside had died down, he smiled gently. It looks like your guards are down. The second he finished speaking, more than 50 members of 250 Ace Mecha clan appeared at the various windows of the building. There were 2 people standing outside of each window and all of them had beam guns in their hands. They were aiming it at the people inside. Obviously, the entire command center was surrounded. Little Four knew exactly how many windows there were in the command center, so Ling Lan gave Li Shiyu just the right amount of people. Senior Colonel Du, do you still not understand? Li Shiyu mocked him. He will never be able to control the base. Never. Du Mingyi couldn't maintain his calm demeanor as a commanding officer. He started shouting furiously at Li Shiyu. Really? Li Shiyu looked at Du Mingyi with a gaze filled with contempt. Why does a wimp like him have the guts to scheme against their regiment commander? He is looking for death. Without me, the mainframe will not listen to anyone. There is no way he can control the base. Du Mingyi would never let them know that something had happened to the mainframe. Oh, really? The contempt in Li Shiyu's voice got more pronounced. He snapped his fingers and the mainframe that had remained quiet all these while suddenly activated. Du Mingyi's expression quickly changed. He finally knew who was behind the mainframe failing. He stuttered in disbelief, this is impossible. Although the mainframe of a base was a grade lower than the mainframe of the Federation, it still couldn't be easily hacked. Even an ace hacker would need around 4 hours of continuous hacking to break its firewall. Plus, the hackers at his base were not weak too. Once someone hacked into their mainframe, they would immediately notice it and the defense mechanism of the mainframe would be heightened. With the help of the hackers from the base, it was impossible to hack into the mainframe within a short period of time. Is Ling Lan a virtual god? Hello, I'm 013. What is your command? The mainframe spoke after it got activated. Its voice was gentle and mechanical just like the other mainframes. However, the voice sounded a little like a child. Li Shiyu was surprised. He didn't expect the voice of base 013's mainframe to be like this. Little Four, who controlled the mainframe of the base, was extremely arrogant. How could that stupid system 013 have such a perfect voice like me? That's right, it wasn't 013 who spoke just now, it was Little Four mimicking 013's voice. Why did Little Four do this? Well, the reason was simple. The handsome Little Four didn't want to be a wallflower anymore. He wanted in on the action now. Hence, he decided to pretend to be 013 for a while. Base 013 will be taken over by the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Lieutenant Colonel Ling Lan, from now on. Please remember this, Li Shiyu gave the mainframe an order. Noted. The commanding officer of the base will be Boss Ling Lan from this moment onwards. Little Four controlled his excitement as he pretended to be an emotionless mainframe. He accepted Li Shiyu's command without any hesitation. Li Shiyu was speechless as there seemed to be a problem with the mainframe. He said Lieutenant Colonel Ling Lan just now, not Boss Ling Lan. Did they damage the mainframe when they hacked it just now? However, he was the only one who noticed this mistake in Little Four's act. Everyone else was too flabbergasted by 013's reply, they didn't listen to its content carefully. While Li Shiyu was talking to Little Four, Du Mingyi sent a few commands to the mainframe while Li Shiyu was not paying attention to him. Boss, Du Mingyi is doing something sneaky. Little Four was playing as a substitute of 013 but he continued to watch over Du Mingyi. When he saw his sneaky actions, he quickly reported it back to Ling Lan, who stayed back at the camp of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. She was currently drinking hot tea, waiting for the good news. Actually, Li Shiyu talked to 013 and let down his guard against Du Mingyi on purpose. It was to allow Du Mingyi to do his sneaky actions. They needed to uproot all of Du Mingyi's power, no seeds must be left behind. These people were not a threat to Ling Lan, but since she decided to do it, she would not give Du Mingyi any chances to ever show his face in the military again. Little Four copied Du Mingyi's messages and sent it to his boss. Ling Lan looked through it and smiled. Du Mingyi was a narrow-minded person, but he was decisive. At such a crucial time, he lured Song Yiqing with a bait that was very difficult to reject. Will Song Yiqing take the bait? As for the other people Du Mingyi asked for help, they were all within Ling Lan's expectation. After Du Mingyi sent his messages, his expression relaxed a little. As long as the guards arrived, Li Shiyu and his men would not be a threat. The moment Du Mingyi relaxed, Li Shiyu turned and smiled at him. "Senior Colonel Du, are you done calling your reinforcements?" Du Mingyi's expression changed slightly. He didn't know that Li Shiyu had seen through his cheap trick, but yet, he didn't stop him. Is it blind faith on Ling Lan, or does he have other plans? You are looking for the guards at 001 camp, right? You must be from the Du family. Li Shiyu calmly exposed one of Du Mingyi's helpers. Du family? What nonsense is this? Regiment Commander Du just happens to have the same surname as me, Du Mingyi replied with an indifferent face. The rank, 3 elite family of planet Luxing. Am I right? I know that you are a direct descendant of the Du family, but you were entrusted to a commoner with the surname Du. Li Shiyu directly exposed the secret Du Mingyi was hiding for his entire life. When Du Mingyi offended Ling Lan, Ling Lan's #1 sidekick, Little Four, was extremely angry at him. Thus, to vent his anger, he went to dig up all of Du Mingyi's history. The Du family hid everything so perfectly, an ace hacker might not be able to notice any loopholes. However, they were facing the literal virtual god, Little Four. The only things that Little Four couldn't find are the things he didn't want to find. The Federation had always prevented the elite families from acquiring any forms of military power. If a person from an elite family was to enter the Federation, other than receiving many military merits, they would not be able to get into the central command chain of the Federation. No matter how high one person's military rank was, they would be only given deputy rank positions or positions without any real military power. For a position of power such as a commander of a base, elite families could never be able to sit in this position. The highest they could go up the command chain was just being high-ranked staff officer. After Li Shiyu exposed Du Mingyi's secret, all the officers in the command center looked towards Du Mingyi with an utterly shocked expressions on their faces. Although the tension between the elite families and the military was not brought out into the open, those who joined the military for a long time, or actively participated in the game called politics, could easily discover the hidden tension between the two parties. The surrounding officers thought about it and knew what the Du family had planned to infiltrate the military's central command chain. The Du family would send their direct descendants to random commoners' families as their foster child, making it seem like they had cut off ties with the child, but in actuality, these foster children had people from the Du family teaching and nurturing them from when they arrived to the commoner's house. This way, when these descendants grow up, they would still be completely loyal to the Du family. However, the price of doing this was that these descendants would have a slow start at the beginning. They must enter the military as a standard soldier, not like those who were publicly recognized as a descendant from an elite family, who would start as a junior officer after entering the military. When advancing to senior colonel, those from the elite families would only need 10 years, but those foster children who used the standard path would need 20 or even 30 years to get to that position. These results were already pretty good, considering their families were still quietly helping them in the dark. Du Mingyi was one of those foster children. He used almost 3 times the amount of time to climb up compared to a normal descendant from the Du family. He used 28 years to advance into a senior colonel, before finally becoming a commander of a base with actual military power. They used time to trade for power. Perhaps, even the Du family didn't know whether it was worth it or not. Du Mingyi was angry and surprised. Once this information got out, the Federation's military would definitely not let him take any important positions in the future. Even if his military rank was to stay the same because of his merits, it would still be impossible for him to acquire real military power anymore. If that was the case, then won't his sacrifice of 28 years be all for naught? After thinking about this, Du Mingyi's expression was filled with dreadful malice. He must get rid of all these people who knew about his secret. He now had the chance, since they had sent people to surround the command center. It gave him a perfect reason for him to kill all of them and no one would be able to question it. It was normal for them to die for a mutiny, right? He suddenly waved his fist, and a silhouette from a dark corner pounced towards Li Shiyu. Bang! Li Shiyu met the attack with his fist without hesitation. The two fists smashed into each other, creating a muffled sound. Everyone in the command center was sent flying from the chi jin the two of them had sent out. They were smashed into the walls before falling to the ground with a thud. The physical skills of these officers were quite average. When faced with the shockwaves from a battle between two strong individuals, they couldn't defend themselves, resulting in all of them becoming injured. Li Shiyu saw Du Mingyi, who stood on the side with a flaring killing intent. Li Shiyu understood that Du Mingyi was not going to let even his own soldier leave this place alive. Li Shiyu's expression became sharp, and a terrifying force of presence suddenly enveloped around them, twisting and turning the space around them. Domain. Du Mingyi and the senior captain were stunned. They didn't think that this unknown Li Shiyu was actually a domain realm master. It should be known that if someone was found out to be a domain realm master, their military rank would be senior colonel and not a little major rank. Du Mingyi began to frown. He felt afraid. What kind of clan is 250 Ace Mecha clan? Why would an insignificant military doctor have such a strong capabilities? It should be known that military doctors were considered to be logisticians with the weakest physical skills. The most remarkable military doctors were considered to be the best of the best if their physical skills was at the refinement stage, not Qi Jin, or even the domain stage. If someone had such amazing talent and physical skills, who would be willing to let them learn military medicine? Wouldn't that just be a waste of talent? Of course, only Du Mingyi's group was dumbfounded. Those from 250 Ace Mecha clan who surrounded the command station all knew that this person was not Dr. Li. Instead, he was one of the 10 mecha captains, Li Lanfeng. It was just that they also didn't know that their Captain Li had actually reached the domain stage. This made them think of their cold and stern regiment commander. It should be known that only their regiment commander's aura could reign in Captain Li. Doesn't that mean their regiment commander is also a domain realm master? It also meant that he wasn't just a standard domain realm master, but a titled domain realm master. After thinking about this point, everyone became excited. Nothing was more exciting than knowing that their own regiment commander was a really powerful individual. At that moment, the twisted space around Li Lanfeng suddenly cracked into countless black tentacles. Those black tentacles quickly flew towards those soldiers and wrapped around their bodies. Then, the tentacles whipped towards the door, tossing them out of the main entrance. Then they were caught by those from 250 Ace Mecha clan outside. When Du Mingyi discovered Li Lanfeng's intentions, he wanted to stop him. However, Li Lanfeng shot a cold glare towards Du Mingyi which actually shook him, making him freeze in his place. In an instant, Li Lanfeng successfully cleared out all those who stood in his way. Li Lanfeng raised his right hand and a black scythe began to take shape in his hand. The senior captain and Du Mingyi had cautious expression on their faces when they sensed the ominous aura around it and began to stay alert. Right at that moment, Li Lanfeng suddenly gave out an order, all members, move back 30 meters. This was the estimate Li Lanfeng had calculated for shockwave distance that would be created from fighting with his opponents. He was afraid that during the battle, he would hurt his own team if he couldn't control the situation. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to explain to Ling Lan. Hearing this, those from 250 Ace Mecha clan quickly moved back. At the same time, they didn't forget to take those officers who were tossed out by Captain Li with them. After seeing he had nothing to worry about, he turned towards the senior captain with cold expression on his face and said, you're probably the protector the Du family had sent to be beside Du Mingyi. The Du family would not allow Du Mingyi to have any accidents after spending so much effort on him. You're quite knowledgeable about the internal workings of the elite families. I think I know who you are. The senior captain seemed confident in his words. Li Lanfeng raised an eyebrow and waited for his answer. A surname Li means that you're from that super elite family, the Li family. I didn't think the Li family would actually be willing to let you out from the 4th Division and let you go to the 23rd Division instead. It looks like they had made some arrangements with Ling Xiao. The senior captain could only think of this reason. This Li Xiu was probably a super genius that the Li family had nurtured. This was the only way for such a military doctor to have such strong physical skills. Hearing this, Li Lanfeng placed his finger in front of him and shook it side to side. No, no, no. You are completely wrong. Me going to the 23rd Division has nothing to do with General Ling Xiao. I can only say that I was convinced by my regiment commander's personality and charm, and thus I decided to serve him in any way I can. Well, that was his reason. As for Li Xiu, who was lied to, and for Li Yingjie, who he didn't know the reason why he followed them, he wasn't sure if they felt the same way. As someone from an elite family and knowing that it's difficult for us to be in the military, why don't we work together, instead of you exposing us? The senior captain said in an angry tone of voice. Elite family? What does that have to do with me? As for not exposing you, no can do, my friend. It's because you angered someone you shouldn't have. Li Lanfeng's expression was cold. He seemed like a warm and kind person who got along with people, but in reality, he was a cold and calculative person who would use or sacrifice anyone to achieve his goals. Ling Lan was the only person he didn't dare to use his dirty schemes on. He knew well that it was his weakness, but he just let himself be selfish for once. He must acquire more from him, more. What does he want? Li Lanfeng still didn't know currently. He only knew that he was like a glutton. He wanted everything Ling Lan could give him without giving any of it to others. It was because of that Li Lanfeng was not willing to give Du Mingyi, who offended Ling Lan greatly, any way of getting out of the situation. He forced his opponent to have no choice but to fight for his life. From the very beginning, Li Lanfeng didn't even have the slightest thought of giving Du Mingyi a chance to live. This was Li Lanfeng, evil, ruthless and merciless. At 224 Mecha Clan, Song Yiqing felt a vibration from his communicator as he was preparing to go out for war. When he opened his communicator and saw the cry for help from Du Mingyi, he jumped up in shock. What happened? A senior captain beside him asked hurriedly. Song Yiqing took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, Ling Lan is really bold. He actually sent his men to surround the command center. He wants to force Du Mingyi to hand over his powers. The senior captain's expression changed. Force Du Mingyi? Is he crazy? If Du Mingyi decided to fight to the end, the entire base would be implicated, including them. He is a lunatic. He snatched all the food at the welcoming dinner, offending all the officers above the rank of a junior officer. Then, he wiped out the entire Evil Wind mecha team. He sent his logisticians to grab supplies from the warehouse, and now, he is making use of DEFCON 1 alert to take control of the base when everyone is in a mess and doesn't have the time to care about him. Look at all the things he did. Which one of them is not crazy? Song Yiqing said angrily. He started pacing around his office in frustration. He pondered if he should get involved in this messy situation. Should we take part in this matter? Song Yiqing was afraid of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, so he couldn't make a decision. Hence, he asked his confidant, who was specially sent by the Song family, to give his opinion on the matter. Did Du Mingyi promise many benefits? The senior captain asked. Yes, he promised if we help him to destroy 250 Ace Mecha Clan, he would give us the power over the command chain in Base 013. Song Yiqing's eyes lit up. He had been eyeing Base 013 for a long time. Unfortunately, Du Mingyi was not easy to deal with. He didn't seem to have any background, but there was always an invisible faction protecting him whenever he tried to do something to him. He tried to bring him down many times but failed as many times. However, the arrival of 250 Ace Mecha clan changed the tides to his favor. Du Mingyi had no choice but to rely on him now. This was a great surprise to him, but it meant that he needed to become enemies with 250 Ace Mecha clan. This was a mecha clan that even the Song family was unwilling to provoke. This was the only reason why Song Yiqing was hesitant. If that is the case, we can take part. The senior captain was tempted too. Taking over the command chain of the base was the test the Song family gave Song Yiqing. If he succeeded, Song Yiqing would be able to be seen in a more favorable light in the family and might be promoted to a higher position. As the grandson of the Marshal Song and someone whom the family was willing to groom, Song Yiqing was not a rash person. He was logical and calm, so he decided to figure out the overall situation first before deciding whether or not he should participate in this farce. The senior captain ordered his men to send them updates on the recent actions of 250 Ace Mecha clan. What they received back is that all of 250's mecha operators were in the mecha hold while only Ling Lan was left to guard the camp with just a bunch of logisticians to help him. If the mecha operators were present, they would be afraid to join in this fight due to their impressive capabilities and background. However, these people were now all stuck at the mecha hold, and the ones left were ordinary logisticians who were weak with no background. No matter how powerful Ling Lan was, he wouldn't be able to defend against the raid of an entire mecha clan, right? Song Yiqing and the senior captain were elated when they received this piece of news. Both of them felt that this was an extremely good opportunity. Not only were they able to take revenge for the humiliation they had suffered, but they could also gain control over the command chain of the base. Ai Liang, inform everyone to prepare to reinforce the command center. Song Yiqing slammed his fist on the table and gave his order. Yes, Regiment Commander. The senior captain, whose name was Ai Liang, immediately accepted the order. Little Four was monitoring 224 Mecha clan the entire time, so when they started moving, he immediately reported to Ling Lan. Ling Lan put down the teacup in her hand and smiled. Money and power are indeed very tempting. As expected, Song Yiqing was unable to refuse the temptation. Ling Lan disappeared from her office after she said that. Soon, Song Yiqing led his fully armed 224 mecha clan out of their camp. There were about 1,000 people in his mecha clan, all rushing towards the command center. While they were running, their vision started to get blurry. A dense mist had suddenly appeared in the base for some reason. It was so dense that they were only able to see 1 meter ahead of them. No, it might be even shorter. Song Yiqing looked around and suddenly realized something. His expression immediately changed and shouted, "Stop!" The entire base was encased by a protective shield and there was a temperature regulation system inside the base, so it was impossible to have mist here unless something went wrong with the protective shield and the temperature regulation system. The entire 224 mecha clan stopped moving under Song Yiqing's command. The organized footsteps quieted down. It was dead silent. Suddenly, faint footsteps could be heard over the dense mist. It was the sound of a pair of military boots stepping firmly on the ground. The sound got nearer and nearer to them. Be careful and be on your guard. Song Yiqing looked at the front of him intently. He whispered to Ai Liang and ordered him to remind the people behind them to be vigilant. Not long after, a figure finally walked out of the mist. The mist had gradually turned less dense now. They were able to see 20 meters ahead of them. There was a distance between the figure and him, but Song Yiqing would already feel the cold aura the person exuded. The coldness engulfed his body whole, leaving him to feel dread for the first time. As the figure got closer, Song Yiqing finally managed to see him clearly. The person wore a blue and white military uniform with a white cloak draped over his shoulders which swayed in the air as he moved. He was walking in a calm and casual manner with a silver short whip in his hand. Song Yiqing never saw Ling Lan before, but the moment he saw this person, Ling Lan's name popped up in his mind. The person stopped when he was just 5 meters away from Song Yiqing and looked at them with an indifferent gaze. Ling Lan. Song Yiqing gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the other party to be monitoring him too. This was the only reason why Ling Lan could catch him the moment he came out of his camp. Song Yiqing. Ling Lan replied nonchalantly, if I were you, I would turn back and return to my own camp now. You will not take part in the matter between Du Mingyi and me. Ling Lan, if I were you, I would surrender immediately, and please stop making a desperate attempt to struggle. Song Yiqing noticed that Ling Lan came alone, so he started sneering at her. Song Yiqing, no wonder you got exiled by your family. You are quite stupid. Ling Lan shook her head with pity. Your Mecha clan means nothing to me. I wasted so much time to talk to you because our parents all have high positions in the military, and I don't want to spoil their friendly relationship. Song Yiqing was furious when he heard what Ling Lan said. He immediately disregarded what she said at the end and replied indignantly, I want to see how you will defeat a nobody like me. He waved his right hand, and around 20 people from 224 Mecha clan flew out, surrounding Ling Lan in a tight circle. Ling Lan sighed. She wasn't in the mood to fight. That was why she hinted to Song Yiqing that her background was as powerful as his. Unfortunately, this Song Yiqing was too slow to catch what she was trying to hint at. It now looked as though she had to fight with them. Wow. Boss, are you going to KO 1,000 people all by yourself? Little Four was excited about the upcoming Royal Rumble. Shouldn't it be 1,000 people KO me? Ling Lan replied unhappily. She threw the short whip in her hand and disappeared from her position. Bang! 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 The short whip hit everyone who surrounded, whipping them up into air forcefully before falling to the ground beside Song Yiqing. Song Yiqing was shocked at this surprisingly beautiful scene. He took a few steps back quickly. In a blink of an eye, the 20 people piled up into a graceful pyramid in front of him. At that moment, Ling Lan suddenly appeared in front of Song Yiqing and pressed his shoulder down, immediately immobilizing him. Ling Lan whispered to Song Yiqing, you always like to struggle until the last minute. When facing Qi Long, you were like this. Now facing me, you are still like this. If it wasn't for the fact that your grandfather and my father are both in the military, I will not let you off so easily. Song Yiqing, don't try to test my patience. I've already made things really obvious. Song Yiqing, please have a clear mind. Ling Lan didn't want to KO 1,000 people. It was not really difficult for her, but if she really subdued Song Yiqing's 224 Mecha clan alone, the second marshal, Song Yongjing, would definitely take revenge on her. Although that sly old fox couldn't do anything to her father, he could easily create some small problem for him. Ling Xiao already had enough things on his hand. Ling Lan didn't want to place more burden on his shoulders. Hence, Ling Lan constantly reminded Song Yiqing about her identity. Proactively admitting defeat and having no choice but to admit defeat was two different concepts. Ling Lan didn't want to become enemies with Song Yiqing and the Song family. The lower-ranked people in the military might not know who Ling Lan was, but the higher authorities, including the 3 great marshals and the 10 generals, definitely knew who she was. Even the generals of the various divisions might know who she was. Your father. Song Yiqing finally caught on. He got stunned for a moment. Then, he narrowed his eyes and asked, who is your father? Of course, what made him calm down was Ling Lan's hand, which was immobilizing him. Ling Lan smiled mysteriously at Song Yiqing and didn't reply to him. Ling. Song Yiqing suddenly thought of Ling Xiao. He then remembered that Ling Lan's 250 Mecha clan came from the 23rd Division. His expression changed. He said in a voice only he could hear, Ling Xiao. My father asked me to send his regards to Marshal Song. He hopes we can work together. Ling Lan smiled. Ah, good, he is not too stupid. Work together. Song Yiqing recalled what Ling Lan said at the start. He scoffed, didn't you say that I was exiled here? Looks like you are in the same state as me. Ling Lan gave him a strange look. Song Yiqing felt uncomfortable under her gaze. He wanted to put up with it, but the gaze was too glaring. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you trying to say? How many sons does your grandfather have? How many sons does your father have?" Ling Lan gave Song Yiqing a look of contempt. "How many sons does my father have?" Little Four knew everything about Song Yiqing. Song Yiqing's face turned black, as Ling Lan's words stabbed right into his heart. To other people, he was Song Yongzheng's grandson. He had an impressive status. However, Song Yongzheng had 8 sons. Moreover, his father was one of the weaker sons, so Song Yongzheng didn't place much emphasis on him, and Song Yiqing was his father's 3rd son. He had 2 older brothers who were very capable and had high positions in the military. His 2 younger brothers were extremely talented too. Thus, his father rarely paid him much attention. It could be said that in the entire Song family, he was the most invisible person. If he wasn't Song Yongzheng's grandson and didn't have the surname Song, the Song family might not even have let him become a regiment commander of a normal mecha clan. They just didn't want him to embarrass the Song family. They sent him to planet Haijiao for 2 reasons. One was because they didn't want to see him, and the other reason was to allow Song Yiqing to gain some merits himself. Just like what Ling Lan said, he was exiled by his own family. "Since you are not exiled, why did you come here?" Song Yiqing scoffed, even though he was internally hurt by the truth of his current situation. He would not let anyone see his weak side. He had his own ambitions too. However, once you reached a certain position and wanted to climb even higher, you need to have enough capabilities as well as merits. His abilities were not strong enough, and he didn't have enough merits too. Now, he was thrown here to participate in some small skirmishes to gain the most basic amounts of merits. He could almost see his future. He would become a regiment commander of a normal mecha clan. This was his furthest his potential could take him unless he managed to improve his mecha piloting skills. However, he couldn't do it no matter how hard he practiced. His talent restricted his mecha piloting level from getting any higher. The highest level he could achieve was the primary stage of Ace. If he was extremely lucky, he might be able to reach Elite Ace. Hence, he only had one chance. He needed to gain some impressive military achievements, like helping the Federation take over planet Haijiao. When the Federation gained control of planet Haijiao, they would distribute the honor to the various mecha clans. He would be able to use this honor to increase his status. But, this was just a wild dream. If planet Haijiao could be taken over so easily, the war wouldn't have lasted so long. Because of this, the Song family felt that he had no hope, so they had given up on him heartlessly. They were no longer willing to waste time and manpower on him. "You are really lucky," Song Yiqing said angrily. Deep down inside, he was jealous of Ling Lan. He was Ling Zhao's only son. All his father's love and resources were given to him unconditionally. Whether he was capable or not, Ling Zhao would not abandon him. He didn't need to lick his wounds on planet Haijiao like him. This unhappiness about his situation caused Song Yiqing to turn abusive. His personality got twisted as he had given up on himself. Ling Lan patted his shoulder lightly to comfort him, and the anger in Song Yiqing's eyes dissipated a little. Ling Lan lowered her voice and asked, "Are you willing to do something big with me?" Why do I sound like a villain persuading someone to do evil things with me?" Ling Lan was speechless at her own revelation. Song Yiqing narrowed his eyes again. "What do you mean? Why do you put your hope on other people?" "It is best to achieve your own results," Ling Lan said calmly. Although she was Ling Zhao's child, all her achievements were gained through her own efforts. Ling Zhao just made sure that her merits were not taken away by other people. Well, this was important too. "You want me to take part in the mutiny?" Song Yiqing smiled coldly. "If Du Mingyi doesn't hand over the control of the mainframe to you, everyone in this base will die because of you." Song Yiqing gave a look of contempt as he continued, why don't you pretend to be caught by me instead? After that, I'll bring you to Du Mingyi and trick him into giving me the control of the mainframe. This plan has a much higher possibility of success. Do I look like such a rash person who does something without planning? Du Mingyi is not a problem at all, Ling Lan replied indifferently. What do you mean? Song Yiqing raised one of his eyebrows in doubt. Ling Lan raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. The road lamps at the side suddenly lit up, illuminating the misting path, creating a cozy atmosphere around the two of them. Song Yiqing's expression drastically changed. He exclaimed in surprise, how did you gain control of the mainframe? The mainframe was the final trick up Du Mingyi's sleeves. He had to put up with Du Mingyi because of this. Yet, the final trick that put him at a loss, making him bow down to Du Mingyi unconditionally, was useless against Ling Lan. Ling Lan smiled at Song Yiqing, seemingly mocking his intelligence. Song Yiqing knew that he had asked a stupid question. No one would tell anyone such a powerful secret. When Ling Lan had gained control of the mainframe, he knew that Du Mingyi had no chance of winning anymore. Although, as the grandson of Song Yongzheng, his ability was a little weak, he had the courage and judgment of a true descendant of an elite family. He quickly asked, what will I get if I work with you? Ling Lan glanced at him coldly. Her gaze was piercing as if she could look into the depths of your soul. She patted the short whip on his chest. Song Yiqing, don't try to bargain with me. I'm not the patient type. Song Yiqing frowned. He never expected Ling Lan to be so domineering, that he didn't have any thoughts of discussing with him. You will take one of two options. 1. Follow me without any conditions. 2. Follow Du Mingyi and eat prison food with him, Ling Lan said coldly. Song Yiqing's face turned red and his lips trembled when he heard Ling Lan's unreasonable words. He really wanted to fight with this irritating man and tell them that he was not going to play with him anymore. However, he didn't dare to say this, as the mainframe was under his control. Young Master Qing. Ai Liang was angered by Ling Lan's words too. But, without Song Yiqing's command, he would not move, so he tried to urge him to order him to take down Ling Lan. Song Yiqing took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He replied coldly, as long as you defeat Senior Captain Ai Liang here, I will be willing to follow you for my entire life. Ling Lan looked at Ai Liang, who was giving off a strong fighting intent, and smiled. Isn't this considered food delivered right to my doorstep? Well, the grandson of the second marshal could also help her wipe the soles of her shoes. Song Yiqing, you are always so stupid. You like to make a bet with your opponent before you understand him fully. Ling Lan jeered with a sharp gaze. I hope you will not regret what you said. Regret? Although I'm a good-for-nothing, but I always follow up with what I said. I will honor my bet and not regret it. Ling Lan's words almost made him vomit out blood. He said angrily, what about you? Are you willing to bet with me? If you lose, you'll follow me for life. Ling Lan sneered. She played with the short whip in her hand. The anger on Song Yiqing's face disappeared slowly when he saw Ling Lan's calm demeanor. The feeling of anxiousness started to creep up inside him, but he gritted his teeth and said, you don't dare. Song Yiqing, you are stupid but sly. That is your real motive, right? Ling Lan said nonchalantly. If you don't have the confidence, then we can both just calmly go back to where we came from. Song Yiqing smiled. So what if Ling Lan found out his intentions? If Ling Lan didn't want to fight, he could just sit on the fence, no matter which side won, he would not lose anything. He didn't believe that Ling Lan would dare to annihilate his entire mecha clan. His status as the grandson of Song Yongzheng would protect him. If the other party wanted to continue staying in the military of the Federation, he wouldn't hurt him. No problem. Since you give me a winning bet, I will take it. If not, I'll be wasting this good opportunity. Ling Lan smiled. One last thing, don't regret it. Song Yiqing's confidence wavered when he saw Ling Lan's calm expression. He started to wonder if he really made a mistake. No, he can't be wrong. Besides those monsters from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, no one is able to advance to the domain stage at such a young age. Song Yiqing cheered himself on silently. He would definitely win this wager. Song Yongjing didn't think highly of Song Yiqing, but as a descendant of his, he didn't want him to die at a young age, completely ruining the reputation of the Song family. Hence, when Song Yiqing went to planet Haijiao, Song Yongjing used his authority to send a domain realm master to protect Song Yiqing. That domain realm master was the humble-looking AI Liang. AI Liang saw Ling Lan accepting the challenge, so he stepped out slowly from behind Song Yiqing. Ling Lan knocked Song Yiqing's chest with her short whip and reminded him, "Are you not planning to leave this place with your men? Do you want to die here?" He was just at Qi Jin stage. It was a suicidal act for Song Yiqing if he stood so near to a battle between two domain realm masters. That's right, Ling Lan already knew AI Liang was a domain realm master. He just suppressed his force of presence and made it seem as though he was only at the primary stage of Qi Jin. Ling Lan realized she was not the only one who knew how to suppress her force of presence. The other domain realm masters here could do it too. Song Yiqing looked at Ling Lan in surprise, seemingly astounded by her sudden act of kindness. He remembered that when he felt hurt just now, Ling Lan was the one who comforted him. Song Yiqing quickly retreated with his men. He looked at the calm and confident Ling Lan who was standing in front of AI Liang. He was curious. What kind of person is he? He has a sharp tongue and can irritate people easily. But, he is kind enough to comfort others even if the person is his opponent. The two of them were not on good terms, but he didn't hate Ling Lan. He hoped that AI Liang would not beat Ling Lan up too roughly. This doesn't sound like me. Song Yiqing couldn't help mock himself. Then, he gathered his emotions and waited for the result of the battle between AI Liang and Ling Lan. After everyone retreated 100 meters away, Ling Lan looked at AI Liang calmly. She said indifferently, "The battle between domain realm masters will destroy the facilities here. Why don't we just use our most powerful single-target attack to decide the winner?" AI Liang turned serious. "You reached the domain stage too." He didn't notice Ling Lan's true power, but Ling Lan managed to see through his disguise. Suddenly, he felt that this wager might be a mistake. The only response he got for his question was Ling Lan's dead gaze. In actuality, AI Liang didn't need an answer, as he had already gotten his answer from the pressure Ling Lan was exerting on him. This force of presence she was exuding was definitely not that of a Qi Jin expert. Song Yiqing's expression changed slightly, becoming more stern as he felt the terrifying aura seeping out from Ling Lan. It was really surprising that Ling Lan was a domain realm master this young. Well, it is kinda expected for a descendant of the youngest god-class mecha operator. AI Liang, of course, wasn't willing to let Ling Lan's force of presence pressure him down without him retaliating back. He roused up his true capabilities that were originally hidden under a veil. His force of presence rose quickly, before finally reaching a state comparable to Ling Lan's aura. The members from 224 Mecha Clan were quite stunned after seeing Senior Captain AI Liang, who guarded their regiment commander, was actually a domain realm master. However, what surprised them even more was that the young regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan was also a domain realm master. They remembered that the Federation had recently publicly announced the youngest domain realm master was 25 years old. Are they talking about Regiment Commander Ling who stood in front of them? Without mentioning the surprise of those from 224 Mecha Clan, AI Liang was also surprised by Ling Lan. If a battle between two domain masters was to initiate here, the base might be destroyed by the two of them. In order to mitigate the damages, they indeed should use their strongest single-target attack to determine the victor, so Ling Lan's suggestion was very sound. However, the problem for AI Liang was that this method of battle would not align with the strength of his domain, and as luck would have it, the concept of his domain was not suitable for going all out in one attack. If Ling Lan domain concept was offensive-based, he would be at a severe disadvantage. AI Liang suspected Ling Lan had already seen through the concept of his domain. That was why Ling Lan proposed this method of battle. After thinking about it, AI Liang couldn't help but raise his head to look in front of him. He saw Ling Lan looking at him coldly and calmly like still water. AI Liang couldn't figure out what Ling Lan was thinking, but he could feel the contempt from Ling Lan's eyes. Who cares if he has an offensive-based domain? Will a punk, who has only entered the domain stage a short while ago, be able to compare to me, who had already studied the concept of my domain for more than a decade? AI Liang narrowed his eyes and lifted his right hand. He clenched his hand into a fist with great force as though he was holding onto a weapon for dear life. Boss, what type of domain does he have? How come I can't see his domain energy? Little Four was anxious at the fact that he couldn't see anything. He was afraid his boss would be at a disadvantage. Interesting. Ling Lan smirked. It was interesting for her to experience an unknown domain in a fight. If she faced with a domain that she had fought against before, she would be thoroughly bored out of her mind. Ling Lan didn't know when she had actually liked the feeling of battling with odd opponents. As expected, 250 Ace Mecha Clan was a place for nurturing violent individuals. Even Ling Lan, a girl who loved peace, had become violent. Ling Lan lifted up her short whip and motioned it towards AI Liang to gesture for him to attack first. AI Liang's expression froze. He didn't think that Ling Lan would also choose to hide his domain just like he was doing right now. Ling Lan didn't expose even a little bit of his domain concept to him. AI Liang, who could not determine what type of domain Ling Lan had, could not decide on a technique to go against Ling Lan. The two of them stared at each other as their force of presence became stronger and stronger. In the middle of the two of them where the two forces crashed into each other actually caused crackling sounds in the air. Bam! One member, who was at the refinement stage could not endure the pressure emitting from the two-domain realm master, actually fell on his knees. The sound of that member falling was as though it was a signal to everyone. Those who had weak physical skills and were watching all fell down in a similar manner. This position actually helped these people to endure the pressure. Song Yiqing's expression was dumbstruck. This is how strong domain realm masters are. Just their force of presence was enough to subdue everyone. AI Liang had always protected him and had never fully exerted his force of presence. Song Yiqing always thought that AI Liang was only stronger than him by a small bit, and because of that, he didn't have high opinions of AI Liang. However, now, Song Yiqing understood what being a domain realm master really meant. They could actually be so strong. It was no wonder there was the saying that all those below the domain stage were like ants. Song Yiqing hoped that one day he would be able to enter the world of the strong, and not be an ant that domain realm masters could easily step on. AI Liang's force of presence had already reached his peak. If he didn't make a move at that moment, his force of presence would begin to decrease, making him be at a disadvantageous position. Originally, he wanted to wait for Ling Lan to make a move first for him to be able to adapt to Ling Lan's domain concept with an appropriate techniques. It was also surprising that although Ling Lan was young, his patience was not wavering. AI Liang was suspicious. Is Ling Lan's force of presence still not at its peak? Unfortunately, he couldn't wait any longer, so he had to immediately make a move. Otherwise, when his force started to decrease, his attack would be much weaker. AI Liang decisively raised his right hand and ruthlessly slashed towards Ling Lan. Ling Lan saw that strong energy blade coming straight for her head. She knew that it wasn't any normal attack just from the power emitting from the blade. Ling Lan flicked her short whip and a silver whip suddenly appeared in front of her. It began to rotate quickly, creating a circle that could devour everything in its path. Ling Lan's expression became stern as she shook the short whip in her hand. The silver whip quickly moved towards the strong energy blade sent out by her opponent. The silver whip crashed into the energy blade. In the next second, there was suddenly a huge explosion, shaking the ground below them. Everyone from 224 Mecha Clan couldn't stand up straight because of the earthquake-like experience. A bunch of them instantly fell to the ground and those who could still stand were in the mid-stages of Qi Jin. Song Yiqing tried to balance himself as he watched the two of them fight. His eyes darkened, but it still couldn't conceal his ambitions. "Boss, what concept does his domain have?" Little Four asked excitedly. This question had been troubling him for a long time. If he couldn't get the answer now, he wouldn't be able to eat, sleep and play well. It's giving off a very strange feeling. Ling Lan frowned. The energy her opponent gave off just now was somewhat odd. "Let's try again." Ling Lan made a decision. The short whip in her hand shook once again. Now, the silver whip was flying towards Ai Liang in a continuous attack. Ai Liang's movements were crisp as he continued to wave his hand as well. The silver-colored energy blade clashed with the silver whip Ling Lan had sent out, shaking the ground continuously. Seeing this, Song Yiqing quickly told his clan members to retreat a dozen more meters away. After moving away, they felt the ground stop shaking so they no longer had trouble standing on their feet. Although Ling Lan was completely focused on the fight, she didn't overlook Song Yiqing's group's movements. After discovering that Song Yiqing's group could only stand on their feet after going further away from them, Ling Lan seemed to have realized something. Right at that moment, Ai Liang's hands suddenly closed together, and Ling Lan suddenly saw the silver blade expanding and surrounding all over her entire body. She had actually unknowingly stepped into her opponent's domain space. Just as Ling Lan was about to be devoured by the energy, her eyes glimmered brightly as she decided to not use defensive techniques. Instead, she chose to use the short whip in her hand. An afterimage of a silver long whip appeared in the air, screeching continuously as if it was ripping the air apart, before snaking towards Ai Liang's head. He going for mutual destruction. Song Yiqing was dumbstruck. It was clear that Ling Lan wasn't cornered, and could easily block and find another opportunity to attack. Why is he being so reckless about going for an attack that will not benefit either side? All those who watched couldn't understand, but only Ai Liang's expression was filled with shock. He suddenly stopped his attack and chose to dodge instead. Everyone didn't understand the reason behind Ling Lan's aggressiveness. At that moment, everyone also couldn't understand the reason behind Ai Liang's actions as well. If he had taken Ling Lan's attack head-on, Ai Liang's overwhelming energy would definitely have caused great injury to a surprised Ling Lan. If Ai Liang would have taken the battle, he would have been victorious, so why did Ai Liang chose to dodge instead? I see. Ling Lan's expression lightened up. She was lucky that she had randomly said that they should use their strongest single-target attack to determine the winner. This made her accidentally seal away her opponent's strongest domain technique. Otherwise, she didn't even know what the outcome of the battle would have been. Although Ling Lan was confident that no matter how strange her opponent's domain concept was, she would still be able to win the battle. However, Ling Lan didn't want to use all her trump cards. After all, it was still a good thing if she could keep a few of them a secret. Ling Lan did not show any mercy and continued to wave her whip. Then, the silver whip created many afterimages which cornered Ai Liang, forcing him to stay in place. Senior Captain Ai made a terrible decision just now. He went from being on the offensive to defending passively. The mecha team leader standing beside Song Yiqing saw this scene sighed. Maybe he had no choice but to do so. Song Yiqing thought more deeply about the situation than the team leader. Ai Liang had always been loyal to Song Yiqing's grandfather, so Ai Liang would definitely know about the gains that Song Yongjing would get if he took down Ling Lan. In reality, it was just as Song Yiqing had thought, it wasn't because Ai Liang didn't want to take down Ling Lan. It was just that his domain concept made him unable to follow up with his attack. If he did follow up with the attack, Ling Lan would discover the truth behind his trick, which would cause him to be at a disadvantage for the fight after that. Damn it. Ai Liang didn't know if Ling Lan's way of handling his attack was by luck or was because she had already seen through his domain concept. If it was the latter, then he was in trouble. Ai Liang knew that he couldn't continue like this, shown by his expression beginning to show some anxiousness. Maybe it was because he was not fully concentrated, his speed actually slowed down a small bit, which caused Ling Lan's whip to strike his body. Bang! After the whip struck his body, it didn't stop as it continued on, only stopping after it Ruthless smashed onto the ground. The concrete on the ground instantly split apart, causing countless rocks and debris to fly everywhere, turning the originally foggy area to become foggier. When Song Yiqing saw this, his heart jumped. Did Ai Liang lose? After the dust finally settled, everyone looked towards the location the whip had smashed onto. There was no one there. It was clear that Ai Liang had dodged Ling Lan's whip. However, Ling Lan was still standing there with her whip still in hand. Then, where is Ai Liang? Everyone thought. Suddenly, a fist appeared behind Ling Lan, and it ruthlessly went for the back of her heart. Song Yiqing had a hint of joy in his eyes. Once Ai Liang hit Ling Lan, the battle would be easily won. Right as the fist was about to puncture Ling Lan's heart, puncture. The joy in Song Yiqing's expression instantly froze. Ai Liang, after throwing his punch, had a huge change in his expression. His feet instantly sprang up and he quickly moved backwards. Ling Lan, who was standing there with a hole in her body, suddenly turned into a cloud of fog, then dissipating away like it was never there in the first place. The Ling Lan, who was originally attacking Ai Liang, was actually a fog clone created by Ling Lan. Ling Lan is a fog element domain realm master. Although Song Yiqing wasn't a domain realm master, he was still taught about the knowledge regarding them by his instructors from his family. Seeing this scene, he had guessed Ling Lan's domain element. The fog element doesn't belong to the strong offensive type. It is more useful for espionage and assassinations. I was actually fooled by Ling Lan from the very beginning. Ai Liang, who was constantly battered by a clone, was now regretting his decision to back off. From the start of the fight, Ling Lan had constantly been on the offense, which made Ai Liang think that Ling Lan's domain concept were of the strong offensive type. Thus, he didn't dare to go against Ling Lan head-on and only carefully used his own domain techniques to lure his opponent elsewhere. Although this strategy was very suitable for those with offensive-based domains, this strategy made him unable to discover that Ling Lan was the same as him, a paper tiger. Right at that moment, within the dense fog, a sliver of silver silk that was difficult to see with the naked eye, suddenly appeared. Before Ai Liang could realize it, it had already wrapped around his leg. Not good. Ai Liang used his hands as swords and slashed towards the silver silk. Screech. Suddenly, a sound like nails scratching on a chalkboard rang beside everyone's ears. Ai Liang was originally planning on slicing the silk with his hands, but he was suddenly stopped by a strong force. There were actually two more silver silk-like wires wrapped around both of his wrists. Another two of those suddenly came to his sight and wrapped around his ankles before hanging him up in midair. From afar, the fog suddenly condensed. Ling Lan, who wore her blue and white uniform, with her cape, had appeared once again. At that moment, her long jade-like fingers was in front of her chest, with each having a string of silver silk wrapped around them. The sky, look, one officer whose eyes were sharp, pointed towards the top of street light and began to shout in surprise. Everyone looked towards the direction he pointed towards. On top of the street light's highest point, there was silk threads that could barely be seen by the naked eye wrapped around it. Then, with the help of street light illuminating the area, it allowed everyone to see more of the glistening silk threads. After discovering this, everyone looked again. They discovered that the place where Ai Liang and Ling Lan had been battling was an empty street, but was now filled with countless silk threads. These threads wrapped around each other, along with the street lamps and structures, which created a threaded world. If someone was to step in accidentally, they would be minced into little bits by the countless threads. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. A chill rose up from their feet to their heads. Some people even hallucinated that their flesh was slowly being peeled off by the threads, making them fear for their lives. Ling Lan's fingers moved a little, causing another painful screeching sound. Ai Liang was biting his lip in the center of it all, enduring the pain of being shredded apart. This scene made Song Yiqing's expression go from pale to completely white. It looks like I win this bet. Ling Lan turned around and looked at Song Yiqing, waiting for Song Yiqing's answer. Song Yiqing looks like he was in a state where his soul had left his body, before he finally bit his lip and said through his gritted teeth, "I give up, you win." Hearing this, Ling Lan's fingers on her left hand trembled and the silk threads wrapped around Ai Liang suddenly loosened up. Then, the threads turned into fog and disappeared without a trace. After regaining his freedom, Ai Liang turned his body before landing face first on the ground. Ai Liang asked Ling Lan as he was standing back up, "When did you plan this?" "When you were dodging my whip," Ling Lan replied indifferently. "Did you know my domain concept from the start?" Ai Liang continued asking as he was curious as to know why he had lost. "No. However, when you retreated instead of continuing your attack, I knew that something amiss." This was partly true. Ling Lan didn't dodge because she had found out what Ai Liang's domain concept was. It was phantasm. The silver energy blade that attacked her was fake. However, the force behind some of the attacks was real, so she had to differentiate the real attacks and the fake attacks. If she had entered a domain space where there were many real and fake objects, she might not be able to differentiate them so quickly. Luckily, there was only one virtual object in Ai Liang's domain space, thus the fight ended before it even started, as her profound insight gave her the answer directly. "So why did you stand still when you noticed something was amiss with my attacks?" Ai Liang was shocked. "I do not have an offensive type domain, Ai, so if I want to subdue you, I needed for you to get close. Hence, I was prepared to get hurt." Ling Lan would not reveal her true ability to her opponent. She was happy to let him misunderstand her capabilities. Ai Liang gave a bitter smile that was filled with regret. He didn't expect the young Ling Lan to be so harsh on himself in order to win. This factor basically cemented his loss to Ling Lan. It seemed like the years of peace made him lose his edge. He became conservative and afraid of getting hurt. "The technique you used is a territory technique, right? So why did you say that we should use our most powerful single-target attack?" Ai Liang shook his head and sighed. If Ling Lan didn't ask him to use his most powerful single-target attack, he would have used his territory technique, which made full use of his domain concept. That way, Ling Lan would not have won so easily. Suddenly, Ai Liang had a thought. He looked at Ling Lan in shock. He just realized that his opponent had started his plan right from the start of the battle. "You never planned to use your most powerful single-target attack at all." Ai Liang felt regret. Why did he listen to Ling Lan's suggestion so easily? If he didn't, this battle would have ended differently. This was impossible. Ling Lan just played with her short whip indifferently. She didn't reply to Ai Liang. The younger generations are getting stronger. "I lost." Ai Liang finally admitted defeat. Just now, he was still angry at Ling Lan for going back on his words. Now, he no longer thought this way, as it was his fault for getting fooled. This was enough for him to admit defeat sincerely. "Thank you. If you had strengthened your territory technique with your phantasm concept, the results might have been different. I made you think too deeply about the situation, thus I managed to gain an advantage through your indecisiveness," Ling Lan replied truthfully. If she really entered her opponent's virtual territory with his domain concept, it would have taken some time for her profound insight to differentiate the fake from the real. She might even have to reveal some of her true powers before she managed to break his technique. It could be said that her opponent's ability got restricted when he chose to strengthen his most powerful single-target attack with his domain concept. Originally, Ling Lan wanted to use her most powerful single-target attack at the start. However, when she noticed that her opponent was not as strong as she had thought, she changed her mind. She wanted to know what her opponent's domain concept was. It had to be said that Ling Lan was lucky, as a random suggestion restricted her opponent so much. Ai Liang got his answer, so he went back to Song Yiqing's side calmly. Song Yiqing was already feeling dejected. He asked weakly, what do you want me to do? Go to the mecha hold and prepare for the battle. Ling Lan turned serious. Song Yiqing got a shock. There is a battle? Do you think DEFCON 1 is a joke? Ling Lan smiled coldly. 5 minutes later, your 224 mecha clan must all appear at the mecha hold. Since I agree to listen to you, I will do it, Song Yiqing gritted his teeth. He wouldn't go back on his words. This was his principle. That's good. The moment Ling Lan finished speaking, she turned into a cloud of smoke before disappearing from the scene. The mist that affected their vision also disappeared and they were able to see properly again. Weirdly enough, the base was still as dry as before, it was as though the mist just now was just an illusion. Song Yiqing's dejected expression slowly returned calm again. He held his hand up and felt the air in front of him. It was not humid anymore. Ling Lan had left. He is a mist element domain realm master. We entered his domain space right from the start, Song Yiqing said nonchalantly. It's reasonable that we lost. Young Master Qing, are you really going to listen to him? Ai Liang whispered. One must honor his bet. Song Yiqing smiled. It's worth losing this wager. Song Yiqing had a complicated expression on his face, as only he knew that making this bet, he wouldn't lose as both of the results were beneficial to him. Ai Liang didn't say anything else. Although Song Yiqing was an inconspicuous person in the Song family, he still couldn't understand him, even after following him for 2 years. Soon, Song Yiqing brought his 224 mecha clan to the mecha hold. Just like what he said, he was someone who honored his bet. He would not go against Ling Lan's order. Thus, within 5 minutes, he had rushed to the mecha hold. At this moment, Su Shiming's scouts team finally received a reply from the JMCs. The JMCs signaled for them to get to the ejection ports. Su Shiming raised his fist in the air. They wasted some time but fortunately, it wasn't too long. They still had time to scout their enemy's route. Hello, I'm your JMC, a rough voice suddenly appeared in the JMC channel. The hands of the member of the scouts team who was moving his mecha into the ejection port trembled when he heard the rough voice, which caused him to enter the wrong instructions to the mecha, causing his mecha to almost topple over. Luckily, his reaction speed was quick and his mecha piloting skills were impressive, so he managed to stabilize his mecha. F***K, who are you? The member couldn't help but scold the owner of the rough voice. You shouldn't harm someone like this. F***K, who are you talking to? The man with the rough voice got unhappy and yelled. Damn it, who on earth are you? Where are our JMCs? The member of the scouts team got angry. I'm the JMC. Who are you looking for? Arg. This is so embarrassing. I'm not doing it anymore, the owner of the rough voice shouted in the channel. Slap. Ah. Before the member of the scouts team could shout back, a loud slap was heard and a shrill cry of pain followed after. I'm sorry. Our temporary JMC is not following commands. A refreshing voice of a lady sounded in the channel, and she sincerely apologized to the member of the scouts team. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. There is no need to apologize, the member of the scouts team replied hurriedly. He asked curiously, are there not enough JMCs? Yes. Because of a command from the command center, the JMCs of the base couldn't direct you all. Hence, Regiment Commander Ling send the JMCs of 250 Ace Mecha Clan to help you all instead. The lady didn't hide the details. Oh, the member of the scouts team was shocked. What is going on with the base? Anyway, I apologize for the unprofessionalism of the JMC just now. I will take care of him later. I will pray for your success from the office. The lady gave the member of the scouts team her sincere and best wishes. The member of the scouts team felt touched by the lady's words, so his anger towards the male JMC subsided instantly. Thank you. We will definitely come back with a victory, the member of the scouts team answered confidently. Good brother, when you come back with a victory, I'll have a drink with you. The male JMC heard the confident speech and got roused up by him, so he decided to cheer the member of the scouts team too in his own unique way. Slap. Another loud slap was smack. It's forbidden to drink in the military. I know, young lady, stop hitting me. The angry shouts of the lady and the pitiful pleas of the man sounded in the JMC channel again. Although they were not as professional and robotic as the original JMCs of the base, this kind of lively atmosphere and funny mistakes made caused the members of the scouts team to relax a little. All of them had smiles on their faces as they get ready to get on the ejection ports. Their nervousness got dissipated a little. In the JMC office, Lady May and a few other courageous female JMCs of the base were looking at Han Shuya with gaze was filled with respect and longing as she knocked on the forehead of the first lieutenant, who was the temporary male JMC. They didn't know a woman could be so dominant over a man. She was able to reprimand a male officer and the other male officers beside them seemed to be used to this scene. They looked calm and indifferent. This meant that this was a common sight. Is 250 Mecha Clan a female-friendly Mecha Clan? Or is there some other special reasons for why they treat a woman so nicely? Well, Han Shuya is Li Shiyu's deputy, so she and Luo Chao can get their hands on many scary agents. Therefore, the mecha operators in 250 don't dare to offend the two ladies of the medical department. No female soldiers with the thought of climbing to the top would be able to reject a mecha clan that didn't discriminate against women. Lady May was one of those female soldiers who still had grand ambitions, so her mind was now filled with the thought of entering 250 Ace Mecha Clan. She must follow Han Shuya and learn everything about her. That was the only way she could live a life in the military without the help of a man. Han Shuya's team successfully controlled the JMC office and activated the ejection ports. The scouts team was now able to move out of the base and carry out their scouting mission. Of course, they had a smooth ejection process because Lin Zhongqing arranged a team of mecha operators to control the logisticians of the mecha hold. This team was also the one monitoring and ordering the logisticians to load the weapons on the various mechas of the scouts team. With the additional help of Little Four, these Shuyas and Zhongqing's team carried out their missions orderly without facing any problems. Luo Lang and Du Junyong confronted each other. Luo Lang's mission would only end when he subdued the other party. It's hard to imagine that you became a domain realm master at such a young age. What a pity. A talent like you shouldn't work under someone else. Du Junyong shook his head and sighed. He seemed to be feeling sad for Luo Lang's situation. Luo Lang just maintained his bright smile, seemingly unaffected by what Du Junyong had said. You should be just a team leader in 250, right? But it is really a pity as you definitely have the capabilities to become a regiment commander with actual military power. Du Junyong tried to waver Luo Lang's heart and make him uncontented about his situation. Luo Lang raised one of his eyebrows. Do you have anything else to say? Why don't you say everything at once? Luo Lang was not as smart as Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian. He was not like Xie Yi and Qi Long who looked sincere but actually had a scheming mind. He was different from Zhao Jun who seemed rash but knew what he was doing. Compared to his friends, Luo Lang was pure and innocent. However, these traits had its merits. One of the merits was that he trusted Ling Lan wholeheartedly. Once he recognized Ling Lan as his boss, she would always be his boss. He wouldn't have any other thoughts, not in the past and never in the future. Luo Lang so blatantly exposed his plan, making Du Junyong speechless. He didn't know how to reply to him. Since you have nothing else to say, let's fight. Luo Lang was excited. Among his friends, Qi Long loved fighting the most. However, Luo Lang loved it too. Both of them enjoyed fighting but Qi Long showed his desire to fight a lot more, as he was always asking people to have a fight with him. Luo Lang wanted to fight too. But, because of his pretty and demure face, most people would reject his offer, which in turn made him weaker than Qi Long as he had not much chance to fight. In actuality, most men just couldn't resist his beautiful face. They couldn't bear to hit him, even the friends that grew up with him couldn't see past his face. Du Junyong felt dejected. He wondered what Ling Lan did to let such a talented person follow him without any wandering thoughts. He didn't even have a chance to sow some discord between them. When Luo Lang noticed that Du Junyong was still mulling over his situation, he got impatient and attacked first. Bang! Du Junyong used his palm to take on Luo Lang's fist, and a blunt sound was heard. The fighting spirit in Luo Lang's eyes was apparent. His smile got more enchanting. Boss is right. You are really a domain realm master. In order to let Du Mingyi stay in his position, the Du family put in much effort. They even sent a domain realm master to become the regiment commander of the guards team of the base so that he could help Du Mingyi secretly. His boss had already guessed that his opponent might be at pseudo-domain or was a domain realm master who had just stabilized his domain. Either way, he was on par with Luo Lang in terms of ability, so Luo Lang had to be careful. The killing intent on Luo Lang got stronger. His gaze turned vicious. He was able to control one of his domain techniques fully now. He could merge the calm personality and the bloodthirsty personality together easily. As for the other personalities, he was still in the midst of trying to merge them together. When he realized Du Junyong was on par with him, Luo Lang decided to go with this technique. Du Junyong felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down on him. After the Du family used a secret technique to help him enter the domain stage, he came to this base and secretly helped Du Mingyi clear his path to becoming the commanding officer of the base. After all these years, he managed to stabilize his domain. However, because he was stuck at the base, he never had the chance to meet other domain realm masters and thus also never fought with them. It could be said that ever since Du Junyong advanced to the domain stage, he had never fought with other domain realm masters before. Luo Lang was the first domain realm master he would fight with. Du Junyong was nervous about his first fight against an opponent of a similar power level. However, he looked at Luo Lang's young beautiful face and calmed down a little. No matter what, my understanding of the domain stage after all these years should be deeper than a brat who just entered the domain stage, right? I will not lose this match. He thought. Luo Lang and Du Junyong looked at each other for many seconds. Suddenly, Luo Lang made a move at a tricky angle. Bang! Luo Lang's attack was quick and fierce. However, right as his attack was about to hit Du Junyong, it was blocked by a thick layer of earthen armor. Yes, unbeknown to Luo Lang, Du Junyong had a layer of earth around his body like armor, protecting every part of his body. Humph! Luo Lang snorted in dismay. In the next second, he disappeared from where he was standing. The place where he stood before already had an earth spike appear below him. While Du Junyong was blocking Luo Lang's attack, he also performed a sneak attack on Luo Lang. However, Luo Lang saw through his intentions as well. Luo Lang appeared at his previous position once again and pouted. The opponent he least wanted to go against was someone with the earth element. It was like fighting a weaponized tortoise, rendering all of his attack useless. Luo Lang's domain concept wasn't the strong offensive type. Thus, his domain concept was already at a disadvantage against the strong defense of the earth element. Luo Lang's expression fluctuated slightly. Suddenly, his expression became as calm as water, and he no longer had the rash temperament. No way to get through his defense. Then, I must find an opening in his attacks. Luo Lang, who had merged with the calm personality, had a peaceful expression on his face. He was no longer rushing to defeat Du Junyong in just one attack and instead used the bloodthirsty personality's speed to wildly attack Du Junyong. He was looking for an opportunity to get the one attack past his opponent's defense. The calm personality knew very well that when facing someone who was only on the defensive with strongest defensive element, the earth element, only those strong offensive types could use their terrifying attacks to deplete the opponent's defensive earth energy. These attacks would cause the opposition to no longer have the energy to continue to use their defensive domain, which would then in turn cause their defeat. Other types of domain realm master could not do that. Thus, Luo Lang's only way to victory was to let his opponent give up on defense and attack him instead. An opportunity might present itself in the instant his opponent changes from defense to offense. Luo Lang's continuous attacks were so fast that Du Junyong couldn't dodge and could only endure them all with his earthen armor. In order to make sure the armor he created was not broken by his opponent, he focused all of his concentration on using his domain concept, forming an even thicker earth armor. Bang, 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 Luo Lang's attacks were all blocked by the armor, only causing bits of dirt to fall off. Luo Lang's attacks couldn't actually go through the armor. Seeing this, Du Junyong calmed down a bit. After Luo Lang finished his first round of attacks, Du Junyong felt his domain energy hadn't been depleted by too much. A hint of killing intent flashed past his eyes. He finally decided to make a move. Luo Lang's speed made Du Junyong understand that he wouldn't be able to land a hit on him with single-target attacks, only area of effect attacks could seal his Ling Lan's terrifying speed. Du Junyong guessed that Luo Lang was a physical-type domain realm master, under the category of speed. In terms of domain concept, that type was considered to be weakest. Feeling somewhat confident in his conjecture, Du Junyong was longer as careful as before. When he saw Luo Lang lift up his fists, preparing to attack again, he shouted loudly and closed his hands. Countless sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground and went towards Luo Lang, who was in mid-air, like arrows raining down but inverted. The attack was too sudden, so Luo Lang, who was in mid-air, couldn't dodge it. Boom, 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 countless spikes struck Luo Lang in mid-air. Du Junyong was overjoyed. However, him being on the offensive had depleted his domain's energy significantly, causing his earthen armor to get thinner. The excitement made him lose his concentration in his armor, which also caused it to lose its thickness. The armor was dropping chunks of dirt to the ground. Bang! Two fists suddenly came down on him from below, hitting his chin. The force was so powerful that he was sent flying into the air. Du Junyong, who was now in mid-air, saw two Luo Langs appearing at where he stood. One was smiling and one was full of killing intent. How can that happen? He then looked towards the Luo Lang that was struck by his spikes, and saw that the Luo Lang who had become a porcupine was just staring it coldly. Then, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Why were there three Luo Langs? Why? This was Du Junyong's last thought before he went unconscious. After seeing he had finally beaten Du Junyong, Luo Lang looked towards the bloodthirsty personality. The bloodthirsty personality knew what Luo Lang's expression meant and said, "Don't worry, although we appear physically inside your domain, we aren't physical entities. Those attacks can't harm us." It turns out, Luo Lang was worried whether the calm personality had been injured. Then, why hasn't the calm personality come out yet? Luo Lang asked. The killer personality bit his lip. This dumbass primary personality. Why is he not smart when he should be and smart when he shouldn't be? How should I know? The bloodthirsty personality pretended to be clueless. Help me ask him how he is doing. I'm still sort of worried. Luo Lang couldn't see the calm personality and was somewhat anxious. I go ask him. The bloodthirsty personality shook his head. The calm personality is the strongest one out of all of us, so he's the one who usually finds us. We never dare to go looking for him. Seeing that Luo Lang wasn't going to give up, the bloodthirsty personality continued, also, have you ever seen the calm personality do anything that he wasn't 100% sure about? If he was confident in making that decision, then he's definitely fine. Alright, I should trust him. Luo Lang finally decided to put his questions away for the time being. He will ask when he sees the calm personality in the future. Seeing that Luo Lang was no longer asking him about the calm personality, the bloodthirsty personality quickly found a chance and returned to Luo Lang's mindscape. After leaving Luo Lang's sight, the bloodthirsty personality wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He had never realized that the primary personality was so difficult to deal with. Who said the primary personality was easily fooled? He was going to beat up whoever said that when he gets back. Luo Lang felt that the bloodthirsty personality was different from before, as he always wanted to stay in the real world. Instead, it was also though a ghost was chasing him, causing him to run back into his mindscape all flustered. Luo Lang instantly raised an eyebrow. The calm personality's current state is definitely not what the bloodthirsty personality have said, that he is completely fine. However, why aren't they willing to tell me? Luo Lang was somewhat depressed. Have they still not accepted me as their primary personality? Once the bloodthirsty personality returned to the mindscape, he anxiously shouted, "How's the calm personality doing?" He seemed to have been injured quite severely and has already gone to treat himself, a slow and lazy voice replied. What happened? This is the first time that I've seen the calm personality all disheveled, an evil voice also spoke up. Don't say any more. You guys know that I specialize in speed and not strength while the calm personality specialize in finding out a weakness right away. When combined, we become the strongest assassin. As long as the opponent's weakness appears, we would be able to take advantage of it and go for the kill. However, as luck would have it, we met up with an opponent in a tortoise shell. His defenses were extremely tight which made us both useless, sighed the bloodthirsty personality. The calm personality made a plan to lure the opponent out in order to defeat him, using himself as bait. Then, the end result became like this. You mean there are many interesting opponents outside? A sinister figure suddenly manifested in front of the bloodthirsty personality. Of course. But unfortunately, selfish personalities like you who are not willing to cooperate with the rest of us will never have the chance to go out. The bloodthirsty personality sneered. Luo Lang was still currently unable to unleash the full potential of his domain technique because some of his other personalities were still unwilling to cooperate. Those personalities still had ambitions of being the primary personality in order to control the domain technique. However, the primary personality still had no clue of this. He just thought that he was just not proficient enough in his domain technique. Those personalities don't listen well, the sinister personality complained. How about you? An indifferent voice sounded behind the sinister personality. The two personalities turned around and saw the calm personality standing behind them. Ah, it's you, the sinister personality pouted and didn't dare to say anything else. How are you doing? Bloodthirsty personality asked in a concerned tone. The frequent merging with each other made their relationship closer. It's just a small injury. However, I will not be able to go out within a short period of time, the calm personality replied. He scanned the mindscape and said with an unwavering voice, "In the past, I didn't care how much of a fuss you all kicked up but now, I will not tolerate any more of that. You must all cooperate with the primary personality obediently." Oh. When did you become so protective of the primary personality? The lazy voice spoke. When he treated us as brothers and not as his slaves, the calm personality replied. So, we should treat him like how he treats us. Makes sense, a cold voice said from somewhere in the corner. You will understand once you go out and merge with the primary personality. The calm personality threw this sentence at them and then disappeared. His injury was not a small injury like what he had mentioned. Although they were not physical entities, they would still be affected by an attack from a domain realm master. This kind of injury was very hard to heal as they couldn't rely on any external help to help them heal faster, thus they would have to wait for the injury to slowly heal by itself. Hence, the calm personality was not able to go out anytime soon. The calm personality's words made everyone go into deep thought. It seemed like they should go try and merge with the primary personality once, even if it was just to look at the scenery outside and breathe some fresh air. Luo Lang didn't know what was happening in his mindscape. Back in the real world, he was ordering the mecha operators in his team to drag the fugitives to a huge warehouse. The moment Luo Lang defeated Du Junyong, the guards gave up resisting. Thus, Luo Lang was able to control the aftermath of his battle pretty neatly. Every fugitive in the warehouse was given a syringe full of anesthesia and muscle relaxant. This was to ensure that they wouldn't be able to move even if they suddenly woke up. Luo Lang successfully completed his mission after he sent one of Du Juanyong's severed arms to Ling Lan. At the command center, Li Lanfeng slowly raised his scythe up in the air. It was so sharp that it was glinting from the reflection of the light. His gaze was filled with no remorse for what he was doing to do next. Du Mingyi and the senior captain took a step back in fear. As they were doing that, they exchanged glances with each other and suddenly, an intimidating force of presence was released from their bodies. Li Lanfeng narrowed his eyes. Ling Lan was right. Du Mingyi was not at the peak of Qi Jin like what he said. The person beside him was also a domain realm master too. However, Ling Lan wasn't sure if they were a real domain realm master or were they at pseudo-domain stage. Li Lanfeng lightly slashed the scythe at Du Mingyi, as he was just trying to determine Du Mingyi's strength before going all out in the fight. Du Mingyi noticed that Li Lanfeng was just testing him, so he waved his right hand furiously, and a golden shield appeared in front of him, blocking Li Lanfeng's scythe. Boom! Sparks flew, and the golden shield cracked before breaking into pieces like shattered glass. As they were falling onto the ground, the pieces slowly disintegrated into dust, never to be seen again. Du Mingyi took a few steps back before he could counteract the force behind the slash. As he was stepping back, his gaze turned more serious with each and every step. He was no longer as calm as before when he looked at Li Lanfeng. What kind of domain technique is that? The senior captain was dumbfounded too. Li Lanfeng was able to control other people's domain techniques and deactivate its effect. I'm not sure. Just don't let his domain technique stick to your energy. It has a corrosive ability, Du Mingyi said in a frightened tone. Li Lanfeng turned stern too. He least wanted to see Du Mingyi being at the domain stage. Although he was at the pseudo-domain stage, it would be a hard battle for him to face against two pseudo-domain realm masters in front of him. Li Lanfeng recalled the scene when he bidded farewell to Ling Lan just now. He got Ling Lan's permission and was preparing to leave. Hey, Lanfeng. Your mission this time may be dangerous. You must be careful, Ling Lan suddenly warned. Oh. Li Lanfeng turned around with an expression that clearly showed that he didn't understand what Ling Lan had meant by her words. Du Mingyi might be stronger than we expected. Otherwise, the Du family would not leave him in a war-littered planet, Ling Lan replied calmly. So? Li Lanfeng raised his eyebrows. So, if you are unlucky, you might meet two domain realm masters. Ling Lan told him her guess. Two domain realm masters. Li Lanfeng clenched his right hand into a fist, veins were showing through the skin. Then, he relaxed his body and smiled, Rabbit, you should learn to trust me just like how you trust your other friends. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. Don't I trust you already? Li Lanfeng smiled when he heard this. His mesmerizing eyes were even more pronounced now. Ling Lan felt her face twitching uncontrollably. He is smiling at me weirdly again. Just as she thought that Luo Lang was seductive enough. Now, someone even more seductive had appeared in her life. Li Lanfeng waved at Ling Lan and said, I'm sorry, I said something I shouldn't. Li Lanfeng left Ling Lan's office with a pep in his step that day. Ling Lan passed the hardest mission to him. She didn't pass it to Qi Long or Luo Lang. This meant that she trusted him a lot. Li Lanfeng smiled gently when he thought about this. How can he disappoint Rabbit since he has given me this mission? Li Lanfeng's gaze lit back up with fighting spirit. He extended his domain space. Du Mingyi and the senior captain saw this and also activated their domain too to resist Li Lanfeng. Du Mingyi's domain was gold in color while the senior captain's domain was gray. Unremarkably, Li Lanfeng's domain was a black whirlpool, it was seeming able to into its depths like the ones in the deep blue oceans. The three colors each created their own territory in the main entrance. None of them were willing to give in to the other. The energy exuding from each of the domain battle instantly smashed all the objects in the main entrance into pieces. Fortunately, there was no one near them. If not, anyone who was at Qi Jin or lower in terms of physical skills would get a serious internal injury or might even die. Li Lanfeng sensed Du Mingyi's domain energy was weaker than his, while the senior captain's domain energy was on par with his. It looked like Du Mingyi was at the pseudo-domain stage while the senior captain was a real domain realm master. In an instant, Li Lanfeng made a decision. He slashed his scythe at the senior captain's domain. The senior captain saw this and immediately congregated his domain energy into a spear. He blocked Li Lanfeng's sickle with the energy spear. Bang! The end result of the grey spear was it being disintegrated just like Du Mingyi's golden shield. The senior captain remembered Du Mingyi's reminder and immediately stopped putting energy into the spear the moment it touched the scythe. However, he still experienced the suction from his opponent's domain technique. It was infuriating. He got more cautious. His opponent's domain was too weird. It should be a special domain. However, no similar domain was recorded in the Du family's database, so there was no reference for him to adapt. Thus, he had to rely on his own judgment alone to win this battle. The lucky thing was, he had Du Mingyi beside him. They already had an advantage in numbers. The senior captain glanced at Du Mingyi, and Du Mingyi understood what he was signaling with his glance. After some telepathy action, they attacked Li Lanfeng simultaneously. Li Lanfeng's first two attacks appeared casual and free, but it was made to let him understand what his opponent's domains were. He had achieved his motive. He knew Du Mingyi's domain element was gold in the purest form. The senior captain's domain technique was slightly special. His domain-born technique was a corrosive haze. It was a branch of the special domain class. It had to be said that Li Lanfeng's domain was quite bugged. As long as someone's domain energy touched his scythe could detect what his opponent's domain was. This was like how everything in the virtual world could be digitized. Even if his opponents tried to hide the information about their domains, it would be impossible to escape Li Lanfeng's eyes. When two of them started to fight back together, Li Lanfeng knew he needed to make some sacrifices. If not, he had no chance of winning this battle. His gaze turned more determined and resolute. He slashed his scythe at the rings that the senior captain had created while absolutely disregarding the gold arrows Du Mingyi was shooting at him. The scythe touched the rings and the rings broke apart. The air was full of residue from his domain technique. Just when Du Mingyi and the senior captain thought that Li Lanfeng would evade the arrows, Li Lanfeng didn't. He chose to rush towards the arrows instead. The whirlpool around him sucked in the arrows and distorted them. This was not a battle between domains. Li Lanfeng was just using his domain to one-sidedly destroy his opponent's domain. This was different from the disintegration technique. Li Lanfeng wanted to use his domain technique to damage Du Mingyi's physical skills so that he would go back to the Qi Jin stage. Li Lanfeng was vicious. He knew when to be harsh on his enemies, never giving them any chance to start a comeback. At the same time, he was harsh on himself too. His domain technique could integrate people's domain, returning them back to their Qi Jin state. However, if he met someone stronger than him, his own domain would be damaged when he used this attack, and his physical skills would drop to the Qi Jin stage, never to be able to enter the domain stage again. Yet, Li Lanfeng still decided to do this, as he would never let off anyone that was disrespectful towards Ling Lan. This was Li Lanfeng. He would seek revenge for even the smallest matter. This is bad. The senior captain saw Du Mingyi's pale face as he fought to resist Li Lanfeng's domain technique. Du Mingyi advanced to the domain stage using a special technique, and his domain was not stable yet, so he was definitely not Li Lanfeng's match. The senior captain quickly placed his hands together, and numerous smoky tentacles jutted out from the ground and attacked Li Lanfeng. They tried to pull Li Lanfeng away from Du Mingyi. Li Lanfeng waved his right hand furiously, causing the black scythe to fly out from his hands again. He held on to a black chain that was attached to the pole of the scythe. Li Lanfeng then spun the scythe around his body, severing the tentacles that were getting near his body. Du Mingyi's and the senior captain's vision was blocked by a circle of light, so they didn't notice the drop of blood that flowed down Li Lanfeng's lips. They also didn't see his pale face that remained hidden behind the silver mask. The result of directly taking on two domain realm masters was him getting a severe internal injury. The senior captain couldn't break through the protection of the scythe with the tentacles. Under Li Lanfeng's oppression, Du Mingyi felt that his domain was going to collapse soon. He was losing control of his golden arrows. Pfft! Du Mingyi vomited out blood. He was already heavily injured from the domain battle. However, he had no choice but to continue. He knew that if he gave up now, he would be dead. Even if he got lucky and managed to remain alive at the end of this fight, he would be disabled for the rest of his life. He knew the danger of Li Lanfeng's domain. It was not something he was able to handle. The senior captain knew Du Mingyi was in danger too. If Du Mingyi was killed, he wouldn't be able to escape from the punishments too. He was a domain realm master, so the Du family would not punish him too terribly, but he wouldn't be able to gain any more resources from the Du family. He might even be abandoned by them. The senior captain knew that the other domain realm masters working for the Du family were all selfish people. They all hoped that there was one less domain realm master fighting with them for a limited amount of resources. To protect his future, the senior captain attacked Li Lanfeng furiously. He tried to injure him badly before he could permanently destroy Du Mingyi's domain. Bang! 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 Smoky tentacles struck the scythe. Every time the scythe was hit, more droplets of blood flowed down Li Lanfeng's lips, staining his white teeth red. Li Lanfeng felt fortunate that his scythe blocked his opponent's vision, so they weren't able to know that he was in a dire state. This was a battle of willpower. Du Mingyi vomited a mouthful of blood out again. He was the first person to lose in this confrontation. His domain collapsed and he fell to the ground. Du Mingyi laid flat on the ground with a face full of despair. He went berserk. He didn't expect Li Lanfeng to ignore the senior captain's attack and instead, chose to battle with him forcefully. He slowly could feel his domain disappearing. His understanding of his domain concept was also leaving his mind slowly. No! He shouted crazily while trying to use everything in his grasp to stop his domain from slipping away. However, his domain continued to slip away. Finally, he felt the giant metal doors of the domain closing in his face with a thunderous thud. With that sound still ringing in his ears, it symbolized his entire domain collapsed in tow. He had dropped to Qi-Jin stage now. It felt as though him being at the domain stage was just a fleeting dream. What is happening? The senior captain also felt Du Mingyi's domain slowly disappearing until he finally dropped down to the Qi-Jin stage, completely flabbergasting the senior captain, which caused him to unintentionally slow down his attacks a little. Li Lanfeng suddenly glared at him, and the scythe that was flying around got released from its chain. It pierced through the smoky tentacles and aimed itself at the senior captain. Damn it! When the senior captain realized what was happening, it was already too late as the scythe was already right in front of him. He hurriedly formed a haze shield, attempting to block the scythe. However, the moment the scythe touched Haze shield, it just disintegrated instantly, providing no forms of protection. The senior captain narrowed his eyes. He finally understood what his opponent's intent was. He got distracted when his opponent blocked his tentacles with his scythe, causing him to forget the actual use of the scythe. The scythe broke through the shield and flew towards his body. The senior captain immediately dodged to the side, but the scythe still slightly grazed past his left arm. Ah! A scream of fear was released out of the senior captain's throat, as he saw his left arm slowly disintegrating in dust. When he was dodging Li Lanfeng just now, there was a small cut on his left arm, and although the cut appeared to be just a small non-lethal wound, it was actually extremely lethal. As an experienced domain realm master, the senior captain quickly regained his composure. He raised his hand and chopped his still disintegrating arm off. Fresh blood spurted out of his wound. The senior captain controlled his muscles and blocked the blood vessels on his left arm. From the corner of his eye, he saw his severed arm disappearing into thin air before it landed on the ground. The senior captain looked at his right shoulder. There was still blood oozing out, but it didn't disintegrate like his left arm. He relaxed a little. He knew he had escaped death this time. He looked at Li Lanfeng fearfully. That domain is too scary. Not only is it able to disintegrate domains, but it can also disintegrate physical objects too. Li Lanfeng covered his mask with his left hand to hide the fact he was injured. He was already at his limit. His willpower was the only thing keeping him standing, as he knew he still couldn't fall over just yet. The enemy domain realm master just lost an arm, so he definitely still had the strength to continue fighting. If he fell down now, his opponent would kill him immediately. Rabbit believes me so much that he gave me this difficult mission. I mustn't disappoint him. Li Lanfeng raised his right hand again and another new black scythe appeared, setting the stage for the arrival of death. The senior captain glanced at Du Mingyi, who was still lying motionless on the ground, and turned to look at the cold and malicious Li Lanfeng. His expression kept changing. Suddenly, he moved his body towards the concrete wall. The senior captain just ran straight through the concrete wall and ran away. The resources the Du family provided for him were good, but he needed to be alive to enjoy it. When faced with a life-or-death situation, the senior captain chose to abandon the person he was supposed to protect and escape on his own. He didn't care if the Du family would find him for revenge, as he could worry about that in the future. Now, he needed to stay alive from this monster. Li Lanfeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the senior captain running away. He bore with the sharp pain racking through in his entire body and took out a miniature syringe from his pocket. He used the remaining energy he had to stab it into Du Mingyi's neck. After Du Mingyi went unconscious, Li Lanfeng still didn't let himself fall, as he didn't know if the senior captain would come back again. He tried his best to keep himself conscious. That way, even if in the off chance the senior captain came back, he would still be able to intimidate him away. Bang! A figure suddenly flew in through the glass window before smashing forcefully on the ground. It was the senior captain that abandoned Du Mingyi and chose to run away. Li Lanfeng finally relaxed when he saw this. He knew that Ling Lan was here. He had no more worries, so his heavy eyelids finally overpowered his determination to stay awake. However, a pair of warm hands suddenly grabbed him. "Rabbit, I didn't disappoint you, right?" Li Lanfeng forced himself to keep his eyes opened as he looked at Ling Lan. "No. You did well." Ling Lan's indifferent voice sounded beside him. Her voice always made him feel at ease. Li Lanfeng wanted to smile, but the pain didn't allow him to. Ling Lan slowly lifted the mask that was stained with blood, revealing an elegant and delicate beauty to Ling Lan's eyes. Ling Lan felt a little remorse. Was I too harsh toward Li Lanfeng? It's okay. It's just a small injury. Li Lanfeng didn't want Ling Lan to worry about him, so he comforted her. Why didn't you use the chi cultivation exercises I gave you when you were fighting with him? Li Lanfeng raised one of her eyebrows and asked. She sounded like she was reprimanding him. If he didn't practice the chi cultivation exercises, she wouldn't have given this mission to him in the first place. Huh? Li Lanfeng was stunned. Isn't the chi cultivation exercises used for healing his injuries and improving his physical constitution? You didn't even analyze what the chi cultivation exercises can do. Ling Lan was speechless. It looks like you are on par with your two younger brothers. How could he say that Li Shiyu is stupid and that Li Yingjia is an idiot when he is no better than them? Is the chi cultivation exercises just a simple exercise? Ling Lan forgot that she took many years before she realized that the chi cultivation exercises could be used in a battle. Besides healing injuries, it could also be used to regain the energy lost during a fight. Li Lanfeng smiled. He liked how Ling Lan was talking to him now. It made him feel like he was Ling Lan's most trusted and closest friend. Stop smiling like an idiot. Analyze the chi cultivation exercises properly. If you haven't mastered this technique, don't even think about going for battle next time, Ling Lan said angrily. Her friends were all worrying. I know. I will do it. Li Lanfeng had already started using the qi cultivation exercises and the excruciating pain in his body eased up. He unconsciously gave Ling Lan a beautiful smile. Ling Lan said coldly, don't smile like that in the future. Not everyone can control themselves like me. I understand. Li Lanfeng's smile got brighter. He could only smile freely when he was with his rabbit. He knew that his rabbit had no weird intentions towards him. Huh. Something sounds wrong. Hey, I'm a lady. Why should I control myself? Ling Lan finally noticed her mistake. Su Shiming's scouts team had already gone out of the base. The other mecha operators left at the mecha hold had all boarded their own respective mechas and were waiting for the JMCs to contact them. Cui Yunxian watched as his mecha operators boarded their own mechas. Then, he walked towards his ace mecha. At this moment, Qi Long and Xie Yi, who were supervising them, exchanged glances with each other. Qi Long suddenly moved his body and disappeared, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Cui Yunxian. Cui Yunxian recognized Qi Long as he was the famous heir of the 13th Division, the team leader of Team 03 from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Cui Yunxian smiled and asked, what is the matter, Leader Qi? Major Cui, could your mecha clan wait for a moment and let the other mecha clans move out first? Qi Long put on his humble expression. He looked as though he was here to discuss a matter with Cui Yunxian. Cui Yunxian felt his heart pounding furiously when he heard that, but he still replied calmly, of course, our mecha clan will listen to your orders. Thank you. Qi Long suddenly grabbed Cui Yunxuan's right arm. He smiled and said, my friend over there wants to know you better. Please come with me. Cui Yunxian tried to struggle free but Qi Long's grip was like a metal clamp. He was unable to break free so he gave up and showed a forced smile. Leader Qi, I would like to know the young talents from 250 Ace Mecha Clan too. Can you? He looked at his right arm. Qi Long laughed loudly when he saw this unintentional mistake. I'm sorry. I was just too excited. Qi Long let go of his arm and invited him over. Cui Yunxian started weighing his options in his mind. In the end, he chose to follow Qi Long obediently. They came to find Xie Yi. Xie Yi smiled and nodded at them when he saw them coming over, but he didn't say anything. Moreover, Qi Long also just turned and looked at the other mechas that were entering the ejection ports, not initiating any conversation at all. Cui Yunxian stood between them awkwardly. Beads of sweat started forming on his forehead. Did they realize what I was doing in secret? He placed his hands behind his back as he wanted to touch his communicator surreptitiously. Suddenly, Xie Yi called him, Major Cui. Cui Yunxuan's hands froze. Don't make things difficult for yourself. If not, we can't let you go even if we want to. Xie Yi turned and smiled at Cui Yunxian. It was a sincere smile. That was what Xie Yi thought. However, to Cui Yunxian, the smile was eerie and frightening. Cui Yunxuan's expression changed for the worse. He understood that his sneaky actions had been discovered by the other party. While Du Mingyi appeared to be unhappy with Cui Yunxian, behind everyone's back, they were on the same side. Cui Yunxian was one of Du Mingyi's spies. He would tell Du Mingyi all the people or mecha clans that had an opinion against him so that Du Mingyi could get rid of them. Speaking about this, it has to be said that Du Mingyi truly had some capabilities as a tyrant. He was lenient on the leader of the scouts team, Su Shiming, but it made things difficult for Cui Yunxuan's mecha clan, making it seem like Cui Yunxian was one of his greatest opponents. No one would have imagined that one of his biggest enemies was his men. Hence, everyone spoke some of their real thoughts about Du Mingyi in front of Cui Yunxian. What are you saying? I don't understand. Cui Yunxian lowered his hands and stopped his sneaky actions. He realized that the 10 teams from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were all strategically stationed around his Mecha Clan. If his mecha clan did anything suspicious, they would definitely suppress them at the speed of light. They definitely had been guarding against him from the start. Cui Yunxian agreed to work with Du Mingyi because he realized that no one was able to subdue him, even Song Yiqing couldn't do it. But from the looks of it, the command structure of Base 013 was going to change soon, all because Ling Lan was more vicious and brutal than Song Yiqing. She decided to take down Du Mingyi without worrying about the consequences she would cause. He still remembered the emergency message he had received from Du Mingyi just now. Since Du Mingyi couldn't even protect himself now, he shouldn't continue working with him anymore. Cui Yunxian was a decisive person. To be safe in Base 013, he had betrayed his friend's trust in him and worked with Du Mingyi, taking advantage of both sides. Now, to protect his mecha clan, he stopped working with either side and just stood on the fence about the power upheaval that is going to happen in the future. Undoubtedly, Cui Yunxian was a selfish person. This kind of person would always choose the path that benefited him the most. Cui Yunxuan's indifferent expression made Xie Yi and Qi Long frown. This type of person was the most difficult to handle. He never refuted or offended them, so they didn't know what they should do with him, so it was probably better for them to pass him to Li Lanfeng. The two of them thought of the same person simultaneously. They turned and looked at Li Lanfeng, who was talking to Luo Chao, and they secretly sighed in pity. Unfortunately, he wasn't here. The Li Lanfeng in the mecha hold was actually Li Shiyu in disguise, and with his non-scheming nature, he was not Cui Yunxuan's match. Unless he uses his medicines, Qi Long and Xie Yi suddenly trembled in fear at the thought of that. They couldn't comprehend how a righteous and forthright person like Li Shiyu was able to invent such frightening medicines. Is it because deep down inside, he is an evil person? Because of Cui Yunxuan's obedience, the other mecha clans moved out of the mecha hold in an orderly manner and stood their grounds at the front of the base. They were prepared to fight any time. When everyone had moved out, Qi Long looked at Cui Yunxian. Major Cui, it seems that our mecha clans will have to cooperate for the upcoming fight. Cui Yunxian was not surprised by Qi Long's words. If the other party allowed him to act on his own, he would have looked down on them. Cui Yunxian had already decided that he wouldn't participate in the battle between Ling Lan and Du Mingyi. Hence, he wouldn't reject Qi Long's arrangement. After all, they were the soldiers of the Federation. No matter how much internal strife they had, they wouldn't harm the lives of billions of people in the Federation. Am I boarding my mecha too? Luo Chao looked at the majestic ace mecha and asked excitedly. This mecha is not for you. Li Shiyu patted Luo Chao's head and destroyed her dream. Why not? I'm Luo Lang. Why can't I control Luo Lang's mecha? Luo Chao replied unhappily. She really wanted to board her brother's mecha and know what it feels like to operate an ace mecha. Is your body able to withstand the backlash from the leap in level? Do you want to die? Li Shiyu asked with a stern face. Luo Chao looked at Li Shiyu hopefully. As his assistant, she knew what Li Shiyu's newest experiments were about. Don't even think about it. No live testing had been done on it, so it only works by theory. No one knows whether it really works or are there be any dangerous side effects to it. I'll not give it to you. Li Shiyu rejected her blatantly. Sure. Brother. Luckily, she had noticed her mistake in time and called out to Li Shiyu sweetly. Even if you call me ancestor, it's useless. Li Shiyu pulled Luo Chao to their special class mechas and patted on one of them as he said, "This beautiful piece of art is yours to use. Feel free to use it any time. Won't everyone find out that I'm not Luo Lang if I operate a special class mecha?" Luo Chao hadn't given up yet. There is no one left in the mecha hold, so nobody will notice you boarding this mecha. Plus, boss had already ordered the vice leaders to take over the command of your brother's team and my brother's. I mean brother Lanfeng's team. Do you think that they will need us? Li Shiyu replied. He almost exposed himself just now. Did he let down his guard because Luo Chao is in front of him? By right, boss wants us to wait in the mecha hold. However, are you willing to stay here? Li Shiyu added while pressing a button on the wall, and the cockpit of one special-class mecha opened before it slowly moved down to the platform. I, however, am not willing to wait. Since I'm already near the battlefield, I will not miss this battle. Li Shiyu stepped onto the elevator platform, and it rose up slowly. He had already planned this from the start. Luo Chao said, I'm not willing to wait too. She took out her mecha control key from her pocket. She then glanced at her brother's ace mecha with great reluctance in her eyes. She knew the passcode to manually open the cockpit of her brother's mecha. Unfortunately, Brother Shiyu would never allow her to board the ace mecha. Soon, all the mecha operators in the mecha hold had left the base. The JMCs in the JMC office laid down tiredly, but before they could even catch their breath, Han Shuya came and chased them away with her fist. She still remembered that all these temporary JMCs were still capable mecha operators, and since they had completed their mission, they should go to the mecha hold and prepare for the upcoming war. Will you be fine? The mecha operators asked in a worried tone while glancing suspiciously at the female JMCs in the office. No problem. Han Shuya pointed to the logisticians beside her and told them to not worry. The JMCs here weren't too strong, so they wouldn't pose too much of a threat to her. Also, she had already injected the troublesome ones each with a syringe filled with anesthesia. Since Han Shuya had made the proper arrangements, the mecha operators felt at ease, so they quickly rushed to the mecha hold. They didn't want to miss the battle with Helia. Han Shuya watched the mecha operators as they left. Then, she walked to Lady May and patted her shoulder. Our battle is just starting. Are you ready? Lady May sat on her seat and looked up with her bright eyes. She smiled brightly. I am ready. Even if I will offend the commanding officer of the base by doing this, I must do it. I must fight for my dream for once. This was the first time Lady May knew exactly what she wanted. She was willing to pay any price to achieve it. Li Lanfeng drank the recovery medicine Li Shiyu had given him and leaned weakly against Ling Lan. He started practicing the qi cultivation exercises. This time, Li Lanfeng observed the qi cultivation exercises carefully. He realized that under the help of the qi cultivation exercises, the recovery medicine was able to show its effects much faster. After a short time, Li Lanfeng felt his strength coming back to him. He clenched his fist. He was shocked. Is this the real potential of the qi cultivation exercises? Maybe this is only just the tip of the iceberg. Ling Lan noticed that Li Lanfeng's condition got better, so she pushed him out of her arms. She couldn't let a man lay in her arms like this, right? Ling Lan could faintly feel a slight vibration on the ground caused when a mecha was sent out from the ejection port. She smiled gently. It looks like everyone has completed their missions. Li Lanfeng controlled his astonishment and smiled. Of course. No one is willing to disappoint you. This was why she didn't dare to allow any dangers to appear beside her comrades, as all of them truly trusted and respected her. Ling Lan's expression suddenly turned frosty. She said to the mainframe at the command center using her communicator. Open the public comm link of the base. I want to make a statement. Yes, Boss Ling Lan, the mainframe replied immediately. It was Little 4. Little 4 opened all the comm links at the base. To all the mecha clans at base 013, from this moment onwards, I, Ling Lan, will be taking over the command of the base. Ling Lan's cold voice spread throughout the entire base. The members of 250 Ace Mecha clan heard this statement and smiled. They always knew that their boss would succeed. Luo Lang, who was watching over the guards team, heaved a sigh of relief. Base 013 would be safe from now on. Song Yicheng heard Ling Lan's voice on his way to the mecha hold. He stopped in his tracks suddenly. There was a complex expression on his face. He muttered to himself. He really did it. Young Master Qing, Ai Liang's expression was complicated too. If he won just now, they would be the ones in command of the base, not Ling Lan. Let's go. There are many years in the future for that. Song Yiqing turned stern. He would never lose to Ling Lan again. Song Yiqing hastened his pace and brought his team over to the mecha hold. On my command, the entire base will enter battle mode. All the mecha operators must move out within half an hour and prepare for war. Ling Lan knew that their enemy was closing in on them. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the territory of Base 013. When the various mecha clans heard the announcement and the command, they were alarmed at first. The change of commanding officer came too suddenly. However, after they noticed that the mainframe listened to Ling Lan, they felt that this takeover must have been approved by the military. If not, the mainframe would not be so obedient. Hence, all the regiment commanders listened to Ling Lan and arranged for their mecha operators to prepare for war. The logisticians started moving too. They arrived at their positions and made preparations for the war. They didn't care who the commanding officer was as they only listened to the mainframe. Besides some higher-ranked logisticians who joined factions so that they could gain more power, the normal logisticians didn't care so much. Whether their commanding officer had the surname Du or Ling, they just followed whatever job the mainframe gave to them. The scouts team has found our enemy. Little Four shouted in excitement when he received this news from the scouts team, right after he finished making arrangements for the logisticians. Fortunately, Little Four was a smart person. He knew that he needed to hide, so he only shouted in Ling Lan's mindscape. He didn't use the mainframe of the base to shout. Ling Lan glared at Little Four, and Little Four immediately understood what he had to do. He used the mainframe and sent Ling Lan the message he received from the scouts team. Ling Lan used this information to come up with a battle plan. She then ordered all the mecha operators to be in position. At the same time, she sent out a warning signal to the bases around them and providing them with the locations the Helia army appeared at. Whether they believed it or not depended on the judgment of the commanding officers of the bases. This was the most she could do for the bases around her. The mecha operators from Helia finally entered the territory of Base 013. The battle was starting. Senior Colonel Heerly, we will be reaching the territory of Base 013 in 15 minutes. The commander of this attack, Colonel Ni Duola, said to Senior Colonel Heerly who was sitting beside him. Senior Colonel Heerly just came to help out in this attack. Heerly was the regiment commander of Hela Ace Mecha clan. His military rank was one rank higher than Colonel Ni Duola, and he was the trump card in this attack on Base 013. On the surface, he was the commander of this attack. But, in actual fact, he had to listen and answer to this regiment commander. Have you made any arrangements for the other bases? Heerly put down his binoculars and asked calmly. With their current manpower on planet Haijiao, Helia was unable to launch a full-scale war, and even if they could, they still win against their opponent by numbers. Thus, this time, they aimed to breach through the Federation's defenses through taking over Base 013. We have sent people to hold back the mecha operators from the other bases. We will try our best to not let them send any reinforcements to Base 013. Ni Duola couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. The Hela Ace Mecha clan was indeed the most powerful mecha clan of Helia. He only talked to Senior Colonel Heerly for a short while, but the invisible force of presence exuding off him already made his heart feel like it was dropped into a freezing lake. He was afraid that one of his careless mistakes would badly affect their entire plan. It might be a little difficult if we rely on just them. This is why you kept failing to breach through Base 013. I've seen the records of your past attacks on Base 013. You lost because you were unable to prevent the reinforcements from coming and help them. If you had blocked all of the possible routes for the reinforcements to arrive, Base 013 would belong to Helia now. Heerly frowned slightly. He didn't believe in the abilities of those mecha operators. Ni Duola felt relieved when he heard this. He felt that his injustice was finally undone. He sighed and nodded. Senior Colonel, you are right. If our reinforcements were just slightly faster in blocking their reinforcements, we might have ended this war long ago. He early started analyzing the information of base 013. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. If that is the case, it will be better if we block them ourselves. Ni Duola's eyes lit up. What do you mean? The 600 mecha operators from Hela are enough to subdue the ace mecha masters in base 013 based on their past performance. As for the reinforcements, we can stop them with 300 mecha operators, and I will split them into 3 groups. Each of the group will block one group of reinforcements. However, this will mean that your mecha operators will need to subdue the lower-grade mecha operators in base 013. He early started organizing the troops. Yes, I understand, Ni Duola replied excitedly. As long as those irritating reinforcements were not able to help base 013 in time, he would be able to complete this mission. Healy heard no further questions from Ni Duola, so he started giving orders to the team leaders under him. Soon, the Hela Ace Mecha clan split into 3 groups and rushed in 3 different directions. Base 012, 014, and 015 found out the intention of Helia's plan. As expected, their target is base 013. Damn it, the commanding officer of base 012 held a pipe in his hand and said worriedly. Base 013 is prepared this time. They even reminded us of the different routes our enemy could take. They are not as passive as the previous times. One of his advisors seemed optimistic towards base 013 situation. So what if they are prepared? Base 013 only has a few ace mecha masters. Will they be able to resist a full-scale attack from Helia? The commanding officer of base 012 was not confident about the strength of the mecha operators in base 013. 250 ace mecha clan from the 23rd division went there, right? The advisor reminded his commanding officer. Base 013 had more mecha operators now. Du Mingyi said that it is just a normal ace mecha clan with a ragtag bunch of mecha operators, right? How powerful can they be? The commanding officer of base 012 scoffed. Although I don't like Du Mingyi, he is not someone who will puff himself up at one's own cost. He is willing to speak the truth. This is why our base can send in reinforcements on time. He took a puff of the pipe in his hand and went into deep thought. After a few seconds, he put his pipe and knocked on his office table with his knuckles. He said, let Violent Wind send 3 teams, with a total of 600 mecha operators, to reinforce base 013. I understand. The advisor turned serious. The commanding officer of base 012 stood up and paced around his room. He still felt worried, so he added, send in an additional normal mecha clan to help them. We must break the blockage by our opponent. Yes, commanding officer. The advisor immediately sent his men to carry out the orders. This scene happened at base 014 and 015 too. Both the commanding officers of the 2 bases sent around 60 mecha operators to reinforce base 013. They wanted to send more people, but they still needed to make sure that they were able to defend their base too when their opponents attacked them. If they sent their ultimate weapon out as reinforcements, they would be in danger. They had to keep this in mind. This is the battlefield. No one dared to take any risk here. They had no choice but to always think for themselves first. This was the safest way to survive the war most of the time. At the command center of base 013, Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng were analyzing the information they had. They were the only ones in the command center. But, the command center still appeared extremely busy. All the printers were working furiously. Countless papers of information were being printed out at lightning speed. On the paper, there were many red and green dots. The red dots represented the Helia army and the green dots represented the Federation's army. The position of the dots kept moving with each paper being printed out. The green and red dots were slowly converging towards in the middle. A huge battle was going to happen soon. The most conspicuous thing in the room was the wall on the east side. It was actually a widescreen television with the live broadcasts of the battlefield being shown on it. Mechas from the Federation could be seen in the images shown. In the virtual world, Little Four was extremely busy. He was getting dizzy from all the work he had to do. He had to control all the facilities in the command center as well as supervising the Helia army. Little Four gave an arrogant expression. If it wasn't for me, would boss be so free? What can the weakly lawn foam do with me around? Little White jumped around at the side while puffing out its chest as well. It was a pet but it was still a living thing. He shouldn't disregard it. Suddenly, the live broadcast on the screen flickered and disappeared, turning the gray completely gray. Little Four was dumbfounded. He wanted to connect to the satellites but he realized that he couldn't connect it again. What happened? Ling Lan instantly asked Little Four when she noticed the images disappearing on the screen. I don't know. I was able to connect to the satellites but I can't now. Not only that, I can't connect to the satellites of Helia too. Little Four was puzzled. Why are the satellites of both countries down? Ling Lan immediately remembered the time when she was sneak attacked in the military academy. Her expression drastically changed. Is our transmission blocked? Blocking the system is useless for me. There is only one possibility for me to not be able to connect to both of the satellites. Little Four turned serious. The satellites are spoilt. Both countries' satellites spoilt at the same time. Such a coincidence is impossible. Ling Lan directly rejected Little Four's suggestion. There is another possibility. The satellites were turned off by someone internally. This was the only other reason why he couldn't connect to them. Ling Lan looked up suddenly. Flames of anger could be seen spewing out her eyes. She said through her gritted teeth, a traitor. Yes, there is a Halian spy within the Federation's communication system. Helia doesn't want the Federation to receive any news about our situation so they off our satellites. Furthermore, to prevent our hackers from making use of their satellites, they decided to turn off their satellites too. Little Four could only think of this reason now, as no country would turn off their satellites during a huge war. They would try to keep it working no matter what happened. Li Lanfeng felt the anger and cold aura from Ling Lan. He asked seriously, did something happen? Someone turned off our satellites. I'm afraid the Federation will not know of our situation. We will not be able to contact the Federation and get any news from them for now. Also, Ling Lan walked towards the 3D map in the middle of the room. She pointed to the spot where base 013 was located and used the short whip in her hand to circle the bases around base 013. Also, we will only be able to contact the bases closest to us using radio waves. There is a spy from Helia. Li Lanfeng immediately found out the graveness of their situation. They probably destroyed our satellites instead of shutting it down. If something happens to the satellites, the Federation will know about it very quickly, and they will be able to reactivate it after some time, so shutting it down will only affect us for a short moment of time, and we could just delay them until the reinforcements arrive. If it was destroyed, the Federation will lose contact with planet Haijiao entirely. If the Federation wants to send new satellites over, it will take at least 1 month before it arrives. By then, Helia will have taken over planet Haijiao. We're in danger. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng said simultaneously. In the orbit of planet Haijiao, the 3 satellites that belonged to the Federation exploded in unison, turning into useless junk in the vast universe. Because of the huge explosion, the other 3 satellites on the other side of planet Haijiao got damaged too. However, since the satellites were turned off beforehand, the explosion didn't affect the core system of the satellite. The Federation's satellite surveillance department suddenly noticed that they lost contact with planet Haijiao. They were shocked, and the entire department started panicking. Soon, the news of their satellites going down was reported to the military. A fleet from the planet closest to planet Haijiao started to move out quickly, and their destination was planet Haijiao. However, halfway through their journey, an unknown fleet started attacking them furiously. This was when the Federation knew that something was going on in planet Haijiao. This piece of news made the entire military world flabbergasted. This meant that all the soldiers on planet Haijiao were all alone with no backup, facing against the entire force of the Halian army. With no way to receive any intel from the headquarters, they could only rely on themselves for now. This was an utter disaster. Without reliable intel, a base wouldn't be able to resist the attack from their enemy no matter how strong they were. They must send in reinforcements. The military knew that they had to reinforce the soldiers on planet Haijiao and restart back up their satellites. They had to reach the various bases on planet Haijiao so that the bases could be able to congregate together and help each other in resisting the attack by Halian army. Soon, many fleets from the planets nearest to planet Haijiao started moving towards it. However, as the number of fleets they sent out increased, Halia also sent out the same number of fleets to stop them. The planetary battle became a tragic universe-wide battle. However, the Federation was already at a disadvantage from the start of the fight as they were further away from planet Haijiao. Thus, they couldn't send in more reinforcements and their fleets couldn't come back to the Federation too. While the Federation was in a mess, the various bases on planet Haijiao were anxious too after they realized that they had lost contact with the Federation. As for the Halian army, they followed their plan and reached their respective destinations. They waited at their destination for further commands. Little 4, change the signal of the base to a radio wave signal. Inform all the mecha clans to change their signal channel, Ling Lan quickly ordered Little 4. There was no time for her to worry about the internal problems of the Federation. She first had to ensure that all the mecha operators were able to communicate smoothly. Yes, boss. Little 4 quickly changed the signal and ordered all the JMCs to inform the mecha operators about this. Ling Lan was not worried about the change in signal waves. All the mecha operators should know that once there was a problem with one channel, they should change to other channels. She was not afraid that they would lose contact with the base. Ling Lan looked at the map in front of her as her mind churned out ideas furiously. She believed that there must be some other motive for Halia to make such a huge move even at the cost of exposing one of their higher-ranked spies. This meant that this battle was not a test like what it was in the past. She thought about the information Little 4 gave her. Halia was afraid of their battle plan being exposed, so they used papers to pass down their orders. Surely they must have other arrangements to be that careful. What is their motive? Who is their target? Is it us? Ling Lan somehow came to this conclusion. She turned suddenly to Li Lanfeng and said, "Give me those printed documents." In her mindscape, she ordered Little 4, "Little 4, show me all the videos you took of the Halian army in the past few months." "Yes, boss." Little 4 gathered all the videos and played them on the big screen. At the same time, Li Lanfeng took all the documents that contained information about the previous battle with Halia and passed them to Ling Lan individually. When Ling Lan nodded her head after reading a document, he would place that document on the table. If she didn't, he would throw the document to the side. Ling Lan was in a rush, so she multitasked. She monitored the security footage from Halia while looking through the documents Li Lanfeng passed to her. Suddenly, she saw a bunch of unique mechas on the screen. She quickly shouted in her mindscape, "Little 4, replay that scene." Little 4 quickly rewinded the video and played that scene again. He thoughtfully played the video in a way that Ling Lan could see the appearance of the mechas clearly. They looked the same as the other ace mechas from Halia, except for the golden plate on their shoulder. The golden plate had a picture on it with some Halian words carved under it. Little 4, zoom in on the golden plate. Soon, the zoomed-in image of the golden plate appeared on the screen. The picture was taken while the mecha was in motion, so the image was a little blurry. However, Ling Lan was still able to deduce what was in the picture. The picture showed a fleur-de-lis, the national flower of Halia. The words below it, when translated, meant the ambassador of love. National flower? Ambassador of love? This symbol would not appear on a normal ace mecha clan as it was a national symbol. Ling Lan's heart suddenly dropped. She knew this was an important clue, so she quickly asked Little Four to get all the information about this ace mecha clan. In the virtual world, Little Four turned into an octopus again as he went into his database and dug up all the information he could about the mecha clans in Hylia. He wanted to find the mecha clan that had a relationship with the Golden Plate. After looking for quite a long while, he realized that there was no mecha clan that fit the description of what he wanted to find, so he quickly reported his findings to Ling Lan. Nothing. Ling Lan was worried. This meant that Hylia had hidden this mecha clan very well. There must be a problem. She looked up and shouted at Lan Feng, give me all the records about the mecha clans that entered and left Hylia's port within the past month. The Federation had been watching over Hylia's actions since the creation of it, so she might be able to find some evidence there. Lan Feng quickly went to search for the records. Before Ling Lan gave her order, Little Four had started searching for any images of the Hylia port after they came here. Lan Feng found the records and passed them to Ling Lan instantly. Ling Lan took over the documents and quickly scanned through them. Unfortunately, she didn't find what she was looking for. In the past month, Hylia didn't send any new mecha clans to planet Haijiao. Just as she was about to give up, she saw an inconspicuous sentence, star calendar year, Hylia sends supplies from their base once. Supplies? This meant that a mecha clan had sent the supplies over to planet Haijiao. However, as of yesterday, no supply transportation team had left planet Haijiao. This meant that the supply transportation team was still on planet Haijiao. It was clearly illogical for the supply transportation team to still be there, as it had been half a month since the supplies were sent over. Based on the standard procedure, this supply transportation mecha clan should have left planet Haijiao 10 days ago. There is something wrong with this supply transportation mecha clan. Ling Lan slammed her fist on the table. She was frustrated at the Federation for their carelessness. She finally knew how this secret mecha clan arrived on planet Haijiao. They made use of the mindset of the people watching over them to carry out their secret plan. The people from the Federation thought that a supply transportation team was of no threat, so they let down their guard and didn't place much attention on them. Little Four found a video, and it confirmed Ling Lan's thoughts. In the video, the scene where the supply transportation mecha clan arrived at the port was captured. However, Little Four just downloaded the video based on habit and didn't inspect it. Images of this clan as they were leaving Hylia were shot, but they were shot from afar, so the images were unclear. Fortunately, Little Four still remembered to take some close-distance photos, so this mecha clan's tracks were still found. Boss, it's the mecha clan that transported the supplies. Do have enough mecha operators? Why are they using logisticians? Little Four was a simple person, so he made a judgment based on what he saw. No, this is Hylia's ultimate weapon that is able to change the tides of this war to their favor. Ling Lan turned serious as she looked at the images Little Four displayed in front of her. Did you find something? Lan Feng noticed Ling Lan's change in expression. Look at the big screen. Ling Lan asked Lan Feng to look at the image on the screen. She also asked Little Four to play all the videos that had this mecha clan inside on the screen. The mechas with this golden plate flew past the screen. Lan Feng looked at them and turned serious too. Their mecha piloting is perfect. Compared to the mecha operators beside them, their operation is much more fluid and smooth. These are not ordinary ace mecha masters. Don't you find the background of the video familiar? Ling Lan clenched her fist. She didn't expect her first battle in a war to be so tough. Lan Feng was a smart person. He carefully observed the background of the video and got a shock. Their destination is Base 013. It'll be a hard battle. Ling Lan knew that they had no choice but to fight this battle. It's a battle that determines if we live or die. The normal ace mecha masters from their base were unable to defeat these elite ace mecha masters. The only way to even take one of them down was for two ace mecha masters to attack one of them or go for mutual destruction. Ling Lan's expression turned cold. She understood why Lan Feng was saying that. There were just too few people in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. If this Mecha Clan attacked Base 013 using its full force, 250 Ace Mecha Clan had no chance of winning against them. They might even get annihilated. Have you contacted the other bases? Ling Lan suddenly asked Little Four. I've contacted Base 012, and they have already sent 3 Mecha Clans to reinforce us. Little Four finally gave Ling Lan a piece of good news. Based on the previous battles, the Halian army was always forced to retreat due to the reinforcements from the other bases arriving on time. However, since she was the person in charge of this battle, she wouldn't just blindly hope for reinforcements to come and save them. Ling Lan paced around the room while her brain worked furiously. Halia should have a lot of intel about Base 013 too. They knew it was the weakest base among all the bases on the front line of the battlefield. This was why they chose this base. But, this also meant that they looked down on Base 013. Thus, they might think that it was a waste of resources to send the entire Ace Mecha Clan to attack this base. Considering the reinforcements coming from the other bases, Halia should have split the Ace Mecha Clan into a few groups. Ling Lan's eyes lit up. There might be hope. She slammed her hands on the table and said sternly, "Order Luo Lang to bring all the mecha operators out." Who will guard the base after Luo Lang leaves? Li Lanfeng asked. Ask Lin Zhongqing to do it, Ling Lan replied immediately. She trusted Lin Zhongqing's ability. He would be able to guard Base 013. I understand, Li Lanfeng said as he took Ling Lan's cloak which was placed on her chair. Ling Lan narrowed her eyes. Li Lanfeng felt Ling Lan's gaze and smiled. Lin Zhongqing will be able to guard the base alone. He doesn't need me. You can't leave me behind anymore. Leave him behind? What is he saying? Ling Lan was speechless. Li Lanfeng was getting more and more shameless by the day. You know that I'm going out, right? Ling Lan asked in frustration. If you are not, you won't be our regiment commander anymore. Li Lanfeng smiled as he helped Ling Lan put on her coat. He understood Ling Lan's character very well, so he knew that under such circumstances, Ling Lan would enter the battlefield personally and lead 250 Ace Mecha Clan in this war. Tisk. Ling Lan clicked her tongue unhappily as she pulled her cloak on. She realized that she was unable to throw this annoying person off anymore. Honestly, she wasn't quite happy when her thoughts were seen through by someone else. However, Li Lanfeng was a sensitive person, so it was understandable that he was able to see through her thoughts. Soon, the two of them walked out of the command center. At the same time, Lin Zhongqing received the order to stay in the base from Ling Lan. He rushed to the command center but he was one step behind. Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng had left. They only left a video and let the mainframe, Little Four's bot, to explain the situation to him. On Helia's side, when the army Ni Duola was leading was about to enter the territory of Base 013, Li suddenly asked them to stop and rest temporarily. Before they even started this attack on Base 013, Ni Duola had already received a stern warning to always listen to Li's commands, so when he received the stop order, he didn't hesitate to stop the Helia army, even though he was suspicious of the order. After some time, he suddenly realized that all of their mecha operators were unable to contact their command center, resulting in the mecha operators to be in a panic state. They then saw a signal coming from the mecha operators from the Hela Ace Mecha Clan, asking them to change their channel, so they quickly calmed down and changed their channels. They had been trained professionally before, so they were able to maintain their composure and do what is required of them. Finally, after tuning their channel, they received a signal. Li's stern voice sounded on the channel. Don't panic. This is a plan by our side. Besides your own team's channel, we will be using this channel to communicate from now on. Everyone, please take note. Under Senior Colonel Li's arrangements, the mecha operators from Helia became orderly again. Li waited for all the mecha operators to get used to the situation before continuing. Make your last preparations for the upcoming battle in 3 minutes. The countdown of the 3 minutes starts now. All the mecha operators turned serious as they waited for the 3 minutes to end. At the same exact moment, within the territory of Base 013, numerous mechas were zooming around in the air. The mecha operators had all made their preparations, so they quickly organized themselves. 250, Mixed Team 01 has gathered. 250, Mixed Team 02 has gathered. When they got on the battlefield, the 10 team leaders of 250 Ace Mecha Clan started organizing their team members into small teams immediately. This included the mecha operators from Evil Wind who were added temporarily. One small team consisted of 3 mechas, so that the rapport between the mecha operators was not undermined. The mecha operators from Evil Wind worked together while the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan formed their own small teams. The only difference was that these 2 mecha clans were now moving together. While 250 Ace Mecha Clan were busy organizing themselves, the other mecha clans in the base were doing the same thing too. They had received news from the scouts team and knew that this upcoming battle was not a small skirmish. This time, the mecha operators Helia sent were numerous in numbers with high capabilities. It would be a hard battle. The mecha operators who were still waiting in the mecha hold started chatting with each other. Old Goo, do you think that the new commanding officer is giving us an opening gambit when he ordered almost all of us in the base to move out? We have never let everyone out before. Also, we didn't receive any news that our opponent is attacking us. To ensure the safety of the base, not all the mecha operators would be sent out, as this was to ensure that their opponents would not be able to sneak an attack onto the base. Hence, when Lin Zhongqing ordered all the mecha operators of the base to move out using the name of the commanding officer, many people had qualms about it. Don't think too much. So what if it's an opening gambit? If it is, we would just going out to have a stroll in the park. However, if there actually are enemies out there, it's better for us to be prepared. We lost contact with the central command this time, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Old Goo felt that it was good to make ample preparations. I know. I just wonder why the JMCs became so inefficient. We waited for so long, but it's still not our turn yet. Old Lee got impatient while waiting for his JMC to eject him, so he talking bad about the JMCs. Damn it, are you saying that we are inefficient? Then, why don't you eject out of the base without our help? A lady's shout suddenly came from the JMC channel. F***K, my throat is already burning because I have to send you all out. Yet, someone is complaining that I'm inefficient. Oldly, you didn't turn off the JMC channel. Old Goo felt cold sweat on his forehead. Oldly looked at his control panel. The button for the JMC channel was green. It meant that the JMCs had heard everything he said just now. I forgot. Did I forgot to turn off my mic when my JMC told me to wait? Oldly got a shock, but he still got angry at the JMC for scolding him. He felt that he was disrespect as he was used to being treated with respect by the JMCs. He sneered. Isn't that the truth? You made us wait for such a long time. Isn't that because you all are inefficient? Plus, your attitude towards your superior is bad too. Looks like you don't want to work as a JMC anymore. What is your number? I want to complain about you. You should leave the army and go back to the kitchen. Complain. Number. Damn it, are you threatening me? I'm calling the Mecha Logistics Department. The JMC was not afraid of the threats. She just immediately contacted the Mecha Logistics Department. Old Lee suddenly saw the logistician servicing him chatting with the JMC through his communicator. After the logistician hung up the call with the JMC, the logistician pressed a button on the sidewall and his mecha was sent back to the mecha hold. He was supposed to be number 138 in line, but now, he was back in the mecha hold. This meant that he was not allowed to be ejected anymore. Old Lee was furious. He opened his cockpit and shouted at the logistician, F***K, what is the meaning of this? How dare you move me back to the mecha hold? Are you not allowing me to be ejected? The logistician glanced at him and said calmly, I feel that your current mental state is not suitable for mecha piloting. Please go back to the mecha hold and calm down first. I am responsible for your life, so please do not make things difficult for me. You are taking revenge for that JMC. I will not stand to be disrespected. Old Lee burst in anger. He closed his cockpit in a fit of anger and started to rev up his mecha engine. He wanted to force his way out of the mecha hold. Suddenly, a siren immediately went off in the mecha hold, and the mecha automatically shut down. Then, an officer with the disciplinary scarf on his right arm came and pulled him out of his cockpit. Let me go. Old Lee struggled, but the disciplinary officer was miles stronger than him. He was unable to break free. The officer didn't give him any chances of explaining his actions. He just dragged him to the door of the mecha hold. Old Goo was frightened by the scene. When did the JMCs become so tough? Even the logisticians are much fiercer. The disciplinary officer is so rough too. He also saw the logistician moving his fingers furiously when Old Lee was revving his mecha engine, and that logistician took control of Old Lee's mecha in an instant by manually controlling it using his insanely fast hand speed. His hand speed was already much faster than them. Assistant head thank you. The logistician replied calmly. The person in charge of watching over the mecha hold was Chaoyang. The mecha hold was an important place, so the people that Lin Zhongqing sent here were all elites of the logisticians. This was to ensure the safety of the mecha hold. Zhou Yu, luckily, you are really fast in controlling the mecha. If not, something bad might have happened to you. Chaoyang could still feel his heart pumping. Assistant head you're being kind. Even if I didn't do that, you will still be able to make use of the number lock on the cockpit and control the mecha with ease. Zhou Yu didn't accept the compliment. He knew that there were many ways to control the mechas. Even without him, other people could stop Old Lee too. Regiment commander just took over the base, so there will definitely be some people unwilling to follow him. We must all be careful, Chaoyang said. Although they weren't on the battlefield, the pressure on them was great too in the base. The pressure on them might be even greater than the pressure on the battlefield. Chaoyang left with Old Lee on his shoulder. This scene suppressed the mecha operators that were unhappy with Lin Zhongqing's order. They finally understood that this base was no longer under Du Mingyi's command. These JMCs and logisticians were a lot scarier than the ones before. The arrogant mecha operators instantly retracted their temper and cooperated with their JMCs obediently. The ejection of mechas becomes smoother and faster after this episode. Initially, 1 mecha was ejected per minute. Now, 2 to 3 mechas were ejected per minute. The JMCs, who were extremely stressed, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the rate went up. They wanted to be efficient too, but the mecha operators were just not cooperating with them. They didn't know what to do. Another reason why they were so inefficient was that the JMCs of the base was not as hot-tempered and daring as Han Shuya. Only she was able to scold the mecha operator and even ask the logisticians to teach him a lesson. Yes, the JMC who flared up at Old Lee and punished him was Miss Han Shuya. She was the Han Shuya who got pampered by the Ling Tian battle team and 250 Ace Mecha clan, so how could she stand such treatment? Truthfully, she had already lost her patience towards Theses mecha operators who were making things difficult for them, and was just waiting for a person to lay her hands on so that those irritating mecha operators would know that this was not their turf anymore. If they wanted to have a good time, they must listen to them nicely and stop playing those cheap tricks. Hence, Old Lee got picked out by her. He was unlucky. At the base, Han Shuya, Zhou Yu, and Chaoyang managed to suppress the unwilling mecha operators and get them to cooperate with them. Outside the base, 250 Ace Mecha clan had finished organizing and started to move out. After moving out for a while, they finally saw the Halian army. When they saw the swarm of mechas rushing at them, the mecha operators from the Federation were dumbfounded. They finally understood why Regiment Commander Ling pushed all the mecha operators out of the base in such a hurry.